What up, what up, what up? What's going on, y'all? It is I, the Pan African propagandist, back again with another live. Just coming fresh off another live. Peace to the world, love to my family. What's going on? Brothers and sisters, come on in. Tap like, tap like. Let's get to 2K likes. If you know me, you know my platform, you know I'm here to have a discussion, not a debate. We're here to talk, have a reasonable conversation with mad respect. Shout out to Fire Squad, man. Just came out they live. Got much love for my family over there. We talking about racism, different things. Also want to start using my live as a way to direct. You know, I already, we have the b1initiative.org link in my bio, but we want to start to direct some of the, what up, Draco? We want to start to direct some of the focus of our people to the Congo, to Sudan, and to Haiti. Let's talk about it, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my Congolese family. What up, Black Librarian? What's going on? Exactly. What up, Alicia? I see you. Free Haiti. I'm not mad at y'all at any point during the live. Just at random moments, please type hashtag free Congo. Type hashtag free Congo. Just let the algorithm know what we care about. I really appreciate it if y'all did that. We're going to start hyper focusing on our people and prioritizing what's going on. And that's for any live. I don't care what the topic is about. When you say free Congo, you're just doing some work to highlight what's going on with our people. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, but it's something we could do because I'm going to use this platform to highlight what's going on with my people worldwide. Yeah, the biracials asking what they are is real crazy. Absolutely. Free Congo, free Congo. I love it, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Big up to y'all. Someone answer the questions. If anybody wants to answer the questions until we get to 2K likes, I'm not going to bring anyone up. So if you want to answer any of the questions, the two questions, feel free to talk in the comments. I'll talk with y'all in the comments for now. Someone said to the first question, yes, two in theory, but the system makes it hard. I don't think it could work in theory either. I would like to know more about that, but you're in the comments. Absolutely. Matt in the hat, my people. Not your people, but my people, yes. Keep tapping like, y'all. Oh, we are at 2K. Appreciate y'all. Big up yourselves. We at 2K. So anybody want to come up here, feel free to come on up. We can talk about it. Somebody said we love cotton. Oh, wow. I like Wonder Bread. So, cool. That's cultural exchange there. Darren, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
How you doing? My age is 28. My race is black, and my pronouns is he.
Thank you. Talk to us. Answer the questions. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah. So can interracial relationships be pro-black? Yeah. I think it depends because I know that there's some interracial relationships where, let's say the black man is more so like those black men who are considered like I don't know if you would call it a sellout, and they will get with a white woman as a pass to dis to disassociate themselves to black people and to kind of
Mm,
like be treated to kind of because and like they kind of want to be treated a certain way by other white people, so they think being with a white woman could elevate their status in some way, shape, or form. But then I
Mm-hmm.
know that there are some times where, like, say for example, there are some like strong-willed black men who date outside the race, and there's that understanding. It can even be like with a white man and a black woman. They can still raise the child with an understanding. You know, as to like they can stress the importance of being pro-black and understanding like the even being as a product like being a mixed race child. You still will be seen as a black man, and you still go through some of the same trials and tribulations.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Not mad at that. What do you think about non-black parents raising pro-black children? Do you think that's possible?
um Pro-black, so do you mean like, let's say for example, two white parents uh raising a
Children.
white son to be pro-black in that
Yeah,
sense?
two white parents adopting a child and raising them. Can they raise that child, teach that child to prioritize what's in the best
Oh, you,
interest
you
of
you mean
building their
adopting
community?
adopting adopting a black child?
Yeah.
Uh,
Or
yeah,
or maybe if
I
it's
think
not
I think
adoption, it could be a white woman that had a baby with a black man and just raised him by himself.
yeah, I think that can be possible, but at the
Mm.
same time, it's something that it's 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 something that it's a sad so basically
How in the
what
hell would
I
that be possible?
it can be possible if it depends on how aware the let's say for example the white mother is. Like for example, there's some there are a lot of white people understands that how the situation that black people, how deep how deep black people are of a situation they're in. Let's say for example, like
Mm-hmm.
a few thousand years ago, a few 100,000 years ago, this planet was nothing but black people, right? But now we
Mm-hmm.
live this. But now we live this reality where black people have no power or control over a planet that initially belonged to them. Black people are in a position where they have been conquered, where they have been conquered, emasculated, and it's a sad reality, but it's true. So that there are a lot of white people who are aware of that and understand the severity of the situation black people are in, and they to some degree feel some sort of guilt. They can to some degree feel some sort of guilt and raise, let's say for example, raise their mixed child or adopted black son up to appreciate his blackness, to appreciate his
Appreciate his
blackness.
blackness. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're a little confused too.
Or
So what is your definition of pro-blackness?
bro, black to be for black people, right? To be for anything and everything black people, essentially, right?
Um, that it can be done by a white person. So that's why you think that they could raise a pro-black child because all you got to do is be for black people. So
Uh, it,
pro-blackness. Another word for it would be black power, but pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community or empowering the black community. Same thing, but kind of an extra nuance, extra layer of nuance there. So prioritizing, meaning it's your priority to do what is in the best interest with your actions or your beliefs. What's in the best interest of building, not the interest of self, not the interest of other communities, but what's in the best interest of building your community. So it's an action word. To be pro-black means that you're being intentional about building within the black community. Non-black people tend not to know that definition, tend not to understand that that's what black people mean when they say they're pro-black, and they conflate it with anti-racism because that's more palatable for non-black people to center our goals for our community around because they too can participate in anti-racism. But that's not the goal. The goal of a basketball game isn't to make sure that the referee is calling fair shots. When we play a basketball game, you want to shoot the ball into the hoop. That's what pro-blackness is. Anti-racism is just it's just making sure that the referee is fair. So, do you understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Yeah, but when in the grand scheme, when it all comes down to things, let's say for example, like I'm one of these people. Like I'm a solution based person, and basically when I look, I don't believe in like necessarily comparing the races, but like when I look at the way like at the current state of the black community, yeah, sure that there is like a lot of progress and stuff being made, but something that I notice is like we could be making more progress is if collectively the black people they focus on things that are really mattering, like see like okay like what things are holding the black community back. Because let's say for example we
That's
see
not
a lot.
pro-blackness.
Yeah, that
That's
I guess it
anti-racism.
is pro black to be to want to get rid of the things that are holding black people
No,
back.
it's not.
That's
That's anti-racism.
no. So you mean it's not pro black to as a black person want.
Dismantling systems of oppression that subjugate black people specifically is anti-racism. Pro-blackness is us coming together to build. So pro-blackness is a black solution-based answer. Anti-racism is a white problem that black people are affected by. It's kind of a problem. Anti-racism is problem-focused. Pro-blackness is solution-focused.
Yeah, because I'm saying like say for example like there are a lot of so let's say for example what I can see so if you were to say like okay what are the main issues that are holding the black community back that are holding the black back and essentially causing destruction amongst the black community, and I would say
We
the
already know
main
what that
thing.
is. White
So
people.
but you don't think you don't think as black people. So do you think as black people we aren't doing things that there isn't self destruction going on amongst
No,
ourselves?
no, mm-mm, no. If I give a
Okay, so
child,
I'm gonna give you
if I give a child nothing to play with but a grenade, and the child blows themselves up. Actually, I won't even make black people a child. If I give an adult a grenade sandwich, and they choose to bite into it because they're starving and that they have nothing else to eat, because I made sure they had nothing else to eat. Um, was it them that I should blame for the grenade sandwich, or do you see what I'm getting at here?
yeah
You can't blame black people for anti-blackness even within our own community, because we're not the ones that created anti-blackness or benefit from it.
Yeah, I get what you said. I understand like that how like there are a lot of things that white people have done to put black people at a disadvantage. But now what I because I don't what I hate to I refuse to believe that black people are these people that okay white people have done this to black people, and now we're just so mentally in a certain state to where we're doing things and it's all their fault. Let's say, for example, like if you go on YouTube, there are a lot of videos of black women saying that they prefer a drug dealer over a
To be
doctor.
honest, Darren, even if you wanted to be helpful right now, right? There are 300 people in this live, and you know it's not all black people. Even if you wanted to be helpful, is now the time to have that conversation.
No, no, because it's essential because we're talking
Even
about
if you
like
wanted, it's not essential, because what you're saying is not anything that a scholar has written. There's been studies written on this. There's been books. There's research papers. There's Amos Wilson's Blueprint for Black Power. There's Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Dr. Joy DeGroy's post traumatic slave syndrome. There's research that you can do to figure out why you're wrong. But to be honest, even if you wanted to help, even if this was what you thought was a productive discussion, now would not be the time to have it. We're talking about interracial relationships, and you're up here about to tell me how black people are the reason for their own downfall. I don't see how this is productive at all.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because it kind of like branched off, but I get what you're saying, man.
Okay, so look up post traumatic slave syndrome by Dr. Joy DeGruy, Degruy. Wow, I just lost 100 people in here. Must have been a lot of mayonnaise. Dr. Joy DeGruy. Look that up. She talks about it. It's called multi generational trauma, and that is what you have to look at instead of
Yeah,
blaming black people for their own oppression.
yeah, I get what you're saying. But one thing, what before I'm gonna leave, but I just want to say one thing. Uh, so sometimes as a black man, it's very disappointing to a certain extent when you we already look at like our history. And the reality is so regardless from right or wrong, what gets respected is this it's sad that things are the way it is. But what white people have done to black people, even though it may be considered wrong, white men are considered alpha males, are considered more masculine and tougher
All
than
right,
black men.
Darren, I'm gonna go, man. You have nothing productive to say. Have a nice day. Let's go to the next guest. We're taking too long. Shema, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hey, I'm Shima,
Shema, okay.
um, 42, black, and I don't have any pronouns.
All right. Thank you, Shema. And go ahead, answer the questions for us. Let us know what you think.
Well, to answer the direct question, can IR relationships be pro-black? I say yes if if the person in the relationship that's non-black has been raised in a situation to where they were around or raised with blacks, or pro-black views. Um, can non-black parents raise pro-black children? I don't think so because neither one of the parents has the experience of black people per se to instill into the child. So the most they can do is send the child somewhere, some kind of program, or send the child where there's going to be people his race, but even still, they still wouldn't be able to physically be pro-black because they don't have the black experience.
It's interesting how you said that for the second question, but didn't say that for the first question. What is
Because
your,
for the
you know
first
what I'm
question,
saying? Yeah,
at least one of
that's
the parents
interesting.
is black.
Can interracial, all right, so you're saying interracial relationships can be pro-black if one of the people in the relationship is black.
No, I'm saying if the person that's non-black is, I guess, the less dominant person in the relationship, is what I'm saying.
If you look in the comments, someone said being black doesn't make you pro-black. Do you understand that?
No.
So being a black person doesn't immediately make you pro-black. Meaning, if all black people were pro-black, we wouldn't need to say the word pro-black. Everybody would just be black, and we would understand that that meant you were on code. However, anti-blackness is taught to us at such a young age that we actually have to become conscious and unpack anti-blackness in order to become pro-black.
Well, see, the way I was raised in a pro-black family. My
How,
my my stepdad and my mom, from a very young age, from like 4, taught me how to read, um, taught me uh, taught me about ancient Egypt, taught me about all the ancient religions, taught me. They pretty much put me on a pedestal for being black, you know. But when I went to school with non-blacks and blacks, it was like I experienced the opposite because I was so dark that black people, they kind of made fun of me for being too black, and I resorted to having a multicultural group of friends.
what? Okay, so both of your parents are black.
Yes.
And so they sent you. You're saying that they were pro-black because they taught you about Egypt?
Well, not just because they taught me about Egypt, but I was raised in have you ever heard of Beaufort, South Carolina?
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's an island down in South Carolina, and the culture there is very strong, and the people are called Geechee,
Oh,
and
I know them.
the culture is called Gullah, and
Yeah,
so
I know them. Yeah, if you had led with that, I would know that. Yeah, absolutely.
the
My
culture is
uncle
very
used to live down there.
strong,
Yeah,
very very strong culture, and
I
very
know.
close to our African roots.
Yes, I know.
And so I was raised around like everybody, like all my parents' friends.
You do
I had
understand that all of that does not make someone pro-black either. What is your
no,
definition of pro-black?
my definition of pro black is like when there's a culture of black people thriving economically, socially, culturally, and there's a sense of community that is very strong. Like there's a lot of black businesses, there's a lot of black home ownership. Oh, St. Helena Island. I know St. Helena Island. I just left from there. Um, but there's a strong sense of a black culture, something like primarily financially and economically because those
Okay,
are the things
so
that drive.
economically, where is there a pro-black economy? Where can I join the pro-black economy?
Well, there's lots of pockets of pro-black economies that are springing up now.
Name
People like
one.
um, there's a neighborhood in Atlanta, near Atlanta, Georgia, where
And they
people
have their
bought
own
a bunch of
currency?
no, but
Oh, okay. So they're not pro-black. See, this is what I'm talking about. Pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community or empowering the black community. If they pass a dollar around with a white man's face on it, it's not a pro-black economy. It's a black economy thriving despite racism in an anti-black country. But it is not a pro-black because every time they make a dollar, they've got to pay some dollars in taxes to an oppressive system. So thus, it can't be pro-black. And that oppressive system that those tax dollars go to only marginalizes, disenfranchises, and incarcerates us here in America, but also unalives and essays our brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa for resources in the Congo. So it can't be pro-black if it's doing all that damage to the black community. Black capitalism isn't pro-black.
so are you saying that okay, so because it sounds like what you're describing is like a black utopia.
I didn't describe a utopia. I just said that what you said is not pro-black. I mean, I don't think anywhere in the world there's a pro-black economy. That's kind of why I wanted to see what your thoughts were on that because
Right. That's what I was saying because
I
I
don't
don't
think it
know of
exists.
any pro.
Yeah,
I guess the term pro black in itself is something that is subjective.
it's not. Malcolm X's Organization of Afro American Unity speech, he outlines it pretty clearly, step by step, what we've got to do. It's pretty much the blueprint for Pan Africanism in the modern world today. I mean, that's really what we go back to. And then you've got, like I said earlier, Amos Wilson's Blueprint for Black Power. You've got Claude Anderson. You've got Dr. Neely Fuller's Compensatory Counter-Racist Code. There's been books written by scholars about what pro-blackness is. It just kind of became subjective after George Floyd when a bunch of thin-lipped people wanted to say that they were pro-black and down with the movement. That's when it kind of took a subjective a
Right. But
turn, you
for us
know.
to have
But
our own, for us to, because to me personally, I don't believe black people and African people are the same.
oh yeah, you're far off. You're into
Because
something
I
else.
believe that black people,
Yeah, you're in a rabbit hole
yeah, I believe that black people are
by
our
yourself.
own. We're
Mm-mm.
our own
No,
race
no,
because we have been bred
oh no, oh no, oh my
That's
goodness.
differently.
that's part of the programming.
Oh
We've
my
been
goodness.
bred
Yeah.
differently
Mm,
from
mm.
Africans.
Lord have mercy.
If
Can
Africans
I
that
chime
come
in?
over here,
Oh my.
they don't see themselves as the same as us.
Oh my goodness.
May I
Oh
chime
my
in?
goodness. I talk to Africans all day. I have a actually a nonprofit link in my bio. B1initiative.org. Shout out to my African brothers and
Like we
sisters
have a
that's
lot of
even hitting it
white,
right now.
blood.
Absolutely. And
There's a lot of white
the
people,
continent
whiteness in our
claims
blood.
us.
We're not like not 100%
Ain't no such
African.
thing as white blood. Ain't no such thing as black blood. You're thinking like a racist. So it's in you deep. And that's what I was saying earlier about how even how you're raised, if your parents taught you your history, that don't mean that you're pro black. And all black people are not pro black. You know what I'm saying? If that's how you feel about African brothers and sisters, even though if I put y'all in a lineup, I couldn't tell which one was from Africa and which one was from Chicago, then
Well, if you look good
you
enough,
just
you
don't
could.
understand. Yeah, you just don't
If you know,
understand. Adios. Thank y'all for the Panther pause. That was yeah. Sharik. Someone said it in the comments. Tariq Nasheed got to her. I'm not sure how many Panther paws that was. We wasn't going to go down that one. I
That was
think
pretty
it's
crazy.
Zeus. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hey, what's up? I really don't focus too much on the pronouns and the age thing, but I am definitely
I
black.
need to know
Uh,
both of them, in order for you to continue. There's a reason I ask these questions. It's not just because I'm being a jerk.
right.
We're on TikTok, and I'm trying to have a serious conversation, not just
Oh, sure.
you know.
I'm definitely a legal adult.
So, all right,
Um,
legal adult, meaning you're over 18. Your
correct.
race is what?
I am Caribbean American and African American, Afro American.
Okay, so what's your race?
Oh, black,
All right,
black,
cool. And
black,
then
black, black.
he, she, they. Choose one.
I'm definitely going. I'm definitely going he. I'm
All
definitely
right,
going he
cool.
on that one.
Talk to us.
Hi, brother. Yeah, I mean, I just joined into the conversation. I was listening to it for a little bit, and it was definitely interesting to hear the last couple of remarks in terms of the difference between continental Africans and African Americans. I think that creating these identity boundaries is an uh, an attack, an agenda, clearly to create a divisive narrative within our own community, and most importantly within our own nation. There is no power without a nation. There is no power without a centralized authority, and the Pan-African nation is just as powerful, if not more powerful, than the Pan-European nation. If you look
Mm.
at, the current United States of America, it is a pan-European nation. It is a nation that is run and controlled not by the indigenous people, but by people who decided, for reasons of taxation, to leave where they came from and come over here and build a utopia. The young lady mentioned a utopia, and their utopia has been a dystopia for melanated people, not just on the actual land of this continent, but around the world. And if you see how we interact with and actually impact other nations, whether it's in the Middle East, continental Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, Asia, so on and so forth. So, to speak to that dystopian, utopian paradigm, I think the only way we can move forward is to build our own utopia. And I think you tapped into it in your debate with her by mentioning the fact that a lot of it boils down to economics. So long as we, I believe in the 12-point program by the Black Panthers. I'm a strong Garveyite and believer in the teachings of Marcus. And if you really look at it, so long as every time you make an American dollar and it or a dollar in other pan-European states, and it gets taxed and reinvested into systems that only generate a pan-African dystopia, we're never really going to have a power base. We're never really going to have political power. We're never really going to have black power. We're always going to be pandering to other people's narratives, using other people's platforms, and ultimately harming ourselves and fighting amongst ourselves.
Absolutely, I heard that. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. You cleaned up the live, man. You got that smell out the room. Yeah, absolutely. I was confused because the last sister that was up here, well, I don't know if she considered herself a sister or what, but She said that she was raised around the Gullah Geechee people and that
Mhm.
she was pro-black, but then she said Africans wasn't black.
Right.
That's crazy to me.
Crazy. That's
But
absolutely crazy.
absolutely, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, laid out the blueprint for pro-blackness early on, and almost everything he said rings true to this day. You can listen to Marcus Garvey, and it's like listening to Dr. Umar right now. So, you know,
Facts.
it's like
Facts.
it's the same message still going. As long as we got the same system still running, the same solution is going to be what we have to be doing. You know, pretty much.
Absolutely, brother. If you don't
Yeah.
mind me asking and picking your brain a bit, what steps do you think in like the coming decade, especially with tools like TikTok and these other platforms, what steps do you think we as a nation need to start taking in terms of building that Black utopia, building that power base for our own people?
Malcolm X laid it out. The step that I think is the most important because what Malcolm X laid out was basically our need for Marcus Garvey had the Ingro World newspaper.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so yeah, so basically, having that constant communication with the motherland was necessary because when our ancestors left the shores of Africa, they didn't think they called it the point of no return. They didn't think they'd be able to contact us, and that severing of communication between us. Um,
Mm.
was it played right into the oppressor's hands, and then they severed us even further, told us we weren't African no more, we were black or Ingro, and I'm saying
Right.
Ingro, but so yeah, they told us we were that, and a people without knowledge of their history is like a tree with no roots.
Right.
But what we need to do now is to reconnect, and we're doing that. Thankfully, because of this app, I think the next step moving forward is what you see going on in Africa right now. There's a revolution in francophone countries,
Right.
so that's beautiful. That needs to keep going. I see what's going on in South Africa. I hope Julius Malema can really hold it down and grab the
Mhm.
wheel down there. That would be amazing. The EFF seems to be really on code, and us liberating Africa will liberate diaspora and people everywhere. Yeah, everywhere in the diaspora, we're going to feel it.
Right.
An African currency, African banks, African hospitals, African universities. I want to go to school in an African universities. Teachers look like me, teaching me history about my people. And I think, in the decades to come, I hope that it can happen before our lifetime is up. That's what Julius Malema wants. But
Right.
I can't really
it
talk.
could take a while. Yeah.
Right.
I can't really talk because I'm white and like
Okay.
I have
All right.
no.
Just don't talk then. Hold on. We'll get to you in a moment.
Okay.
All right. All right. And yeah. So real quick, Zeus. All I would say is what I look forward to the most is Africa having sovereignty in their land. Places like the Congo. I don't know how. I just know that I can bring awareness. I
Right.
can bring awareness to people that are helping fight to liberate the Congo. But the Congo sits on $24 trillion worth of resources. If they were to make a currency right now, it would be much, 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 much more powerful than the US dollar.
Absolutely.
And you know what I'm saying? And then we can have African banks in black communities here in America, the same way Chinese people have Chinese banks in Chinese communities, the same way Koreatown in LA, if you've ever been there, they got
Right.
Korean banks. They've got
Yeah.
every other
Hope
community has
Bank,
a
all that.
backing. Right.
Yeah.
Our backing has been non-existent intentionally, and once we reconnect and maybe weaponize our dollars to help brothers and sisters on the continent, I think once they're liberated, we all gonna feel it.
Yeah, those like I think that you really hit the nail on the head in terms of speaking of mineral rights. Whether we look at the Caribbean, again, our Pan African brothers and sisters in Latin America, and of course, in the motherland and the
Right.
fatherland, um, the necessity for mineral rights, for the powerful, the world changing, materials that lie um, under the earth and within the
Right.
earth could be absolutely, world changing. And when you look at how, the rest of the world right now, especially the leading world powers are looking for, those radioactive minerals as well as those
Mm-hmm.
energy conducting minerals in particular that are of extremely short supply that are supplying this whole revolution, green revolution. With those minerals in particular, which are needed for Tesla, which are needed for Solar City, which are needed for all of these
Yeah.
Chinese plants, the amount of leverage that we would have, if we
Right.
controlled those mineral rights would be everything.
It'd be everything. Yeah. And what's really crazy is Haiti.
Oh yeah, brother. That's
Yeah.
that's the one I was alluding to too.
Yeah.
Absolutely, brother.
That's our stronghold here in the West because even Malcolm X said that we need to hold on to the Caribbean, and we've got Haiti that has I forgot the name of the resource that they have, but
Right.
they have basically there was a comet that hit the Earth a long time ago. Like that's the real vibranium is in
Right.
Haiti. It's
Exactly.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Art reflects life, and life reflects art.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Is it cobalt? Are you sure it's cobalt? It's
I'm thinking cobalt. I know is one of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Haiti, they and so that's why Haiti is just as chaotic as the Congo. Well, not just as Congo's
Right.
another level, but
Right.
that the same type of Western fueled destabilization. It benefits the
Of
West
course.
because now they can take resources without a government in charge to tax them. So
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
and again, when it comes to those resources, it's very interesting to me when we talk about the necessity for this green revolution and for the electrification of the world.
yeah,
However, we're not paying attention to the political and economic circumstances of the countries that control those resources. So,
right,
with the one interesting thing about the rise of all these different global powers, whether it's India, China, and Russia, and these others, is of course that the free market creates demand, and we have the supply. If we get full control, autonomous control over the supply, we're going to be in that position of power in terms of
yeah.
holding all the cards. And China has now gone in and done more um, for Africa in the past 30 years, than many of
Yeah,
the other
but
capitalist nations.
China also has a stronghold in the Congo, and
Of course.
so it's like they're helping, but they're hurting too. You know what I'm saying? It's like if
Yeah.
I take a woman out to dinner, wine and dine her, make sure she's feeling good and comfortable, and then I take her home and do
Oh
the
yeah.
unspeakable. It's like
Yeah.
you're still hurting them, but it does seem a little bit better. I appreciate
Absolutely.
you. Feel
Absolutely,
free to
brother. Great
come back
speaking with
up.
you.
Yep, and we can talk about it again. One love to you, brother. Appreciate you.
One love.
All right. Let's get back to the topic, man. I know a lot of oh wait, hold on. Did I lose you? Okay. I know a lot of y'all medium rare Wonder Bread slices in here might have got bored during that conversation. That was a real revolutionary talk we just had. You know what I'm saying? But I'm back. I understand for some of y'all this is just like the Jerry Springer show, so we can talk about it. We can talk about interracial relationships again. But tap like, tap like, tap like. Let's get some people up here, man. There's no one in the waiting list. If you want to come up, you don't have to be black. We can talk about it. Just come up here, give us your age, race, and pronouns. Let's get to 30K like. Hey. In the meantime, I'll read comments. What does pro-black mean? Pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building or empowering the black community. I'll slow that down for you. Prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. Prioritizing your number one focus. Can the focus of an interracial relationship be building the black community? Can non-black people prioritize building the black community? if non-black people are in a black community, is it still a black community or is it a multiracial community? Did they give black men? All right. Now, here's where it gets deep. Do white women marry black men, or do black men marry white women? That's the real question. Do white men? I'm sorry. Do white women marry black men, or do black men marry white women? Which one is it? Someone said both. Well, Jennifer seems to get it. I think Jennifer got it. Someone said both. We got a lot of both. Someone said black men marry white women. Let's talk about it. Do black men marry white women, or do white women marry black men? It can't be both. It can't be both. Which one is it? Who has the power in the relationship? Who was granted the ability to marry? Let's talk about it. So that would mean that the system has decided to allow black men to marry white women. So it wasn't black men's choice at all, huh? Interesting. So it wasn't black men's choice, but the system, the same oppressive system that oppresses black men, decided when black men started talking about black power that they would allow white women into black households. Interesting. They said, "Oh, really? You want power for your own people? Well, here, take a few of us. And now you won't be so obliged to helping your people. You'll all be humanists. You'll all turn into humanitarians. We're all human, guys." It is a choice. No, it definitely is a choice for the individual. But the choice to be able to marry white women was not black men's. Let's talk about it. I do want to refer some of y'all to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. She has a interview that she gave on this that me and my wife were watching last night. It's very interesting how she breaks that down. It's very interesting.
Hello.
What's going on, Jennifer?
Hey, I'm 26, black, and my pronouns are she.
All
I
right,
just
thank
want to
you.
quickly talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that picture that you're showing in the background is a perfect example. A lot of times black men think that they're kind of in charge, like, oh, I get to marry it. But what's really sneaky about it is, you see how she's kind of clutching him?
Yeah.
So
She's like,
I'm ahead, so I'm the one who's really, picking the thing, and she's the one who's directing him.
yeah,
Sometimes just because you're the head, or she's the rest of the body, she's the neck, she's turning you, she's moving you, and you don't realize it.
That's facts. That's
I know
facts.
that's a horror movie, but like
Yeah.
a lot of poses, like if you just see how a lot of interracial, how they pose, you could see that.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Dr. Frances Cress Welsing talks about it. She says basically, as long as there is a system in place that makes one people inferior, and you know who that is, and another people superior, then she understands that because she has the pale passing privilege, the privilege, the complexion of protection, that she's in charge of the situation to some degree. And so, that's just something interesting to think about. At the same time, when a brother does end up in a situation like that, we do look at him for the mess he makes, because we understand that, she's a lot of times so privileged she doesn't know she's being used. And, it gets deep. Anything else you want to say, Jennifer?
No, that was pretty much all. And yes, I understand that it is a movie, guys. I'm saying
Nah, it went over their head.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
times that just because you're the head, like for instance, being the president, just because you're the president doesn't mean you're making any of the choices. That's what a lot of people think. They think that just because you're a head or, hey, I'm the man in the relationship does not mean you have the control.
Yeah. We got to look at what was happening before Loving versus Virginia. We got to look at what was happening in the black community. Black people were unifying, black men and black women, for the first time since the institution of slavery even began, since racism began. We're unifying and talking about they wanted power, and they unapologetically wanted it for their community. And then all of a sudden, they found a way to compromise some black men to steer them away from unifying with black women. And that was through interracial marriage, because now instead of prioritizing, he can't prioritize his community. He cannot prioritize his community. Prioritizing your community, building, being intentional, prioritizing your community, black community, means at some point it's going to conflict with her interest.
Correct.
At some point, she's not going to be invited to the cookout. So now you have to choose between your community or your wife, who you might have kids with now. You got she can divorce you and take 50% of your shit. So what are you going to do? And so that compromises you. And 15% of them, those that do marry out, is about 15%, got compromised. But let me go to the next guest as well. Jennifer, appreciate you.
All right, thank you. You could
all right.
drop me down. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hello.
All right.
Hi. All right.
Hi.
And
Hi.
hi.
Give us your
Hi.
age, race, and pronouns, please.
All right. I'm 40 years old. I'm Black British, and my pronouns are she and her.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Can you be in interracial relationships be pro-black? No, that's a very, very tricky one. Well, I have been fortunate enough to meet a few black men who are in interracial relationships and are very pro-black. Yeah. I mean, there is a strong possibility of that, and the same goes for black women who are in interracial relationships with white men. Yeah, but I have been unfortunate to meet a number of black men who are in interracial relationships, and they absolutely hate on black women, and their wives are racist as hell and stand by them no matter what. I mean, I ask myself, what is wrong with these black men? And do you know, not only are you harming your own community, but you are also harming your children by behaving just like that.
Mm.
Yeah.
So how are these men pro-black?
I mean, you mean the men who are pro-black? You mean the one who were in interracial relationships with women? Okay. Well, they were pro-black, meaning that well, they were very much into the troubles that their community were going through, and they didn't seem to abandon their own blackness. They didn't become exactly
That
too
just sounds
white.
like they were black and happy. That's not pro-black.
What should
Pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. They're not building a black community because they're not building one at home. So how do they become pro-black? Because, like I said earlier, at some point, pro-blackness is going to conflict with the best
Mhm.
interest of your non-black spouse. So,
Mhm.
for example, if I'm in South Africa and I marry a white woman,
Mhm.
South Africa is currently going, through their decolonization. Shout out to my South African brothers and sisters.
Mhm.
And they are kicking colonizers out of their country. They're ready. Julius Malema is gearing up. I'm hoping they can do more, but as for right now, it seems like black South Africans are ready to kick out all the colonizers.
Mhm.
It would
I
be a
agree with that.
pro-black thing to kick. It would be a pro-black best interest in building a black community to kick colonizers out of a place where they have subjugate, enslaved, and done apartheid.
Mm.
Would you agree that would be in the black people's best interest?
Of course, yes. Hell yeah,
Right.
you're dead
All
right
right.
about that. Yeah.
Exactly. So now, if he's from South Africa, she got
Hmm.
to go home. So now,
I
does
agree.
is she going to help her kick herself out, or is he going to kick her out, or is he going to leave with her and not help build with his people? Like, what is the solution to that?
It looks like that's a tricky one. It looks like he has to go with her and abandon his own people.
Exactly. So he can't be pro-black. So he's not pro-black.
Yeah, you're dead right about that.
That's what I'm saying. Except that's a small example, but there's more. There's more examples where pro-blackness means prioritizing,
Hmm.
priority. What you do first, what you think of first, what you're gonna, what your goal is. Number one, your number one goal, prioritizing what's in the best interest of building the black community, meaning your actions and values, but what's in the best interest of building. The best interest meaning before his self-interest and what he thinks with his wee-wee and, how he feels about her. But
Hmm.
the best interest of the community. There's a Bantu word, Ubuntu. I am who I am because of who we all are. So thinking from a community perspective, raising your consciousness from just yourself. Because when they built this great nation, America, you think they gave a damn about what was in the best interest of anybody else's community?
Of course,
They
I
didn't
didn't
care
think
about
about.
who it
No,
harmed.
thinking
No,
still
no,
sticks.
they
No.
didn't give. No one else gives a damn. But for some reason, when black people want to build their community, we have to think about everyone else. It's called self-determination. We got to be able to think for ourselves. If this brother is in South Africa and he's married to a sister,
Hmm.
can he think in the best interest of his community? Absolutely. Every
Of
day.
course,
It's
yeah,
easy.
of
He got a
course,
black
yeah.
woman. So she
Hmm.
benefits from anything that he's doing for his community. So even if he just were to focus on her, supporting a black woman is one of the most pro-black things you can do.
Of
Because
course, yeah,
you see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
it having children with her is very pro-black. Raise your children to love themselves. They have a black mother instead of a white mother that's going to confuse them and call them biracial and all this other stuff. Like you can have a black mother teach them black things. It just changes the whole dynamic, and so that's where it becomes problematic when you're in an interracial relationship. Not saying you can't be anti-racist. She can
Hmm.
fight racism because it's a problem for her community. They built that problem. That's her problem. Racism affects him, but it's her problem. So they can be anti-racist together all day. That's great, but not pro-black. Don't bring her to the cookout.
Yeah, no, I like that. Don't bring her to the cookout.
Yeah, we
But
good.
anyways, you've explained it well for me because maybe I've had a misunderstanding of the word pro-black for many years. But thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank
Appreciate you for
you.
coming up.
No problem. Take
One
care.
love.
Fine.
All right.
Bye.
That sister was cool. Hey man, I got some cool people up here today, man. Shout out to the Pan Africans in the building. Shout out to the Pan Africans joining the live. I got energy. I got time. It's early. What's up? I'm up here early, man. You know I don't get up here this early. You know what I'm saying? It's early. Actually, it might not be that early no more, but I got up here early today. So I'm up here. Anybody that needs to unpack some mayonnaise, you know what I'm saying? Come on up. We can talk about it. Should I add the other questions to the prompt? I tried to shorten it, maybe keep it short for people. So we're not up here talking about all 4 questions. Somebody said yes. Let me know. Let me know if you think I should put all 4 questions. It lengthens the amount of time people are up here. All right, we got another yes. I don't know. Do y'all like it short or do you want the long one? Pause. Anyway, yeah, we got to talk about. I'm going to post an interview with Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, and in my Discord. If y'all want to check it out, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. I'm not sure. Just type Dr. Francis Cress Welsing interracial in YouTube. All right, y'all want the long one? All right, I'll put the long one up and we'll see what happens. But type Dr. Francis Cress Welsing interracial in YouTube, and I think you should be able to find it. think you should be able to find it. It's she breaks it down, bro. It wasn't even just her interview. She was talking to a few people. It was two brothers on stage, but she just outshined everybody. She outshined everybody on stage. So this is the longer version. Is it a preference or fetish? Can interracial relationships be problematic? Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse, kind of like the last one? And can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship/family? Let's talk about it. Let's talk. Come on up. Say it with your forehead. You know, if you want to show your camera, you don't want to do your age, race, pronouns, you can show your camera. Give us your race and pronouns. Then we could do that as well. I would say the questions seem pretty easy. I don't know what's tripping some people up. Some people come up here. Don't come up here tokenizing, by the way. To the unseasoned Wonder Bread in the comments. I know you're here. Some of y'all are here. Please don't come up here tokenizing. You know, some of y'all come up here and say, well, my car is black, so I think I get to speak on this. You know what I'm saying? I own a pair of black Nikes, so you people need to stop. You know, like, please, come on, don't come up here tokenizing. We don't need to. 2 + 2 = 4. You don't need to tell us what you had for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? If 2 + 2 = 4, if the truth is the truth, truth is the truth, no matter what type of race you're dating, what race your children are, or what color your T-shirt is. You don't got to tell us what's going on with you in order for something to be true. Don't come up here tokenizing. We don't need to hear it. All right, I'm going to read some comments while I'm waiting for somebody to come on up. I'm brown, but from the USA, but my girl is... Okay, why did you tell us that? See, this is what I mean by tokenizing. And that's another thing. Non-black people... I'm sorry. Brothers and sisters, people of melanated descent, even from off the continent of Africa, do not tokenize your Chuck E. Cheese tokens up here, okay? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Please don't do that. We don't need to know about your proximity to whiteness. Please stop doing this, y'all. It is weird. It is really, really weird. Please, you know what I'm saying? Well, my wife looks like Iggy Azalea. Like, please stop, man. Like, come on now. We don't need to hear about Iggy. She ain't, you know what I'm saying? We good. Some of y'all listen to Taylor Swift and it shows. Someone said my baby daddy is black. Yeah. Oh man, I haven't had that one yet. Usually it's the father of my kids, but no. If somebody came up here, honestly, I might block you if you know what I'm saying. One of the frosted females come up here and say my baby daddy is black, you might get blocked. It depends. It depends on how serious you are. If you say baby daddy, I don't know. That sounds like AAVE. It feels like appropriation. I don't even want to hear you say that word. You might get blocked. Baby daddy. Excuse me? What you trying to do? How many of y'all listen to Trey Rags? Yo, Trey Rags is hilarious. That comedian. What you trying to do? What you trying to do? He's hilarious. All right. Someone said, I'm looking at some of these answers. Someone said for the first question, yes. The second question, both. That is a damn lie. The third one says yes. I think this person is non-melanated, without color. You know what I'm saying? And the fourth question is no. Wow. So this person, Rose, is very interesting. You're a very interesting person, Rose. You're a very interesting person. You're playing both sides of the board here. The first one, she said yes. That I agree with. The second one, she said both. That's a real neutral answer. The third one, you got all the way wrong. And then the last one, you got right. So, You know, if we're not going to think in a dichotomy, I'd say you're mostly correct, but you got like a 60. You got a D. Jake, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna just start grading you. I'm gonna start grading your guys' answers. So send me. I'm gonna start grading you guys. All right. So Jacob said the first one, not really. All right, he got an F. I don't need to know the rest. He got an F. Somebody just requested. Request again. Come back up. Come on up. Come on up. If you guys want to put answers in the comments, I'll give you a grade. All right, hold on. Let's see. Jacob got an F. The second one, I don't know. All right, yeah, you definitely get an F. The third one, yes. Oh, yeah, he's getting an F. Jacob, you failed. Don't show your parents your grades. Let's see. This person says yes to the first one. Depends on a third one. She said no, and the fourth one she said no. Okay, so for this person they get a I don't know. I might be grading from a bias here, but I'm gonna say you get a B minus. A B minus. That's the best I can give you. The B minus. I'm gonna have to assume you're a little ignorant. All right, someone else. All right, hold on. First one, yes. The first one, someone said yes. Okay. Second one, both. Third one, no. Wait, hold on. You look black. If you're black, I'm grading you guys harsher. I don't know if you're black or not. Sissy Biko. I don't know if you're black or not. You better let me know because I'm about to grade your answers. Right now, that second one, we ain't doing that. See, if you was white, I'll give you. If you black, you're supposed to know better. That's all I'm gonna say. If you black, you're supposed to know better. The third one, hold on. I'm gonna get to you in a moment, Rose. The third one, you said no. Okay. Fourth one, no. All right. So the last two were supposed to be no. The second one, you're supposed to know better. I gave someone else that had similar answers a B minus. I'm gonna have to give you a C. You get a C. I'm sorry, Rose, but you a sister. You're supposed to know better. Rose, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Me, I'm 20.
Yeah.
And I'm she, her.
All right. Thank you. And okay, so you said your answers already, but go ahead and run them down for us. Wait, did you give us your race?
I'm Puerto Rican. I'm biracial.
Oh man, Puerto Rican is not a race, and neither is biracial. Do you have a black parent?
I got a black father and
all right, so that just means you're black. That just means you're black and don't know it. All right, cool. Go ahead.
I've been watching you for a minute, and I love your page. I really do.
Oh, thank you.
But, no, I would say yes to the first one. The only reason I said both to if it's a preference or a fetish, I can't really say because I've never really met a lot of people like that. I know a lot of people are like that, but I can't really say. So I wish I would have said I don't know instead of saying both. But I would say I don't really know for that one.
Okay.
And then, but can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Yeah, you can. You can still.
Okay. So wait, hold on. What grade did I give you?
You gave me a D.
You get an F now. You done fucked up. That's a shame. You just
no.
How you gonna say you could be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Please explain to me.
You can't also think about it like that neither, because a lot of people do put white people in their place, whether they're your spouse or not.
What does that have to do with being pro-black? You think we all just want to put white people in their place?
If we could, shit, yeah.
No, that's not pro-blackness. That's anti-racism.
And then black and white culture, I don't think that they could coexist though. Because it's different cultures. You can't mix bland with seasoned.
Okay, but all right. So back to the one before that, though. You can't be pro-black with a non-black spouse because pro-blackness is going to contradict the best interest of your non-black spouse at some point. Pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. So that means it is not just putting white people in their place. Actually, it's getting the hell away from white people and building for yourself, building amongst ourselves.
Okay, I can see that. Okay, yeah. Okay, then I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That my
Because yeah. All right. Yeah. You can't get the hell away from white people and be married to one at the same time. You know, it's kind of like you want to run from Freddy Krueger, but you want to be engaged. Like, what the hell? You know. Thank you for coming up, Rose. Appreciate you.
no problem. Have a great day, love.
All right, you too. Poetic, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am let's see. I was gonna say the multiracial because my mom is two races and my dad is two races, and I'm in the 40 years old.
Okay, so
Sorry, I'm not young anymore.
no one is technically multiracial. You can be
I hear you.
multicultural.
There's the right answer.
Race.
I like the way you said that, but I have to explain it to people that way because they don't understand culture. They only understand shades.
Is the picture in your profile you?
That's me.
All right,
that's
so
exactly me. I look like my father, and his
Right.
brothers, I wish I could show their pictures, look like black men who happen to be mixed with white men, who it can pass the test. If I
Right.
showed you my Uncle Wesley
So
with the blue eyes
technically,
or the
so
green eyes of my
technically,
Benji,
so
yes.
technically, that makes your race black, but don't know it. That's what we call it.
If you say
Black,
so.
but don't know it. No,
I know
you
what I
definitely.
am.
If
and I
I
know
say
what
so, he's acting like I'm the only one that thinks this.
No, I'm saying it because you'd be surprised. Like when my sister,
We're not surprised.
something
You black as hell.
people are like, "That's not your sister," and I'm like, "That's my sister," but she looks Asian.
Hey man,
and my mom,
ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. We ask you what you are, bro. You,
like,
if your father looked like you.
Much respect. Yo, dude, much respect because my dad came out looking. I should say I should look like him.
I don't care nothing about them. I ain't asked them what they. They not on my lives.
But when you see my sister look like an Asian woman, then you're like, "What the heck? That's not your sister."
And guess what? When I see your Asian,
yeah, my sisters look like Asian.
When I see your Asian ass sister, I'ma still call you a black man. How about
that?
That's
okay. No, I never denied it. I'm not in denial. The people around me are in denial. You understand now? I have to identify because I have to fight this battle every time.
Are you trying to say
my cousin, what's his
name
name again? My cousin, what is? Oh gosh, how can I forget my cousin's name? My cousin Carl.
It don't matter.
His wife.
We don't care about none of
woman.
You're still black.
He's a black man. But because he's mixed
we didn't ask for none of your family history.
So white.
We didn't ask for none of your family history. You black.
I have to give you the history because I go through just like a woman. I am. Yes, I am. But I also explain. Yes, I am black. I am black. But the funny thing is, believe it or not, I'm using words over here now. Words were used to degrade and denigrate us. So even the word black male was meant to like put us down. So I respect my race, my people, everything. But they threw it out there like that so we would hate ourselves. They would put things and they'd say things and make us feel negative. But I accept and love my family. My father is the black Imhotep because Einstein can't compare to my father. And I have to say that Imhotep was smarter.
Okay, so now he's woker than us, but he didn't know he was black a few minutes ago.
No, you're saying that. I never said that.
All right, so check this out.
Do you love yourself?
Hold on, don't talk over the sister. You know what? I'm gonna let Jennifer speak. Jennifer, you came in. You came in kind of hot. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll give you a chance.
If you want me to be like that, I could say the same thing. Well, I'm 15% Japanese. My grandpa's Puerto Rican. Should I say that? Does that make sense? I'm still black.
Yeah, it don't make no sense. Nothing that you said.
I love and accept my.
But here's the thing: you said Imhotep. You mentioned the great scholar Imhotep. That is crazy. So, what did black mean in ancient Kemet?
Oh, let's see. I don't know your definition, and it's okay. You can teach me. You can teach me.
What does the word Kemet mean?
You could teach me.
The Kemet means land of the black. It means black land.
Okay.
So basically, you said that black was a term that was meant to be derogatory. However,
wrong. I did not say that.
Then what did you say?
I said that those Caucasians who took slaves and made great people into, was my meaning, they made us into, they would turn their language to say black as a negative term. They would use like black male to refer to us.
And you agree that it's a negative term?
You're extorting somebody.
Do you agree that it's a negative term?
No.
Okay.
I agree.
Then why did you bring that
up?
Just
like the word Nigerian could be used as the N-word if it was turned around the way. It's not. It's not a negative thing because the word Nigeria is where the three waters come together for unity. So it's a positive thing. and even those people, they will
That
turn
was
positive
nah,
things into
yo, man,
negative
yo,
things.
you really got like I don't know,
Where's
you.
the Five Panthers when you need them, bro?
Yeah,
Where's the
I don't
pause?
know
I'm
what's
sorry, I
going
didn't hear
on,
that.
bro. You don't
You said the
even
fight.
understand context. Nigeria
Okay,
actually is offensive. Nigeria is not even set
it
up to be
is.
a country; it's set up to be a
Okay,
company. I don't
be a
even know if
company.
so that's what I'm
I hear
saying.
you.
Like some of the stuff you're saying sounds good to like someone that doesn't know history, but
Okay.
you gotta learn more context, brother. You know
Well, the
saying
person
that
that I know who
black is
came
a
from there told me
derogatory
that.
saying that
A
black is a
Nigerian who came
term
from
meant to
there told me that.
subjugate you is
So if I'm
equivalent
wrong,
to me calling you a rich wealthy man
I am not
and
rich.
saying
Okay,
that
go ahead.
was derogatory. I'm gonna press you
I
by
never
calling
said
you
that.
rich and
Oh my
wealthy.
gosh, you're mishearing me. You are not. I never said that
You
Nigerians are derogatory. I said that the people turn that word into N word because I've been on chat rooms. And forgive me if I'm a little hot about that. I've been in video games where people start using the N word and they say, "Yeah, that's
Why
because
are
the
we
Nigerians are
talking
this."
about any of this shit? I asked you your race, and you went into 4 different races, and now we're
Yeah,
talking about
because that
Nigerian
was
and
my
ancient
belief.
Kemet.
That's what I
Bro,
believe.
this
Yeah.
is cognitive dissonance. Like, you don't have
Okay.
to do all this explaining. You could have just came up here. Your profile picture looked
Okay.
like. What do you look like? Oh my goodness, you look Nigerian, bro. This man looked like the blackest man I ever seen in my life.
I
Yo,
am.
stop.
I am the blackest
Stop
man you ever
playing in
seen in
my
your life.
black ass face.
I
This
am. I
bullshit.
am the blackest man
Yo,
you ever seen in your life, dog. I'm so black. My resume is overqualified in blackness,
man, you look like
whether
Leroy
you like it or
Jenkins. You
not.
need to stop.
Exactly. No, you need to stop. You ain't listening. That's what you need to do is start, dude. Man, come on, man. Be fair. I'm being respectful here. Come on, man. Don't play that.
All you have to
I
say
have
was,
never been
I'm
ashamed of my
black.
race. You trying to
I
say
would
I'm
have never known
ashamed of
that
my
your
race?
sisters look Asian. I would have never known your
My
brothers
sisters
look
do.
like you.
We didn't
Because
ask
my
you
You
that,
father's mixed.
bro.
asked.
My father's mixed.
But
My
why
father's
did
part
you? No,
Caucasian.
the
But guess
thing
what?
is, I don't think
They
you're
got all the
understanding.
good genes.
Why
They got
did
the
you
black
bring it
genes. I
up?
got the good genes.
Why did
Excuse
you
me.
bring it up? There's no such thing as good genes.
Because
Why did you
actually
bring
there
it up?
is. There's good genes
Actually,
is
there
the
was
ones
another
that help you
there was
live.
another paw that
Oh,
was
okay. We
earlier.
had 3.
Yeah, but the issue is you didn't have to bring it up. You could have said, "Hey, I'm a black man, and this is how I feel." You didn't
Okay.
have to bring up that you looked like anyone. You didn't have to bring up that your family looks, racially ambiguous. You didn't have to bring up any of that, and that's
None
what
of
you need
that.
to understand now.
Why wouldn't I tell you what I believe? If you're gonna
Because
Because
teach
we
me
just asked you
something,
your
hold
race,
on,
because
let
you
bro.
me
think
let
that
me
if
just
you're
tell you
not fully
why. I
black,
said
if
that
you
because
think
this is
that
what
you're
I
not
grew up
fully
with.
black, you don't have good genes. It's what you just said. You said I
I
had
never
good
said I
genes.
don't have. I do have good genes because my family gave them to me. My black side, every side. I'm still alive. I still have a healthy body, healthy mind, but that's only because I do healthy things.
Poetic.
That doesn't mean that I'm
Poetic.
like better than
Poetic.
anybody else.
That's like saying I'm from New Jersey, right? And so that's like
Okay.
saying if someone asks me where I'm from, I'm like, well,
Yeah.
look, you start in Florida, and then you come up to
Okay.
I-95, and then you go up through Georgia and all these other states, and then eventually you get to New Jersey. Like, bro, all you have to do is say, I'm from New Jersey. That's it. You know what I'm
If
saying?
you
We
say
asked
so.
what you are. We didn't ask what your sisters
Mm-hmm.
was. We didn't ask what
Okay.
anybody else. You taking us planes around the world just to tell us who you are, bro. Like, this is
Mm-hmm.
crazy. Like, all you have to do was say I'm a black man, and we could have moved on to the topic. We could have, you see what I'm saying? So you showed your
Well,
anti-blackness right there, and
if
just
you say so. I love my
Doctor.
people.
It's not what
I
I
love
say.
my
So
people.
there's a book on
Matter of
this
fact,
called Dr. Joy DeGroy,
yeah,
Post-Traumatic Slave
it's called
Syndrome,
post-traumatic stress. I read
where
that. I
she
understand
says
it.
that
Hey,
symptom of
hey.
multi-generational trauma is an aversion to identifying with one's own cultural identity. And that's what you have. You have an aversion to identifying with your blackness because no one wants to feel like they're part of the losing team. And we're just calling you out on that. Shout out to everybody that sent the Panther paws through, man. Dang. Y'all got him up out of here. That was crazy. Appreciate you, Leisha. Roy, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Roy?
Oh, here we go. I figured out how to unmute myself. How you doing?
Go ahead, talk to us, Roy.
Can you
Yeah,
hear me
we
okay?
hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm 40. I'm Middle Eastern, and pronouns are he, him. I'm
All
a
right,
guy.
so Middle Eastern as
First
in
of all, I
white.
want to say I love y'all's vibe.
Thank you. Middle Eastern's not a
No,
race. I just need to
I'm brown.
clarify. You just got to
Yeah, I
clarify.
know. That's the thing.
So,
Yeah.
are you
So I'm
Asian
not white
or
or
are
black.
you? Yeah, so but it sounds like you're Asian.
I'm from Israel.
What
I'm from
continent is
Israel,
Israel in?
meaning like I look. Israel is on the border. It's Afro-Asiatic, so
Actually,
we're on the border between North Africa and Asia, right there on the
right,
corner.
no, yeah, but you're on one continent. You're not on both.
Yeah.
But at the
Well,
same time, West Asian, cool. We
yeah.
understand that colonizers invented the construct of Middle Eastern, and we know
Yeah.
that because it's in the name, east of
Yeah.
where, like
Yeah. Well, I
east of
can say
Europe.
we're very
So,
close in
but then here's
complexion
the other
than
thing.
you,
Here's the other thing.
as it seems on
In
the screen.
the
Yeah.
racial construct built
Of
by
America.
white
Yeah.
people, you're right, and it's
In the
not built
racial
by
construct of
America. It was built by
construct of America.
Europeans. In that social construct, you are a white person. So
I don't know.
yeah,
Uh, I don't know because
yeah,
like
you are.
when I get pulled over, I get a squint. Do you know the squint? When the cop comes over to your window and squints at you for a little bit, try to figure out what I am. I'm like that. We're
I
very
don't get the
similar in
squint.
complexion.
I don't get the squint. You know why? Because I'm not white.
Yeah. Well, I'm not white either.
If they got a squint to
Uh,
see it, then unfortunately, I'm gonna
yeah.
have to give you that white cape. Sounds like
It's all right.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that in your opinion, from your eyes, growing up in the culture that you did, yeah, you would see me as that.
Um,
All
it
right.
wasn't invented by me.
Hmm.
It actually subjugates me more than it subjugates you, and you take part in it. Your people do. Your country does.
Not at all.
So yeah, they
But
do.
let's
Israel?
let's
Well,
move
you
to the
talking about
subject
Israel,
if it's
right?
okay with you. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. And so that makes you a white man.
Uh, well, we
It
can
might
agree to
make him
disagree.
something, but I don't think it makes him white.
No, when they
Yeah,
classify
because
him, like if
none
he
of my
was going for a
ancestry came from
job
Europe.
or passport, he's considered under white. You're thinking that because I don't look physically white, that I shouldn't be under white, but
Well,
under
also, none of my
classification is
ancestry
what they
came
put
from
you under.
Europe.
You're
I
what?
understand. It's
Yeah.
not about your ancestors. It's what they classify you under.
Yeah, I understand. I'm listening. I understand the difference. In the American, I'm still getting used to how Americans see things over there. So I'm listening, and I accept that this is how Americans will see me as some
And
degree.
he's trying to localize it to just America, but
Right.
America is what funds Israel, and
Yeah.
also they have the same social construct in Europe.
Well,
Unfortunately, my friend,
America had that
you
one
are
drop rule,
white.
right? The drop of blood thing. That's really weird
And
for
that
me.
has nothing to do with you, unless you have a
Yeah,
black
that's
parent. Do you have a black parent?
no.
Oh,
Both
okay,
my
so you're
parents are
white.
brown, Middle Eastern.
Middle Eastern is not a race once again.
I know. That's the thing. We're not a race. We're not white or black.
No, you're white.
Uh, I'll take it that you'll see me as white. That's all right. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I would love to talk about the subject, though.
All right, I'd like for you to just be real with me.
Yeah,
But
I am real with you.
okay,
All right.
let's talk.
In your
Cool.
passport,
So,
white
yes,
or
Miss
black?
Jennifer?
On your passport, would you put white or black? Because
Oh,
this,
I don't. I don't
well, you have to
participate in
put
that.
something.
No.
He white.
Well,
He
they'll
white.
put you as something.
We are. Listen, he's not going to say it out of his mouth, but he's
Okay.
going to continue to benefit from the privileges of whiteness, and he's going to continue to be white.
It's all conditional too. It depends on who I'm talking to here. But
Well, no. If you have to pray in front of them in order for them to know you're not white, then you're white.
nah. Well, if
'Cause
you see me in
like I
person,
said, they don't squint in front of
yeah.
me. You know. So
Let me put it this way. It's been more than one time that if I'm in an environment when the only other person who's not white is black, they'll come up to me and say, "Oh, I'm glad there's some melanin in here." That happened to me more than once.
that person does not speak for all of us. You know that,
I
right?
know, I know. No one
Okay.
person
Okay.
speak for
All right.
everybody. I agree.
Right. So you
All
white.
right.
Just because someone isn't black doesn't mean that they're not melanated as well.
You know how I know you're white? Because you came up here talking. You didn't mute yourself.
Yeah. I waited, but here we go.
What the hell?
I was trying to figure out how to
They
unmute
the only
myself
ones
over
that
here.
come up here talking. It's crazy. I'm here now. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
a cultural
Well,
thing.
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
It's a good conversation, but somebody left out. Everybody left out one thing, and it's called the pineal gland.
uh-oh. Oh, wait, hold on, Nappy. You about to take us to Mars. Hold on, let him talk. He came up here first. Rowie, go ahead and answer the questions for us. Talk to us.
All right, about the subject, the actual thing of the live right here with interracial relationship and everything. I think it's not our place to judge another relationship. If somebody wants to keep their race going and they want to have kids that are in the same race as they are and they want to, I'll not judge them. If somebody wants to mingle, if somebody falls in love with somebody from an opposite race, who am I to judge them? That's my
Who
point. There's going
judging
to,
anybody?
yeah. All right, so we agree on this. There's yes, there's going to be culture clashes and people learn about each other's culture, but it can also be a good thing. There are
Each
advantages and
other's?
disadvantages of both sides, right there.
Each other's culture?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to see if this is a spider in my crib. But yeah,
Oh,
each other's culture. So what does white culture have to teach me?
what do you mean to teach you? No, it doesn't have to teach
What
you.
you said each other, so you made it seem like there was some sort of cultural exchange that happened. So what does white culture add to me, like that I don't already have in my own culture?
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
don't know
It
either.
depends. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with that
No,
to
no,
actually
no.
make those
It's because it
claims.
doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, my friend.
All right, cool. But my point was that it's not like it's not my place to judge. It's like people do whatever they want. Uh, and I don't understand like why it's a big deal to do one thing or another, to want to keep it within the
You
race
don't
or
know
to
why
want to get
anything is
outside
a
of the
big
race.
deal. You don't know what race you are, and anyone can do anything they want is an answer that you can use to avoid all questions at any time, whenever you want. So, what are you up here for?
Oh, okay. So I actually wanted to ask you, like, why is it a big deal?
He just
Because
told you.
Why? Why is what a big deal?
as an immigrant, like, I don't really get it. So
No,
I'm
as a
here to
white man,
learn.
you
I'm
don't
here to
really
ask
get it,
questions. I'm not
but you
here to
don't have
kind of
to.
make statements right there.
Yo, my beard looks good. I've been using this beard balm, man. Shout out to black creators, man. I gotta get the name of this stuff, man. But anyway,
Yeah.
why is it a big deal is once again a blanket answer that you can say about any question that's ever asked. So what is the purpose of you being up here to just question the purpose of my
I
live?
want to learn.
Learn from the comments. Why'd you come up here? You see, that's the thing. You say you're not white, but you do everything they do.
Do I?
Yeah. You center yourself. You're dismissive of the discussion
Yeah.
about race, and now you came all the way up here and had all this discussion just to say you want to learn and have nothing to add to the live. You have nothing to say to enrich what the conversation that's going on, but you came up here to learn when you could have used Google for free.
Uh, all right. I thought it would be nice to actually ask people that might have a really cool opinion about it. Yeah, it's all right. Well, actually, this experience, I actually learned something from this experience too. But might let's well, I won't tell. Yeah, we can move on if you'd like to. If you don't think this is adding anything to this live, we can move on. It's all right.
No,
I
it's
don't know.
pause. It's
I'm
pause.
listening. Oh yeah.
Is racism. As far
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their culture of being racist. That is the culture of being racist. Trust me.
Oh man, did everyone get dropped? Did everyone get dropped? Did TikTok just drop everybody? Hey, Leisha, could you add people back up here while I look for my background? I don't even know what my background is. I don't know what happened, y'all. That was TikTok. That wasn't me. I didn't drop y'all. I would never. I'm just trying to find the background. We're having technical difficulties. Please bear with us. Okay, everybody.
That's the truth. TikTok really be hating.
Really does. And I appreciate y'all for being patient. Try to run things smoothly.
Choice words. We need to use choice words. That's the only thing I can say. Choice words is part of it. Your views may not be respected by TikTok, and we all must remember that.
Oh yeah, I think we're supposed to say white tea.
True. Yeah, true. Yeah,
That's a bad saying.
did the Matzo Man leave? I think he's gone, right?
Did he leave?
Yeah, I think he's gone. All right. Okay, so I'll pick back up. Where were we? Who should? Oh, Jacob is next. Thank you, Leisha. Yo, Leisha, man, you're doing a great job, man. Jacob, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah. I'm 19 and I'm a white male, so he, him. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm having technical difficulties. I don't know where.
You're good.
I don't know where my original prompt went. It just kind of escaped me. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Talk to us. Answer the questions. Give us your thoughts.
All right. So first one, I would say, I mean, in my experiences, no, but for what other people can be, it would make sense, you know what I'm saying? But I've dated like every other type of I've dated girls that aren't white before, and it's gone fine for me personally, but from other people's perspectives, I can see why it wouldn't. And then for a second one, people do be kind of weird with the whole like preference and like dating and stuff. Like I know people that will only date like one race, and I find that kind of weird. So I agree with that. And well, third question, I'm not really black. I feel like I can't really give an answer to that, you know what I'm saying? But so I'm just not.
If you were with a black woman, would you feel like you're pro-black?
No.
I guess no, but
Don't answer for him, Nappy, please. Come on now. Go ahead. Answer the last question for us, Jacob.
I hope that everyone can eventually work out in a healthy relationship, as that would be great for everyone.
It says cultures.
But for cultures, that's a tough one. Probably not. I would just say probably not overall, because no one's ever. Yeah, at least for me, I think it's fine because I don't really let stuff bother me, so I don't know. But overall, yeah, I don't think that everything could work out. Also, sorry, I'm just kind of nervous, so I don't really join up on live. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. I think I'll grade you a C. You get a C.
All right, that's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you good.
All right.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming up. All right.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
And I'll go
I
to the
knew
next.
the answer. I knew the answer.
Wait, hold on, Nappy, please. Hold on.
All right.
Keep cutting in. All right. Emergency break. What's going on?
How y'all doing?
I'm well, man. How are you?
I'm good. Let's roll through this list. I think the first and the last one got a lot in common because you can't exist together. What is white culture? Racism?
Yeah.
Taken from people?
Yeah.
Like black culture can exist with like Danish culture or like some other culture, but we can't really. White culture is just the opposite. It's just to take away from us, isn't it? That's
Pretty
all I ever
much.
saw
Yep.
about it.
Absolutely.
So when one is set to take away from another, you can't really live together.
Right.
So it's definitely problematic. And because it's a problem, what do you think about people that come up? Are they choosing you just for who you are? No, because the first thing they see is the color of your skin. They see that before they see anything else. It's a fetish. It's a fetish. It's a fetish. I think it's impossible for a spouse to be pro-black because you're trying to build up your community. And as much as someone wants to like build up their community, they're not in your community. And you guys have said it so many times, inevitably you'll have to make a choice. They'll have to make a choice. And the fact that you have to make that choice against your own people is a problem. That's all I wanted to say about it.
Absolutely. Well, appreciate
you talk about Dr. Cress Welsing all the time. I just got the ISIS paper book.
nice.
I'm only on a couple chapters, but I read her, listened to her YouTube thing. I think she's super interesting. I think everybody
Yeah.
should go read the book. ISIS
Yeah.
Papers, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing.
Absolutely. The crest theory, man. She really breaks it down. There's also a interview she does on interracial relationships. If you type in Dr. Frances Cress Welsing interracial in YouTube, it's basically the 1980s version of this live, where she does a better job than me. She's a doctor, clinical psychologist, so she does it way better. But yeah, if y'all want to check that out and get to the root of what this live is about, check that out on YouTube. All right. Yes, R.I.P. Dr. Francis, the great ancestor, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. And emergency break, I'm gonna just mute you because you got a little feedback, but I appreciate you sharing with us. I'm gonna go to the next guest. That would be, I think it's Jada Boo. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yes, I'm 34, black, and I am a woman.
All right, thank you. And go ahead, talk to us.
Well, I'm not gonna say I feel like everyone who dates outside their race is in America, at least. Sorry, I don't feel like we're fetishized by everybody. As far as, when we do decide to marry outside of our race, but I do feel like there is a majority. I feel like when, not even so far as just marriage, just most sexual encounters might be because of a fetish, and I can see that. My thing is though, because I'm not a, it's just us against them all the time type of person. My stepmother, recipes to her, she was Hispanic. I have white tea friends.
You muted yourself, Jada Boo.
I like to do things. If anybody follows my
Jada.
things, if anybody follows my, I'm sorry, things is just calling my phone. I'm sorry, things is
Bring the menu down on top of your screen, and she dropped. Yeah, that was crazy, man. I hate that TikTok does that, man. I guess we'll go to Nappy Root next. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
59. Black American, more. Um, as far as our relationships, the thing is, we as a nation, as a country of people, and I grew up black, I think we need to build our communities ourselves. We can't get government assistance because they want to give you a stipulation behind the monies. And the ones that get the monies, our so-called leaders, we never really see anything being done with it. You know what? I mean, I'm confused about that to this day. You know, we had the Jesse Jacksons back in the day and the L Sharptons. Well, they put L on MSNBC, and I can't even believe they even put him on there. But see, our problem is with them. You know, we got to do our best in our community, especially with our younger youth coming up. We have to keep it bug in their ears. How you doing in school? How's your grades? You A, B, C student? You got to pick, you know, that's how I am. And I think if more of our people did that to our young brothers and young sisters coming up, it'll give them a little self-esteem because we don't know. They might not get that at home. You know what I'm saying? I'm sad to say there are many that don't get that at home. You see, so I think that's one way to start. They're learning and they're going to become older just like I am. At my age, I'm surprised that there's so many young people that's 19 and 20 that were learning the things I was learning when I was like 24. You see what I'm saying? So they're kind of on the same sheet, but a little bit younger, and they're understanding a lot of things that they're seeing. So, you know, it's we didn't design the world. We didn't make colonism or cause countries that were colonized to be just rampantly having their resources stolen. But so just like Africa, they're trying to make one country over there. And you know, that's a problem because they got all the resources in the world to where that nation should not be a poor person in Africa with all those resources. So we can say that greed and colonizing over there has been a great issue of that nation. And you talk to an African, they'll tell you, well, you ain't heard all this yet. So, you know, so we have to be understanding of all, you know, not just America, but our African people too as well. So I'm gonna let somebody else comment on whatever they had to say.
Okay. Did anybody want to respond?
What's it mean to grow up black?
Was that
You
Peter?
aren't, right?
Hold on. Was that Peter?
No, no. Hi guys, brothers, sisters, comrades.
Wait,
That
hold
was not
on. I'm
me.
trying to understand who asked that question.
Emergency
Sorry,
asked
that was me. That was emergency.
Okay. Hold on, Peter. Emergency. What was your question?
The older man said he grew up black, and I was wondering like what's it to grow up black? You either are or you aren't. Whether you grow up in a more stable or less stable place, you still black wherever you are. And then you said like more and all that. Like, did you grow up black and now you're something else? I just wanted to understand what he was trying to say.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I'm a Moroccan, but I know my heritage, but I grew up in America. So I'm labeled that.
Wait, so
But even though
you're
I know who I
from
am,
Morocco?
my ancestors, yes.
So your ancestors from Morocco, which is in Africa.
North Africa.
We don't need to get specific. Still Africa.
Well, a lot of people don't know that unless you tell them. Some people don't even realize that Israel's in North Africa. So it's just a point to make. That's all that is.
Israel's not in North Africa. It's in West Asia.
No, it's not. It's in North Africa.
No, it's not. It's in West
No, it's
Asia.
not. North Africa.
No, West Asia.
But it's attached to Africa. That's what the colonizers did. North Africa. Egypt is in Africa.
Prove your point.
I'm not going to prove it.
Why do you say what you said? Prove your point for the live. If you want to go against what Legend is saying to you, prove your point. How is it? Prove your point.
North Africa.
Let's hear this nonsense.
North Africa. I don't need to prove a point because it's fact. Do your
So
research.
The burden of truth falls upon the
Egypt
wait,
is
hold
in
on,
Africa
hold
Hold on,
too.
on.
everybody stop.
Egypt
Hold on,
is in
Mama.
Africa
That's the
too.
reason I jumped
Is
in
that
like
is
that.
that
But
is
prove
that
your
East?
point, brother, because you ain't
Is
making
that the
sense.
Middle East? Is Egypt in the Middle East? No, it's in Africa too.
Egypt is in Africa. It is on the African continent.
Thus Israel too.
West Asia was also colonized by Africans back in thousands of years ago. But
just a few
however, you
by the
being
Mali
from
Empire.
Morocco don't got shit to do with Israel. So we're talking about Morocco, which is on the African continent. You say you're from Morocco, but it feels like, I could be wrong, it feels like what you're trying to say is you're a special type of black
No,
and
I
not
didn't
just
say
an
that.
African American like the rest of us.
Didn't
And
say that.
you're trying to trace your lineage back without going through the transatlantic slave trade, and just to say that your ancestors are part of the Moors that chose to come here with Spain. Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I didn't say that. I
Okay.
didn't say that.
So what makes you, are you an Arab?
No.
All right. So you're a black person.
Yeah, my people were slaves too as well.
We are all slaves to suffering, brother.
Wait, hold on, Peter. God damn it.
Peter,
Please
stay
stop.
muted, or you'll
So
be dropped, man. Let Legend and Nappy
what
Root have the conversation.
what do you mean when you say my people were slaves too as well?
Yeah, because that's what my ancestors taught me. Fortunately,
What do you mean by
by the
as
grace of
well
God,
though? Like do you mean
I said
like as
my people
opposed
and my
to,
family,
you
my
mean as
elders,
opposed to like
my
my
grandmama,
black
my elders,
ancestors, your ancestors were enslaved
my
as well?
elders taught me that. My grandmama taught me that.
And so grandmama
Rest
was
in
lying.
soul. She was an old woman when she died, and humble she was.
And you saying she was lying?
I never said that.
So what do you mean by as well? I don't know. There's a little bit of like an aversion to identifying with your cultural identity here. There's like a you trying to
Well,
like,
I think not just myself. I would say that I'm still learning a lot of things too. I have a book of the family that I've been doing a lot of research on too as well. That speaks a lot of things that I received years ago, but I just looked through bits and pieces of it. So I'm still learning a lot of things as well.
you don't sound like no Moroccan I've ever heard of.
I
But
don't speak the
I'll
language.
tell you
I
this
speak
right now.
English. I don't speak the
If
language.
your grandma was in America here, when she was born, then you just as black as anybody else.
I didn't say I wasn't.
You,
You the one
you
that
kind
took
of
it there.
did, because I asked what your
I
race
didn't. I
was, and
never said I wasn't. You
you
said
said
that.
you said black, and then you said more, and I'm like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying, though. So you do claim to be black.
Of
That's all.
course.
That's all it
Of
takes. You
course.
being from Morocco don't got nothing to do with it.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm
I'm
just
listen.
one
I'm
that's
But my
listen.
thing
learning.
is,
I don't
homie
ran into a
said
lot of y'all.
Israel is part of that whole Israel situation. That's what I'm still trying to understand, brother. Can you prove your claim? Because I need that
I know
wisdom
what
in
he's
terms of
getting
what.
at. See, the thing
Yeah,
is,
but the
but
way he
speak.
broke it
Look at
down,
the map.
No, but
Pull up
nah.
speak.
your
But wait,
map.
hold on. Let me explain
Pull up
this. Let
your
me
map
explain
and
this
look
to
where
speak.
it's at.
Nappy. Let me explain this to speak. What the Moors, the Pretendians, what else we got? The Hebrew Israelites. What they all have in common is that they take from Pan-African scholars. They take the truth that was uncovered through years of research and dedicating their lives to uncovering the history of African people. They take those true facts and then they add anti-blackness to it, because they don't learn the facts and then like consciously become aware of themselves. They add anti-blackness to it and then they use it as an excuse.
So at one point, the Middle East, what we now call it, was African territory. It was owned by Africans. And that's word to Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen. That's John Henrik Clark.
Yep.
The Bible is an African historical textbook.
Yes.
So that at one point is true. However, when we talk about Middle Eastern people and we're talking about the Middle East, what he's trying to say is that, he's a Moor, and because he's from North Africa, just like the Jewish people are technically from a place that was once considered North Africa, even though it wasn't considered North Africa ever. But he's trying to say because it was once a colonized land by Africans, that he's a little bit removed from the continent because he's from Morocco, which is north, he's not one of you sub-Saharans. He's not one of you Bantus. He's one of the northern elite Africans. You know what I'm saying?
Separation at its finest.
No,
I got you.
You feel me?
See, y'all trying to gang up, but see, if I went over there in Morocco, they'll look at me like I'm a piece of shit.
I believe him.
Oh, I know it. So I mean, it's like we got to realize that we all have our own heritage years and years and years ago, 3-4 generations, and we got to realize we can't go on with what they write in the books. We got to do our own research too. Is all I'm saying.
We did our research, but you know what else we did? We decolonized, we re-Africanized, we reoriented ourselves in our history. So that way when we look at the facts, we don't have the anti-blackness that was taught to us with us. We're able to get rid of that. We put that aside, and then we learn our history. When you just learn your history without the facts, you'll say, oh, wow, black people came to this continent before Columbus? We're all Native Americans. Oh, wow, the people in the Bible were black? We're the true Hebrew Israelites. Oh, wow, the Moors conquered Spain? We're the Moors. We're not Africans. So you're using the truth from the Pan-African scholars, but you didn't decolonize. You didn't get rid of the anti-blackness first, and so that's where it becomes problematic.
Not to me, maybe to y'all, but not to me.
I don't think you're going to see that, but I hope y'all getting some value out of what I'm talking about here. I appreciate you, TikToxic, man. Thank you for joining us. TikToxic, one of the scholars. He in the comments. Y'all want TikToxic to come up here?
Let him come on in. Let him come on in. I need to learn some extra things too.
Yeah. Well, we gotta keep it pushing. We got more people up here. Thanks for joining us, Snappy. I'll keep it pushing. Everybody down below, if you could, please tap like. We're trying to get to 100K. Send some gifts, even if it's just a few roses. My co-host is up here today. I got Speak with me, and my sister Jennifer is here as well. Send some gifts, tap like as you listen along to let the algorithm know that you're getting some value here. And keep them Panther paws ready too. You know what I'm saying? If we gotta get rid of somebody, send them Panther paws through. Appreciate the gifts, Jennifer. Peter, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hi guys, I am 22. I go by he, him. Currently in the Middle East as a representative Communist Party.
All right, I'm gonna say this one more time. The Middle East is a place, not a race. The Middle East is a place, not a race. So
well, I go by.
If I'm from the Middle East, can I say my race is Middle Eastern? Am I no longer a black man?
You are a black man racially, but let's remember race is a.
So that's what I asked you for, your race. So what is your race?
Well, I am probably described as white, European descent.
All right.
But not to my dear brother. I feel like talking and including race and ethnic heritage in every conversation we talk about. We contribute to the past scars of colonialism. We bring colonialism back.
And you would rather us just ignore it and it make you feel more comfortable?
Well, we are all from a shared genome in Africa. We are all Africans. We are all humans. And I think we should move forward as a species, not as a race or as a nationalist movement.
So you're saying we're all Africans.
Well,
care to expound on that?
Yes, brother. We all evolved from Africa, from a common ancestor. That is what I believe. That is what that's the science that I uphold as a epistemological philosopher. So I do not uphold any religious dogma. I believe in fact of inquiry.
I believe that we are all formed from cosmic dust. Do you believe that?
Well, that is a profound fact. Yes, brother.
Okay. So we're not really from Africa. We're really from the cosmos.
Well, we cannot be from the cosmos if we are not in the cosmos. The cosmos is within our perception of it. Sorry, it's the philosophy coming through.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So basically, we're just matter moving through life or matter having a living experience of some sort.
That's a great inquiry. I'd probably answer it as we perceive there to be something rather than nothing. But if there was no perception, we could not perceive nothing or something. So it's a profound mystery.
Wow. And it honestly is a great way to dilute the conversation to just asking you what your race is and ending up talking about the cosmos and such,
well, I mean,
and so much.
But of course, in South Africa, I am classified as of European descent.
I mean, sounds about white to me. European descent. I mean, Europe is a social construct. Shoot, walking on two legs is a social construct. So why does it all matter, you know? I think you should tell Europeans this, that we're all from Africa. Go tell them that we're all from Africa and then free the Congo. They should free the Congo because they're from there too.
Like Karl Marx said, nothing happens without revolutionary cause.
Ain't no way.
Right. I hear you. So go ahead, talk to us about the questions. How do you feel about that?
That it is important to notice that when we do inquiry into our own consciousness, we realize how we as humans have no shame, and that is
what I realized. I realize how European descendants have no shame, and how they distance themselves from their whiteness when Black people talk about oppression. They instantly become like some higher being of. We're all from Africa from 300,000 years ago. So race doesn't even exist if you close your eyes. Wow. Just because it might be a conversation that leads to them feeling a little uncomfortable and being held a little accountable, we end up talking about these grand concepts of humanity instead of just focusing on an oppressive caste system that forces its way into Black neighborhoods. It's kind of
well, my brother, I'd be happy to tell you that I'm not ashamed in any way to be classified as white, simply for the fact that I uphold the fact that by the amounts of melatonin that evolution has caused me to carry, I am now classified as white, but I don't think at all that is what makes me inherently good, bad, selfish, or a dictator by that matter. I think the problem
inherently it makes you a danger to Black people in discussions about race. And I think that's what you guys struggle with, because even though you don't think you're inherently good because you're white, the word white does have a good, pure, innocent connotation to it. So you're used to being innocent till proven guilty. But when we have discussions about race, you're guilty till proven innocent. When we're talking about oppression of black people, you're guilty till proven innocent. And I think you said you're in South Africa as a Dutchman. You're
Well,
definitely guilty.
I'm not in South Africa. I'm currently in the Middle East as a
Oh,
representative.
okay, all right.
Yes, but I
Thought you
just need
said you were in
to
South
correct
Africa.
myself. I meant
Oh
to
my
say
goodness, that'd be horrible.
pigmentation. Sorry, not melatonin. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
running up and down in the consult.
All right.
Peter, can you
And
answer the question? Come
yeah,
on.
let's get to the
We need you to
question.
answer the questions, man, because this is not going. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be patient. We need you to answer the questions so we can get to the next person. Please.
I've been waiting.
Peter, you're muted.
Sorry, okay. This is my answer. Is apparently something bad to interracial relationships when you perceive it as interracial and not as two of the same species going into a relationship.
Peter, if you do this delusional dilution bullshit one more time, we are talking about the construct of race. Do you understand? Do you do this when we talk about basketball teams? Or I don't know. Do you watch any sports? You watch your two soccer teams play, and do you say, well, in truth, no team will ever win because they're just kicking a ball into the net, and technically they're both from the same team, the human team. Do you do this with everything?
That's
Like, we're talking about race. Stay on the topic.
But you do realize that race is a subjective inquiry, right?
Peter, answer the questions.
I don't think that there's inherently
Read what's
anything
on the green
problematic.
screen. Answer the questions. You are wasting time. We're
Well,
trying to get to the
my friend,
live. You're
either
talking too much.
you can either
Using
ask
too
me
many
my
words to
opinion
say
or you may
nothing.
not.
Can you
So I'm
please
giving you my
answer the
opinion.
questions?
So if you'd
There's
like to,
4 questions on the green screen. We need you as a guest to answer the questions.
yes,
Please
my
and
dear
thank you.
inquirer, but I cannot answer the question if I do not have the opportunity to finish my sentence, right?
We don't care about your sentence. We need you to just answer the questions so we can get to the
I will
point.
not inquire into this.
We need you to get to the point.
All right, stop. Speak, man. Speak, man. You got too much of a hot temper, bro. This takes finesse, man. I'm telling you. But shout out to everybody that sent the Panther pause.
Oh, I'm trying to be.
I know, man, but you can't let them get to you, brother. Come on now.
I know.
This is typical behavior for them. You gotta just let them. You know what I'm saying? It's just typical behavior. He ain't say nothing that wasn't expected. I wanted him to get to the questions too, but you know, it hurts their brain to be able to be held accountable like that.
Brother, this man sat up there and did acrobats with words, man.
I know, and
Come
sometimes you gotta let him. You know what I'm saying? Because he definitely.
But he got melatonin. He don't have melanin. He said so. I can't. That's what threw me off.
He definitely gave us enough for me to teach some of the brothers and sisters down in the comments, because I seen them appreciating it. You know, we're not up here to change nobody's mind. We hope that people that are watching get value from what we're having in these discussions, the discourse, so that y'all can counter some of these narratives in your life. Someone approach you trying to dilute the conversation of your oppression down to we were all humans and we're all from Africa. Now you just seen how we were able to unpack that. You know, now you have something to think on.
I feel you. Let me say this real quick. I'm a fall back. You know me. We got to get to 90K in the next 20 minutes. Everybody in the comment section, tap the screen, fill up the red bar 2 or 3 times. Let's get to 90K. All those the comment section will be removed. Make sure y'all gift the host. He got 1 out of 20 of these hand hearts. It's 300 people in here. Ain't no way in hell he can't get these 20 hand hearts. Gift the host, tap the screen, and share the live. And I'm going to be quiet and be patient today, goddammit.
Yeah, be patient, yeah. Appreciate you, Speak. All right. And I'll go to the next guest. I think I missed it, Leisha. I'm not sure. I might have missed it. Did Leisha say anything? Who's next? Josh. Okay, thank you, sister. Josh, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yo, what's good, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hold on,
Hey,
Josh. My
PQ, P
apologies.
calls is next, and then it's Josh, I think.
My apologies, Josh.
Yeah.
We're gonna go right above you, and we'll come right to you next.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
PQ, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I'm Priscilla. My age is 53, and I'm a so-called black person.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And could you so-called answer the questions for us, please?
I'm gonna try my best. Yes.
All right.
Okay. I can't see it because there's a lot of blockage up there, but I think it say can interracial, and it's a star. I can't see what that says.
Interracial relationships be problematic.
Problematic. Okay. And I'm yes, it can be. Why? It's a lot of different reasons. Here's one I know for sure that I don't agree with: the Second Amendment. In the Second Amendment, and I know this is supposed to be an old amendment, and they say it don't exist, but it still do. As you can see, that white lady, oops, oh gosh, non-melanated. I can't say that because they kicked me off last time. Person who did what she did to the so-called black person got away with it. Okay, so it's a lot of problems behind that. Like I said, the Second Amendment is one main problem that we have in our in these relationships, and people don't believe on it, and it's vice versa, because you get the looks, you get the talking, you get da 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 da. A lot of things in the Bible goes against it. So that's for that first question.
So the Second Amendment, okay, I'm lost. So what's your answer to it? Short answer.
The short answer to that question, the first question,
is that it is problematic.
Yes, it's very problematic. But
Okay.
the Second Amendment is, if you go into the Second Amendment, they say they abolished it, and they really didn't, because they'll use it. But you have to go
I
into it.
think you're talking about the
Don't you mean the 13th Amendment? Oh,
Is it
Lord.
second? I think it's yeah.
The Second Amendment is click clack pow.
Okay. It may not be the Second Amendment.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out where you was going with this. I'm about she a true revolutionary. She revolutionary as hell. She talking about.
I know it's an amendment because that's how a lot of back in the days the non-melanated women got away with, taking out people, the so-called black people.
I think
So
that's
it still exists. That's what I'm saying. It still exists. I mean, you have to go look and research a lot of people. That's how that one police lady went in there and did what she did to that other cop when she went into his house, and she's off. She ain't go to jail. None of that. So it can be problematic. Okay.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Okay, and is a preference fertilization? Yes, with fertilization, that's a problem too. Okay, take for instance, you get two dogs, and and this is a funny thing. You have two dogs, and you always say, "We don't want a mutt." Everything is different, but when it comes to human race, in our DNA, it proves that we are not the same. Okay. So you can take two dogs and say, I don't want a mutt, and I want to breed a full breed dog. I'm just using this as a reference. A full breed dog.
It's not a good
You
reference. You
need
gotta
to
be careful.
mute your mic.
I know.
Mute your mic, man.
Gotta be careful talking about animals.
I'm talking about. Oh gosh, can't even say nothing about animals.
Okay, you just gotta be careful.
Take a pit bull and a mating. That's what it is. I'm about to skip that because it's so sensitive in TikTok. So, I mean, that was just a little bit of something. I'm gonna go to the next one. Can you be pro-black with a? I guess that's a I can't see a
non-black spouse.
Spouse.
Be pro-black with a non-black spouse.
Pro-black with a non-black spouse. No. That's it for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
And can black and white culture fully coexist in healthy? No, that's a no for me too. And that goes back into that goes into eugenics. Or was the second one for the Oh no, you know what? The second one was for eugenics, but I couldn't say it. But yeah, they can coexist, but it's not a healthy existence. It won't be a healthy existence. Like I said, I can't say too much what I want to
So
say.
for the second one, you was about to use eugenics?
Fertilization, yes. You know what eugenics is, right?
Yeah, it's something that we shouldn't be using as Black people.
If you come up with how you put something in the dictionary, you can't use it. You have to think about it. Really think about it.
There's no genetic difference between.
I said eugenics. Do you know eugenics means to decrease something out? I can't even go into it fully. Look up eugenics and get the full understanding.
I know what the hell eugenics is. That's something that Schmittler believes. You know who Schmittler is?
Yeah, but it's true. Eugenics is true because when you dilute something,
Auntie,
when you dilute something, you know what I'm saying? When you dilute something, you can be diluted, right? You get that understand. I can't put it. I can put it. Now
There's dominant and recessive traits in human beings.
Huh?
There's dominant and recessive traits.
That's mental.
But you can't dilute humanity into a different form of humanity.
Not into humanity, but wipe out something. Yes, you can. Because I mean, do you want me to explain it?
No, you can't wipe out something.
You could try.
There's a social construct. No, I don't want you to explain that racist shit. To be honest,
it's not racist.
No, yeah, it's racist. Eugenics is racist as hell. All the doctors that did the founding of eugenics.
What do racist mean? When you say it's racist, what do racist really mean?
It's a biological backing to the reason why white people are seen as superior and Black people inferior. That is racist.
That's from their perspective, though. I'm saying when you have eugenics.
So you believe we have different DNA than white people?
If we got 9 series and they have 6 series, I mean, yes, we have.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
yeah.
It's a difference. It's a big difference.
It's a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole.
I think you should get off of the topic. At this point, I feel like she's trying to.
Yeah, because you're gonna get my live shut down, Auntie. That is
talking about eugenics is good.
Do better. Yeah.
Listen, let me say this. Hold on, y'all. Everybody stop. Hold on.
I did never say eugenics.
When y'all hear, sister, hold on. When y'all hear these buzzwords, these red flag words, y'all have to type F1 in the comments. No matter who it is, if we got a sister or somebody up here, y'all have to type F1 to protect the live.
Okay.
Because a conversation can happen. Ma'am, you talking in circles, excuse me.
No,
that's crazy. But I hear some of what you're saying, but you're also giving me a headache, respectfully.
No,
but when y'all hear some of the stuff, y'all got to type F1 to protect the live.
Okay, I understand that.
Go ahead,
I never said eugenics was good.
Yeah.
What did it mean to be eugenics being good? I never said it was good. I was trying to get an explanation out to what eugenics is. I never said it was a good thing. It's a bad thing.
Yeah, but some of the things you're saying is dangerous in terms of what this live is about and the fact that what legend, like the platform, you have to protect the platform. And I feel like you've been on these panels before and you should know better. But at the end of the day, be mindful of your words because we are on TikTok. You have to be mindful of what you're saying up here.
But I'm not saying,
but go ahead,
if I'm saying a word that exists into the English language, it shouldn't be nothing bad. If
it's not the words you're using, it's the logic that you're using.
I never gave it definition.
I know what you're about to say. You're about to go into Layla Africa, about to tell me how we're 9 ether beings and
I don't even know what that is. No, I was not.
You just said we have 9 something DNA. You just said we have different.
That's just facts.
Yeah, no.
What?
No. We're not about to sit up here and say that there's a different racial makeup of Black people than other human people. Now, there's different ways in physical traits and attributes and how we present, but that doesn't make us some other type of human being.
I didn't say that. I never said it was another type. there is a. I'm not even. I don't. That's why when you ask these questions and you can't ask these questions because it's sensitive to
To be
TikTok.
honest, let me explain to
it's
you
not.
why you could have answered this question without bringing up all that nonsense you just brought up. You could have just
Nonsense.
said it's nonsense. It's
There's
nonsensical.
there's never been an
There
amendment.
are dominant and recessive traits. That's not the same thing as race DNA because there are black people with some of these recessive traits. So there is no such thing as race and DNA coming together and proving you right. You went the wrong way. It is a fetish because race is a system built to oppress people. It is not a neutral category. It's not a natural category. You can't say that you have a preference for your favorite flavor of oppression. That's what makes it a fetish. There's no one physical attribute to black people that you can say, I prefer black men because XYZ. Unless you're a black woman that can then it's not a fetish. Then it's just self-love. Because if you're a black woman, that is different. We can talk about that another time. But when we're talking about interracially, you can't say you have a preference for a certain race without it being a fetish. See how I didn't have to go into biology there? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
No biology. Okay. Gotcha.
you see what I'm saying? Like when you get into biology, now you're backing up pseudoscience that says, we're all, different. It's kind of weird. Thank you for coming up, though. I think, was that 5 yet? Are we at 5? Oh, we got one more. Okay. So I'm gonna go on to the next guest. Thanks for playing. Have a nice day.
Man, bye, Felicia.
That was crazy. I'm sorry, y'all. Hey man, thank y'all for typing F1 in the comments. Also type it hashtag free Congo. Hashtag free Congo. Let the Congolese brothers know we in here. The Congolese sisters know that we support them. Hashtag free Congo. Let the algorithm know. I've got some videos on my page that's hopefully going to direct some people, especially the brothers and sisters, to direct our geopolitical awareness from Palestine to the Congo. We can free Palestine by freeing the Congo, y'all. We all we got to do is focus on ourselves. The Western powers cannot oppress other people without their battery. Their battery is oppressing our people in the Congo.
So let me say this real quick before the next person come up. Listen, when y'all jump on this panel, y'all have to mute immediately. Secondly, with this live stream, it's a conversation. Like we said to the two people, or more so the person before this woman who got kicked, you're expected to come up here and answer the questions. You can damn near say what's necessary without saying buzzwords that's going to get the live access clip. The reason you cannot, we all know we on TikTok at the end of the day. Be mindful of what you're saying up here, especially if you're a black person. But like I said before, if you hear something that you know is a red flag situation, everybody in the comments needs to type F1. Opposition is welcome, but the whole point of the live stream is to have a conversation. That's what this is about. It's a conversation. Keep tapping the screen. Make sure y'all in the comments are mindful of those buzzwords. And we're going to keep it pushing, man. Josh is next.
Go ahead, Josh. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Hey, yo, what's good, guys? My name is Josh. I'm 26, and I am white.
Thank you, Josh. Answer the questions. Give us your thoughts.
Okay, so keep in mind, I'm just going in this with an open mind. So honestly, I'm more than welcome to hear y'all's thoughts as well. But as of right now, for me, I'm in a interracial relationship myself with a black woman, and we have been together over a year now. And
That's strike one.
Oh, that's strike one.
Yeah, we don't need you to tokenize. If 2 plus 2 equals 4, we don't need to know what you have for breakfast.
Sorry. I apologize. I did not mean to go in that disregard. Okay. Let me just put it this way. Can interracial relationships be problematic? Honestly, they could be. Some people in society are like not really very accepting in terms of like interracial relationships in general. People will stare at you. People will not. They're not really more so open-minded or get or more like how can I put this? It's basically they are not really very accepting, because like some cases, like if you have seen people, like let's just say they're in different kinds of interracial relationships, that's when people are just very they're just very judgmental. Like I don't like I noticed a massive difference when I'm just like walking in by myself, and then all of a sudden when um the one I'm walking with somebody else, like you can feel the stares, you can really feel it. So that's where I feel like it's definitely not for the weak of mind. And I will say that it could be problematic in that regard.
So problematic to you, the individual.
It could be either or, but like only if you don't care. Like if you don't care about the stares, or you don't care what other people think about your relationship, then that's different.
How do you think it impacts the black community?
In terms of being in a interracial relationship? Honestly, it depends how you look at it. Some people could just be like accepting, love is love, or some people could just be like, yeah, like why are you with a white person? Like you got to be your own kind.
You're
That's
talking
basically
about
betrayal.
emotions a lot. I'm not. I'm talking about, talking about an oppressed people with their own goals and aspirations, self-determination.
Right.
I'm talking about a people that have struggled and continue to fight for their own liberation. How might do you believe an interracial relationship can be problematic towards the best interests of that group?
I would say it could.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna say like it could be. Yeah, it could.
All right. Continue.
Is it a preface or a fetishization? I think. See, like that one's a tricky one because, because like the thing is, it would be deemed as a fetishization if a white man were to date a black woman, because most cases it's just like, when you look at like societal standards, when it comes down to like when a black man dates a white woman, some people like approve of that, but when it comes down to like white man dating a black woman, it gets like negative connotation, and some people deems it as like like the white man is just the white man is fetishizing the black woman, right? So I completely
I would say they're both equally vilified, but I would say the one that's more vilified is black men with white women.
Right. That's why I think it could be labeled as like a fetish, but like if you have a preference of like, on a certain person that you want to date them, by all means, but I understand that it could be labeled as a fetish. Yeah.
So what is one racial preference?
So one racial preference, you could be, you want to like, like if a black person wants to date like another black person, and like, that's a preference, or like
it's not a racial preference. If a black person does anything towards another black person, race is probably not the first thing in their mind. They're not doing it because the person is black.
So you're talking about physical attributes then? Like,
No, not even just physical attributes. On the continent of Africa, people don't walk around calling each other black all day because they're surrounded by black people. So when a black woman loves a black man, race has nothing to do with it. If she says she prefers a black man, what she really means is she prefers people in her own community, people in her own culture, someone like her family member, someone like her father that raised her. That's why the topic is interracial. So if a white woman were to say she prefers black men, what about black men would qualify that as a preference and not a fetish? Like, what could it be?
like I guess like if a white woman like were to prefer a black man, maybe because like he's tall, or maybe he just goes in the NBA, or maybe
then why wouldn't she say she prefers basketball players or tall men? Why would she say black men?
they should. I honestly think they should, because honestly, like,
but you see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
her
yeah, yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah. Like, I get what you're saying.
that I prefer black men because they're usually taller in the NBA is a stereotype, and that's her fetishizing race. So it's
Which
her
is valid. That's valid.
fetishizing. Fetishizing is when you minimalize someone down to one specific attribute. So I'm minimalizing your entire identity down to an attribute. For example, if I walk up to a woman and she's intelligent, she's smart, she knows how to hold a conversation, and I say, "Hey, nice sweater bunnies." You know what I'm saying? Like, I just minimalized her down to her physical attribute. She'll probably smack me. So it's the same thing when white people say, "I like black men." It's because you're minimalizing us down to a racial category that oppressed our ancestors.
Can that also be deemed as a microaggression as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because like I understand that like some people that like who have like personal preference, like some people could also want mixed kids too, which could also be a bit problematic as well, because some people may only want to date a black person just for the sake of having mixed kids, and all of a sudden for clout, and that's honestly disgusting to me. So
that's not why they do it.
That's not why they do it.
Nah, they want. I mean, clout is. I mean, it gets deep. It gets deep. I could break it down for y'all another time, but
that's fine. Deep. That's fine.
Yeah. There's a psychologist that broke that down. Go ahead. Third question.
Okay, gotcha. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Honestly, I don't know if I am qualified to answer that question, but I would say most likely no, but it depends on how y'all perceive that, but I don't really have a full answer for that.
So do you think pro-black, when you say you're not qualified, do you think that pro-blackness is whatever most black people agree pro-blackness is?
Can you give an example?
Like, if I said it was pro-black for me to scratch my nose and most black people disagreed with that, would it still be pro-black?
I would say,
man, never mind.
No.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
Stumped on
I
me
can
with that
smell.
question.
I can smell the
point.
smoke from his gears turning in his head. He can't.
Oh no, I get what you're saying. Like I'm trying not to overthink this, but I get what you're saying.
Most black people. We'll talk about that another time.
Yeah. No,
go
I get
ahead.
it. I get what you're saying.
Let's keep going. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship / family?
Yeah. So can a black and white culture fully coexist in a healthy relationship family? Honestly, if there's a lot of communication and they and understand the system that that the most of North America or most of the world has put on with society, I would say that as long as you communicate and understand, but also completely understand how society views black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship. As you understand and you have that conversation, then yes. But other than that, if you don't think that's the case, then that's probably not the field that you should go into.
All right. So the nuance in this question is that black and white are not two categories which are natural and neutral. They're actually two parts of a caste system that is oppressive towards black people. But let's go with what you said. You said that they can coexist depending on if everyone's respectful, basically. So let's name some of the things that exist because of black culture. Music, let's say hip hop. What else do we got? Food, let's say fried chicken. Let's say what else do we got, y'all? Hair grease, let's say fashion, yeah, Jordans. So what
would you say is white culture? What's the food of white culture?
That's the problem, because like I think white culture takes everything from various different cultures, and they don't really have their own. That's the problem.
Right, that's the problem.
Raisins.
That's why they can't fully coexist, because one culture was built to steal and the other culture was built to survive being stolen from.
Which is which I am aware of that. That's why I just think like that's why also on top of that like I don't know if this kind of like correlates with the same thing, but like if you were to like, let's just say if a white person does braids and you're in that kind of relationship, that would also be a sign of disrespect as well.
Right, because it's like me giving your mother a black eye, and then next time she sees me, I've got black stuff all around my eye because I thought it looked cool when I gave her a black eye.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it looked cool, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it was fashionable when she had a black eye, even though I'm the one that gave it to her. So, you know what I'm saying? Like when white people appropriate from black culture, a culture that was created in the survival of conditions brought on by white subjugation, black oppression. So you see what I'm saying? Somebody needs to hold on. Someone got to mute. I'm not sure what happened. Somebody has to mute. I don't know what that was. But yeah, so that appropriation is highly offensive to us because a lot of things that are in black culture is surviving white people stealing shit. And so, yeah. We'll leave it there, man. You made it through. I'll give you a D plus because you were just confused about
I
everything.
want to ask Josh a question.
Go ahead.
Josh, when you're cooking food, do you wash your meat, your chicken? When you're making chicken, do you clean your
meat
chicken?
Is crazy, bro.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's how I went to that.
Do you wash your chicken? Damn.
Hey, hold on. Wait.
Damn, man.
Hold up. No. Absolutely not.
Hold on.
Meat and chicken are
the
separate.
question was,
Absolutely
when you buy chicken, do you wash your chicken?
Yo, son.
Or when you make sweet potato salad, do you include raisins? Because you said you was a non-melanated man, correct? I just got those two questions.
Joshua, do you wash
most
your meat?
likely screen recording. Because when you echo like that, it's just a screen recording.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all need to drop him. Because I noticed that the only way somebody echo like that when they're on a panel is when they screen recording.
All right, well, he did his thing already. So thanks for coming up, Josh. Let's go to the next guest. Who is it? Alicia, let me know. Everybody tap like. We're over 100K, man. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. And somebody said he was Googling whether he should wash his meat. Don't Google that. Something crazy might come up. You're crazy, bro. That's hilarious.
Now, what
Sophia,
if he said yes, he washed his chicken? Or are we gonna ask him how?
Yeah, that was the second part. What do you use? Do you use vinegar? Do you use lemon? Or do you just take it out the meat packet or the packet, excuse me, and just throw it on the frying pan?
He washes meat with Jergens. All right, Sophia, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Hi, I'm 36 years old, and my race is Japanese Pingla-Peace. And
girl, all you had to say was Asian.
I don't.
All right, cool. You Asian. And what's your pronouns? What's your pronouns?
I am a she.
Okay, go ahead. Answer the questions for us. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that we are trying to find the root cause, correct?
I'm sorry?
Like we are trying to find a root cause
A root cause of what?
for like
Hey,
these
stop. You
questions.
sending it to her. No. Click on Legend's name, man. Don't send it to the
Oh
person.
man, me,
She
myself,
did
and
this
I.
before.
You just sent 4 panther paws to the wrong person. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
come on, man. She gone. You gotta
That's
send it to
crazy.
Legend, man. This is the second time I've seen her do that. But shout out to the pause anyways. God damn it.
I don't know how.
Don't
It's
click on a
best.
person's
It's best
name.
to
You
just
gotta
click.
click on the
Yeah,
background, or
or on the
the app be
sticker right
messing up
here.
sometime.
Yeah. All right.
So,
So, what are
can
you saying?
interracial relationships be problematic? For me, it's not problematic at all
Yeah, Legend, that's
because
5. She gone. Listen, me,
Okay.
so
myself, and I, when you make that mistake, make sure you click my name when you're making mistakes like that, okay?
I mean,
Send those coins this
all
way,
right.
goddammit.
This is the thing. This is the
Probably
thing.
did. She probably clicked on the profile, looked at the thing, and she started clicking. She was like,
Let me
"Ooh."
talk to y'all. This is the thing that I would have liked to address, not during my live, but I'll say it one time because y'all are all here. We gotta when me, myself, and I send Panther Paws, we also need to have a brother or sister verify that we should also send those Panther Paws. We've talked about this before because me, myself, and I is non-melanated, so we need to make sure that it's not secondhand embarrassment when she sends Panther Paws. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? But I got mad love for me, myself, and I because she's been coming here and, helping me get rid of some problematic individuals, even call some people out. So I'm not mad at her, but because she's not melanated, we can't give her authority over who gets to come up here and talk because sometimes these cringy moments can be something we can learn from. But again, I'm not mad because that person was definitely going on something. But I'm telling y'all that now. But we'll go to the next guest. So next time she sends it, just somebody else either send one with her, and then we'll know, or it's up to Leisha and Lovely Rose Petals. If one of y'all agree and y'all want them going, then cool. We just have to have someone melanated be in agreement with the Panther Paws if it's
Even
going.
democracy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah,
but
even.
everyone that
Yeah,
gets
I get what you're saying.
taken down needs to be taken down by a melanated person at some point. It can't just be, you know, it can't just be them taking people down, because then they're in control of the black space. We don't want to do that. All right, Diane, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Ah, so my age is 40. I am living in Australia, from Scotland originally, and I am a white woman.
Okay, talk to us.
Um, can interracial relationships be problematic? I don't think so. Not for me at least. They can be maybe for others that have opinions on it, but at the end of the day, when you meet someone, you might be attracted to. May I just say as well, I'm actually married to a white man. But yeah, when you
That's
meet
the
someone,
first
you fall in
time
love with.
I've heard a white person tokenize a white person. That's crazy. Continue. That's crazy.
Yeah, so yeah, look, you can actually, when you meet someone, you fall in love with their exterior initially. You are attracted to that, I guess. So that would be a preference. For example, my husband is tall and he has dark hair. That's a preference of mine. But
That's a fetish.
if it's not a fetish, it's a preference.
So it's a physical attribute. Is it a
It's a
fetish if I say I like a girl with big yitties?
That's a preference of yours.
Okay, we're getting deep with this. All right. I didn't
Yeah,
just objectify that woman that I just said that about.
well, that's a preference. You like big
Wow.
Completely
things.
have a brain or not, or if it functions, just, yeah, physical.
A
Yeah,
physical
it's physical.
preference. Hmm.
It's a physical
Okay.
preference.
Hmm.
So
Sounds to
fetishization
me
would
like I
be
minimalized to me, a preference is I like women that go to church. I like women that, read a
Well, yeah,
book.
that's a preference as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not a physical preference, but it's a preference. A fetish would be when you're like lusting over something, and that would be what that is. Do you know what I mean?
No,
You can look
that's
at
not.
someone
That's
and
not what.
have a preference to that
No.
person without
So,
lusting
so
over them.
you say that if a white woman says she prefers black men because they're tall, that's not a fetish. That's a preference.
It's a preference, yeah.
So,
His color have to do with his height.
what's
Yeah,
his
well,
color
for
have to
me,
do
it
with
would
his
be.
height?
What does his color have to do with his height? Nothing. My husband's tall and he's white.
Right. So then, why would she say she likes black men?
Why would who say they like black men? Me.
All right. So, my original question was, if somebody says, a white woman says, I prefer black men because they're tall, is that a
Okay.
preference or a fetish?
It's a
You said
preference.
it's a preference. And then you said your husband is white and he's tall. So that being the case, all black men are not tall. So why would she say I like black men instead of I like tall men?
Well, she should say I like tall men. Like,
All
I
right.
would say I like tall men. I like my men to be taller than me at least.
So then what is a racial preference? What is a preference that does not sound like a stereotype? Because if it's a stereotype, it's a fetish. It's made up. What is a preference? Was a reason for a preference, rather, for someone to say they prefer black men? What would that reason be?
Well, they would be attracted to their physical attributes, I guess.
And do those physical attributes present in any other race?
They could do.
All
Yeah,
right.
well,
So then, so then,
some of
so
them,
then,
not all of them.
what?
Some of them, not all of them. Obviously, you've got darker skin than
What would?
us.
All
Some
right,
people
darker
just like
skin.
darker
Okay,
skin
so there are
color.
Asian people with darker skin. Then why wouldn't that person say, "I prefer dark skinned people"? Why would they? Why would they assume all black people have darker skin? Because they don't. There are very fair skinned black people. Shout out to my fair
They're
skinned
not.
brothers and
They're not as
sisters in the
fair
chat.
skinned as me.
There are black people that exist from chalk to charcoal. We have
Nah, they're
most
all
genetic
darker skinned.
diversity.
Trust me, they're all
So
darker skinned than I am. I'm white as. Like, you couldn't get much whiter than me.
no, Mariah Carey's a black woman, and she's just as white as
Yeah,
you are.
and she's darker than I am. She's
I
darker than
think.
I am. I'm white as. I'm nearly blue. I'm that white.
How can you be
What
blue
the
and white?
hell?
In the winter, my skin gets so white it's nearly blue.
What is blue in regards to a clear or a white? That don't even make sense on a color wheel.
It's got a tinge of blue to it. I can't explain it.
I think
Bless her heart.
to show through her skin. Her skin is so translucent, the
Please
blue
send the
veins.
pause.
But I'm
Yeah,
not
that's exactly what I
agreeing or
mean.
disagreeing with anything. I'm just helping you out, girl, because you're kind of digging yourself into a hole.
Yeah.
Go ahead, talk to her. Whoever that was.
Also, albinos exist and they're black, so are they darker than you?
That part.
Yeah.
Say that again. What's binos? Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Albinos.
Albinos. Oh, okay.
Black
But they have
Candy.
no.
black
Are they
people
still
actually
classified
possess
as?
the Eve gene.
Jennifer, let Candy speak.
Okay.
Black people possess the Eve gene, so any black womb can produce any variation in phenotype that exists. A black woman, whoever she procreates with, can produce a ginger-haired, white-skinned child.
Can I just ask something? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
If they are albino, are they still classified as black because they don't have melanin?
Oh my goodness. Do you not hear what Jennifer just said to you? You know what? Let me mute. I'm gonna fall back.
You feel me? Go ahead. Keep talking, Candy.
I suggest that you go read books about that because
It's all right. She gone.
bye,
Shout out to everybody
bros.
for the Panther Pause.
But Candy, finish what you're saying though, because yeah, this is funny.
I mean, yeah, if you're albino and you were raised black, you're black. And if you're from black lineage, you're black. But albinos can come from every race. Technically it's a genetic mutation where you lack melanin completely. I don't know. But I wanted to discuss the fetishization concept.
Okay.
I have some, not questions, but just like observations through my studies. We often get like caught up on like preference versus fetishization, and I think that the word fetish in the traditional sense, the way most people have defined it, let me readjust, I might make some noise, is like
Fetish involves
very demonized, but the true
a fetish
definition to
involves
fetishize, right, is to make a spectacle of, in my brain.
a fetish involves objectification and dehumanization of the person, reducing them to a sexual object.
Okay, yes, but also
So when I tell a woman, "Hey, nice cannons,"
yeah,
I
that's
just reduce them.
fetishization.
You
Yeah.
understand? But what
Yeah.
if I prefer nice cannons? It's my preference.
No,
That
that's
is a
not
cop out.
that's a cop out. Yes, I agree with that.
And so it's the same thing what she was saying when she's up here saying she preferred or someone can prefer black men because they're taller, whatever the hell. Like there is no physical attribute to black people that you can use to qualify saying you prefer a black person as a non-black person. We're not a monolith. We're not all brown skinned. We don't all have the same hair. We don't all have the same eye color. We're not all tall and handsome like the basketball players and the movie stars. So there's no one thing. We don't all have big butts and big eggplants. So you see what I'm saying? Like it's
No,
just that's
I get
racist.
that. I get that. But I fear that the word fetish is gonna only surround this conversation when a lot of black artists have used like Lois Milo Jones. I'm gonna flip my camera around and show you all. She was during the Harlem Renaissance. This is
I know
one.
Milo Jones is.
Yeah, Le Fetiche, and she really like talks.
We can't see your camera though.
Oh, where'd it go?
I don't know.
Right here.
No, we can't see. You got to press save.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Le Fetiche. I think that making a spectacle of something, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, and maybe it is a little wrong. But then, like, do we give space to people who are in interracial relationships and are educated and try to make space for their partner? And, like, how does that work? How
no one.
Go
all right. So, the crazy way to put it, to be honest, is that no one melanated in an interracial relationship is there because melanated people chose to be in interracial relationships.
Agree.
And that's what white people don't understand is Loving versus Virginia allowed black people to be in interracial relationships. So we are only in interracial relationships today because the white power structure said we can. It's not because that there was no such thing as race and people just decided to come together just because we're all human. A power structure that has been oppressive to our people that has never chosen anything in our best interest decided after we decided we were going to scream at the top of our podiums Black Power and unite as a people and fight against that oppressive system, they then decided to open the door to give us interracial relationships to say, look, it works. You can have something you couldn't have before. They did the same thing with voting.
Mm-hmm.
But, when it comes to fetishes and race, Black people are tired of being objectified. We don't care if there's a healthy way to do it or not. Being objectified by non-Black people is not going to be healthy for us under our current circumstances. There's just no way,
Mm-hmm. True.
So, are you in an interracial relationship?
Me, I'm single. I'm
So,
single as hell.
when you date, do you date Black men?
I have in the past, but I've also dated white men and Asian men and.
So it's the inquiry for me. And I keep saying this, when it comes to certain people that are interested in Black history, Black studies, or anything with Black people, it isn't solely based on I care about humanity or I care how Black people exist. It's the comfort in for you. Where do I fit in if I end up being in a interracial relationship?
Are you assuming that I'm fully white?
I'm not assuming anything. I'm
No such
assuming
thing
the
as
question that you asked in regards to why you would even ask it. Because it's the need for someone else to feel comfortable with Blackness. That was why when you asked, okay, what about the interracial? Why can't we? That's why even when Brother broke down the history of Black people and white people dating, it's always been an allowance, not necessarily an acceptance on one side.
Can I ask a question real quick?
and I'm telling you right now, a lot of interracial relationships would fall apart if they made it illegal again. A lot of white tea women, especially those without children, would just cry their way back home to daddy. And that's just yeah.
I've seen that.
Hold
Dilly and
on.
Mark, y'all need to mute. It's not y'all turn to
Yes.
speak yet. The conversation is between Candy, the co-host, and the host, man. Y'all need to mute until it's y'all turn.
Yes, please give us a moment. We'll come to you soon.
I'm honestly
So
just a person that likes to learn things about everything. I keep to myself most of the time. So in regard to the question I asked about like previous that D was interjecting around, I like to ask questions. And I only study African American studies because I don't have a family. So to be able to trace my lineage and like learn more is always, I think, a better thing for people to do and seek education. Because if we were all more educated, we would have less problems in this world. And obviously that's a privilege that I've had, is to be able to educate myself. So that's all.
Okay. Thanks for coming up.
You're very welcome. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
All right. Real quick, let me do a mod announcement. We got almost 400 people in the live right now. We need everybody tapping the screen that's in the comment section. Let's get to 140K in the next half an hour. If everybody is tapping the screen long enough, you're going to see a red bar start to pop up. If you fill up the red bar, it's 100 likes. If everybody taps the screen right now and fills up the red bar at least 3 times, we can get these numbers up. Let me say the goal is 200K likes. Let's get to 140K in the next half hour. When you come up on a panel, you have to mute. And the goal is for y'all to come up and answer the questions that's on the green screen. Do not interject while the co-host, the Diva, and Jennifer, as well as a legend, is having a conversation with whoever's on the panel, because that interrupts the conversation and you just jump in and it'll derail or probably go somewhere else. You have to wait your turn. So again, let's get to 140K likes. And make sure y'all support the gifts. Goal is the 6 out of 120 hand hearts. Keep tapping the screen and let's try to get to, let me say, 50 shares. So share the live with up to 10 people and make sure y'all gift the co-hosts. I'm a mute.
That's what some.
Peace. Thank you, Speak.
I was unloading the groceries. So I want to say this. In regards to the word fetishization and the history that is attached to Black people, that is the essential reason why I said what I said. Because if you understand the core reason of why Black people particularly do not like to be fetishized or treated as objects, is because historically we have always been treated as sexual objects and objects to own. And that is the clear attachment. When you want to make something that has been negative connotation to Black people, something that is acceptable for the comfort of you and convenience for you or someone that looks like you within our community or around our community, that is dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think me, myself, and I is trying to help the gift goal, but she just gave all those gifts to Speak. But I ain't mad because Speak deserve it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad.
Listen,
She
I'm
gave
quiet.
all them
I
hearts to
said the
Speak.
gift goal. I ain't say me. I said the gift goal. I'm gonna take
But
that.
nah, Speak deserve it too, though. He be coming up here every day helping out. But that's facts, Sister D. I want to talk on the difference between preference and fetishization. A preference is a personal liking or attraction to a certain characteristic or trait in a person, such as hair color. She did mention height or personality, but I'll bring up why height was an issue. A fetish is an intense sexual attraction to a specific body part, object, or characteristic that is not typically considered sexual, such as feet, leather, or hair. A fetish is often based on stereotypes or assumptions about a particular group of people, such as race or ethnicity. And that's what she messed up about the black men tall thing, is because saying that black men are usually tall is a stereotype, or an assumption about their race or ethnicity. A fetish involves objectification and dehumanization of the person, reducing them to a sexual object. So that's what that is. You feel me? And let's just keep it rolling. We'll talk about it some more. Mark R, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Somebody said their husband is a short black king. I'm dying inside.
So I'm a male. I'm 46. I'm a half breed. So, and my pronouns are male. Him.
Okay. Me, myself, and I, you are now giving them to Jennifer. I don't know if you're doing this intentional, but shout out to you.
So,
go ahead, Mark. Talk to us.
If those two people are truly in love, who am I to say it's wrong? Whether it is what it is, you know.
We're not up
I'm
here
a
debating
product
right
of.
and wrong.
I'm a product. I'm a product of interracial. My mother is full-blooded Native. My father was white. And the young lady that spoke, what she said, with the saying what she said about, you know, the black community being looked at a certain way and being idolized that way. The natives are also that way. You look at
what are you doing? What
you
are you
look
doing?
at.
Why are you talking about this?
So, do I believe that interracial relationships are wrong? No.
Once again, why are you talking about this?
That was one of the questions.
He says, can interracial relationships be problematic? Right and wrong is like religious. Like we're not a church.
No, it's not religious. It's problematic. Right or wrong, it's who that person loves.
We're not talking about right and wrong. Nowhere up there do you see the words right or wrong. Do you know what problematic means?
Give me your definition of it.
It's crazy. I know English better than your ancestors or your forefathers. Problematic means that something is prone to having problems, something that is, you'll have to intentionally um, work towards a solution in, something that can be
That's what I'm
antithetical
saying.
to the goals of a specific group. When we talk about race and we talk
if
about
it's
things that are
right,
problematic,
Huh?
hold on. I'll let you talk. If you're talking about race, there are things that are problematic between the relationships between races, and then there are things that help ease tensions between races. Are interracial relationships can they be problematic? So is it possible for them to be detrimental to the cause of helping the community, or is it something that helps overall? This is what
it
we're
can.
talking about.
It's both ways. It can work both ways. It depends on those people's viewpoints.
Okay, so how does interracial relationships help the community?
You have two people that you get two walks of life, two different walks of life.
What's so different if I live next door to white people?
But you have a person that's, if like me, my parents, my mom was Native, my father was white. I grew up on both sides. I know the history of both sides, so I can tell both sides of the story.
How many balls are we at?
5.
Okay. No, we got 2 more. All right, so it's crazy because you came up and you said you were white.
No, I
Now
said I'm a half breed.
Oh, there's no such thing as that. Okay, so you're really just
Bull
you're
crap.
native and confused. All right, have a good day. Have a day. Have a day. My goodness, some of y'all
And
honestly are not
racial is bad.
qualified. Some of y'all are not qualified to be up here. Some of y'all are not qualified to be up here, and it's really just like, why are you up here? You know what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all are not qualified to speak on race. Darkness, give us your Darkness, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
I mean, based on what the older guy said prior to him dropping, that was a great example of why interracial relationships aren't good. He felt that he can speak for another community because his mother
Brother,
was Indian.
name, age, age, race, and pronouns first, and then you can say what you gotta say, bro.
Oh,
Don't skip over
okay.
that like that. Yeah.
I'm Darkness. I'm 32, and I'm African American, I guess.
Pronouns.
I'm a male. I go by he, him.
All right, that's cool. Go ahead, talk to us.
Me personally, I don't think interracial relationships is a good idea. Based on genealogy, you got Mongoloids, Negroids, and Caucasoids. And, when you're mixing with these people, we don't understand that they need our melanin to genetically survive. As the planet evolves, they have the highest cases of skin cancer, and so they need our melanin to survive. Me personally, I just don't think it's a good thing for us to give them the key to survive when they're not, the planet is they're not native to this planet. I don't want to go there and sound like I'm, bashing or anything like that. So said the mother we're not going to do all that. But me personally, I just don't think it's a good idea. They can never understand your struggle. When you're going to, as a brown person, you will have to integrate into their community, get along, with them, and you're gonna have to deal with people who don't understand you, don't understand your culture. They don't want to understand. They want you to acclimate with their culture, and it'll be very awkward. It'll be very weird when they might say something without any concern of you. You know, it'll be a very weird situation to me personally, unless you decide to turn your back on your race and you know subscribe to all the stereotypes and all the negative things that go over on that side. You will have to deal with those things. And so, I mean, me personally, I don't think anyone of another culture would be able to fully understand me and my life other than a black woman. She the only one that's going to be able to understand me in this world. Nobody else is really going to understand my struggle and what's going on.
Okay. That's real. Sounds like you got a lot going on. Is that all you wanted to share?
You know, a little bit. You know, that's just a little bit. I was trying to, you know, make some comments on what other people were saying, but like I said, I don't really think it's beneficial to our community for them to want to, you know, for our community to integrate with these people. They're not going to share the wealth, you know, while we're sharing our dominant genes with them. They're not going to share the wealth. He's not going to leave you his millions of dollars and, you know, and none of that. You're just going to give him some half-breed basketball players and he's just going to use your genetics to survive. It's not going to be any benefit, and it's not like we getting the best of their community. We getting what they don't want. We getting the throwaways. Our women not dating the most handsomest white man. They not getting Tom Cruises. They getting, you know, hillbilly Bob that nobody don't want. Who you know what I'm saying? So it's really not a good look to me personally. And you know, we know where all diseases stem from animals, and we know that when they came over.
All right. That's enough.
Okay,
enough.
right.
All right.
I'm not trying to sound bashful and stuff.
You know, no, it's TikTok. It's TikTok. You will get me taken down. I appreciate you though.
Just black biracial people have anything. That's all I'm gonna say to that.
Well, there's a deep insecurity in the non-melanated community because they lack pigment, and the fetishization of having mixed children is something that they try to, something that they like to do because they like the illusion of being able to have produced or at least assisted in producing melanin. They like to feel like they contributed to producing melanin sometimes. That's the reason that they tan so much and put makeup on, to put color to colorless skin. But brother here was about to get really deep, and I didn't want to go there, but appreciate you though. I'll go to the next guest. No, Kofi, what's going on?
No, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna drop down.
All right, one love.
Shoot, I am is saying that she didn't intend on sending the gifts to the wrong person, so her system was tripping on her.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, I don't know if TikTok give refunds, but we appreciate it. Who is next?
Guys, forget to screen. We're to 140,000 K.
Please keep tapping like. Let's get to 140. I don't know where Speak went. That's crazy. Country is next. All right, Country, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 38 years old, white male.
Okay, talk to us. What's up?
I think that that black and white cultures definitely cannot fully coexist in healthy families because the family is going to choose one side or one culture to be more stronger on than the other. So, yeah, that's just my opinion. And I was raised in a multicultural family with black and white. So it just, we tend to be on one side other than the other, and it wasn't both of them. And is it Morris? Yeah. So yeah, that's just my opinion. Do I think that it's problematic? I feel like that depends on both sides as far as their families go, because you have some families that are strong with their culture and with their history on both sides that don't want to ever see both cultures combined, and it'll be very problematic. And a lot of times, one side of that family, gets kicked out. But that's that's how I feel. So.
Do you believe that that white culture takes from black culture?
I do. Yeah, definitely.
Do you believe that black culture takes from white culture?
Yes, I do.
In what way?
I think they both take I think women take from both sides as far as beauty, hair, nails, makeup, fashion. I think they both they go back and forth. I think that the music side of things definitely brings more of I think more of the lifestyle. You got way more people that ain't from the hood that want to be from the hood because music and what is put in your face, and I feel like that's what it is. So
being from the hood is part of which culture again?
Embracing the fact that you're from the hood is more black culture than white culture. Saying that you're from the hood and not being from the hood is definitely a white thing.
So all black people from the.
No, not at all.
So how do you feel like that is our culture then?
Because if a white guy run around saying he's from the hood, the first thing that everybody gonna say is he trying to be black.
If he's from a quote unquote hood, what does that correlate with black people? I can go to the projects right
why
now.
do they say that black people trying to be hood? Why do they say that the white boy says that he's trying to be black if he's from the hood?
Did you hear what I just said?
What's that?
I can go to the projects right now and it's full of white people.
And I can go to somewhere full of black people.
Exactly. So you correlating that means nothing. Just like you sat there and said that the beauty standards between black women and white women is shared, and it's never been such of a thing. Especially if you look back at nails and makeup and the history thereof, particularly when it pertains to black women and their hair, especially their nails. So where are we doing an exchange? Because in 2023, all I'm seeing is a whole bunch of appropriation from white women.
When's the last time you grew?
And even understanding the Crown Act, even in 2023, black women and black men and children are discriminated based on their hair and how they show up in European society. We have to have laws that we can wear our hair without getting fired or suspended or kicked out of school.
When's the last time you grew blonde hair?
I can actually show you a picture of one of my closest friends he's a dark-skinned black man, and his girlfriend is a little bit lighter than me. They're both monoracial black, and they have blonde hair. I don't have any pictures of me with blonde hair. Do you see any? So
I don't look.
Correlating? Because black people do have blonde hair.
Sir? Yeah, I'm listening.
Blonde hair is not exclusive.
That is not genetic to white people.
I'm listening because when he asked for my opinion, you jumped on saying my opinion was wrong. And what I was saying,
not only am I saying you're wrong, I'm telling you where you're wrong.
Wrong and stupid are not the same thing. Your opinion was stupid.
My opinion is not dumb because it's not the same as yours.
I didn't say. See, dumb and stupid are also different.
Okay, my opinion is not stupid because it's different from yours. Your experience in life is different from mine.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid because it's wrong. But we weren't saying it was wrong. We're saying it's stupid.
Okay, so what's stupid about it?
You.
See, and then the people laughing. That's like, you know what I'm saying? That's what ignorant people say. It's stupid because it's wrong. Right. That's what I'm saying. But they
Who's
saying it's not
ignorant?
the same thing.
You okay?
Who's
So
ignorant?
listen, you
It's
you
ignorant.
at the end of the day, you came on a stage and you correlated things that have historical context in which you don't understand. But because your perspective,
No,
your
it's
perception
a
of something,
perspective. It's a
but your
perspective, which is an
perspective
opinion.
of something is
Right.
not fully seen through because you don't understand the history that correlates to everything I just said.
It doesn't, in my
So
opinion,
because
doesn't
you
have
have
to be.
no, understand what I am saying. Because you have a perspective of something does not mean you understand why it exists, how it exists, and how Black people particularly are harmed or affected by it. In this
That's not what the
conversation,
topic's about.
you brought up things that you are incorrect about, and I corrected you. It's not something that you understand, but you went out of your way to correlate as if it's something that you fully understand, and you don't, especially when it comes to the Crown Act. And that is in regards to Black women's hair. Even with the nails, Black women have been discriminated against based on their nails. It was ghetto, it was ratchet, and all of a sudden when it's put on a YT face, now it is something that is hip, urban, and cool.
Right, is what that's exactly what I just said.
How are we sharing something if it's being appropriated and we're being literally criminalized for it? We're being judged and called ghetto for it. Correlate the two,
we're at
sir.
4 now.
It does not correlate. That's
The only,
what I'm telling you.
the only thing white culture has shared with us is lice.
Get that?
That's about it.
Oh, that is 5.
Yeah, give me,
All right.
get me out of here. Y'all talk over everybody any damn way. Y'all got to figure it out. Y'all got to don't bring white people into it if you can't have a conversation.
Get in the tub.
Here you go. Thank y'all for the applause. When they're that far off the radar, I can't take them seriously. That's the only time y'all gonna see me just start joking around because there was no getting across to that.
Nah,
this man just said that. What did he say about beauty standards? He said that
we get it from white women. Oh my God.
Oh my! Like it was a choice. Like there wasn't laws set up saying that a Black woman had to cover her hair, and like there isn't laws set up today where a job can discriminate if you don't cover your hair with a wig.
And that's only in 24 states. It's not even the whole 50 states. I don't think people
Right.
still understand that. Like, I could still get fired in Florida for my hair.
Right. So that when we're that far off into cognitive dissonance, that's when intellectually they're gonna lose me. I'm gonna just start, treating them the same way they treat me. So I'm gonna go to the next guest. Who's next? Nana Kofi, what's good? What's good, family?
How you doing, brother?
I'm well. You sound a little far away, man. It's been a while. How you been? Oh man, he might be
Can I
setting up
join
some
the
stuff.
conversation?
Do we lose him?
Yeah, I guess. No, we can't hear you, man. You might be going through something, but stay on the panel. Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me?
Not yet, Omo. No,
Okay.
you still here? No. All right, we'll go to the next guest. No, that's my brother. He be coming up here, helping me unpack some of this mayonnaise up here. I'll come to you next, Nana. Omo, what's good? Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Age 35, race Black, African. Pronouns he, him, man, all the time.
Right. Thank you, brother. And go ahead, talk to us. Answer some questions. Let us know your thoughts.
Brother, ask me to turn his TV down. We can hear it.
Oh, can you please turn your TV down, Omo?
Okay, hold on. Hey, Jax. 1 second, please.
Anybody? Oh, Yoruba. Okay. Shout out to the Yoruba brothers and sisters on the continent, man.
All
Mad
right.
love for y'all.
That's what's up. All right, let's talk real talk. Okay, I might say certain things that you might find, probably funny, amusing. I'll take it as, difference of opinion in certain ways as well. So I'm going through the list of your questions. The first one says, can interracial relationships be problematic? Absolutely, definitely it can be problematic. To expand on that, any relationship can be problematic as well. There's a lot of things that can add problems to anything. Color is just one of it. For the next question, is it a preference or fetishization? I want to say none of it really would be applicable to a relationship. I think most relationship are based on choice. What you actually like in a person, and sometimes one thing is just a factor. Some people might decide to be in a relationship because of money, because of fame, because of anything, education. And some people might just want to be in a relationship because of this person's race as well, and way of extending that person's culture as well. I think.
Omo,
Go ahead.
you got a wife in the U.S. or the U.K. and a wife at home
Oh yeah, I do with kids as well.
in both places?
In both places, no.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know.
Okay. So, I appreciate I appreciate that, and it goes back to the stereotypes of what people face in different areas. Uh, my opinion is asking me that question judges that stereotype that we're talking about, and which is fine, which is okay to to use in
Hey
a.
man, sometimes the African brothers and sisters come out to the United States or the UK, get them a taste of mayonnaise, but they go back home and prefer to be with a sister from home. So
Yet again, that's still part of the stereotype. One experience, two
so then
experience.
does your wife or the mother of your children outside of the continent look like you?
No, I'm definitely in an interracial relationship.
So that's what I meant.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not hiding that fact.
It's not a
Uh,
stereotype. A few things that
no,
you said gave it away.
no. But when you ask if I had a wife in both places, then that's a stereotype right there.
True, but I might have just gone a little bit too far, but it is something something that we see pretty often, that brothers from the continent do tend to come outside of Africa, find them a little piece of mayonnaise or a powdered donut, if you will, and still find something that prefers them back home. But the reason I was asking that was because it seems like your answers are leaning more towards a compromising position, meaning more towards someone that you know might be compromised.
Your definition of compromise might be different from my own definition of compromise. I can't say I'm more African than
You
you
just
because
said you just said someone might prefer someone because of their race. That is
absolutely.
something that I haven't even heard white people come up here and say. So for you to say that
Mhm.
lets me know that you might have a non-black partner. And forgive me for assuming, I know it's maybe disrespectful to you, that I assume you also have a black partner. I was hoping for the best, but
Uh,
I was wrong and you corrected me. You would never. So I get it.
Okay, I'll definitely tell you a little bit more about myself. I'll just also, help you gain some understanding and help you understand that Nigeria as a country has about 300 million people, has about 400 tribes. There's speaking 300 different languages. That's about 300 different cultures right there. 300 different types of personalities. And then when you look at whole population. There are different people out there. So let me go ahead and answer your
Okay, hold on.
questions.
Wait, pause for a second, sir. Just let me just pause for
Go,
a second.
go
You
ahead.
are you from America? Like, were you born in America?
I was not born in America, but I
So
am an American.
you came to America, right?
Yes.
And you married a YT woman.
A Hispanic woman.
Okay, is she a indigenous Hispanic woman or is she a white woman?
I don't understand what you mean by indigenous
So
Hispanic.
there within itself is an issue, right? Because you don't know or correlate the difference in how race shows up in America. So the things that you're saying in which brother correlated, brother, you's being nice. You're saying the typical things that a person that has attached themselves to someone that is not black would say. And in this conversation, you're going out of your way to explain all these different countries and languages as if we are the idiots in this conversation. But what you don't understand is we've been underneath these people for well over 450 years. If anyone knows and can correlate the difference, would be us. But instead of listening to brother and sister, you want to tell us how you ended up where you are with a particular woman, right? But it's even funnier in these conversations. And I'll ask you, I think it was Tariq Rashid asked black men, particularly Nigerian black men, what has interracial dating or marriage done for y'all over there in Africa? How has it helped y'all?
There's a lot of opinions in what you just said. I think my goal is to answer some of the questions. Provide you with some of my own feedback. If you give me the opportunity to do so. I definitely understand the history of slavery in America. I understand the history of slavery in Africa. I understand how people got to the United States of America either 400 years ago by boat or either in 2023 by plane. Migration is migration. If it was bad,
Migration is migration. That's strike
my
number 2, Omo.
Yes, ew.
That's strike
okay,
number 2, Omo.
Please.
okay. I mean, like I said, allow me to expand for you. Like when
It
I
is
said
not the same
migration
to
is
get on a
migration.
plane and come to America than to be kidnapped from your homeland and taken to a place that you know nothing about.
Oh, that
It's
that is
not the same.
absolutely wrong. I'm definitely not an advocate for that. I'm definitely not an advocate for what happened 400 years ago. I wish it never happened. I wish it would also bring, you know, more the African brothers and the American brothers much more closer and listen to my own perspective. Okay, sir. Uh,
I agree.
I can't say, as a black man, I can't say I am more black than you. That is one thing. And I cannot
Wrong.
say
And
I
nope,
can
I'm not even gonna let that continue. Wrong.
okay. And I can also not say I am more African than you.
Of
Okay.
course.
And I would also expand
Let me
upon
go
that
get
and
some
say I
money.
can't say I am more American than you.
Impossible.
Okay. So if we agree on that, if we agree that okay, well, if I can be more black than you, you can be more African than me. So that means if there are certain
Yes,
similarities
African.
between
We are
us,
all black. You can't be any less black than you. You can say you could be more African if you
Because
really
this is
want.
annoying.
okay. So when you say African, when you compare African to black, what is the difference? I would like to know. I may not have
No.
that knowledge.
Hold
What
on,
is
hold
the
on.
difference
There's
between
no
African and
difference in being black, right? Especially in America. That's a correlation in which you hold within yourself. And that's an issue that you hold within yourself because you're sitting in this very space trying to basically make us accept your choice. Sir, you chose that woman. Good for you. Congratulations. But to understand that how society has moved and what we played a part in this country and how we've been treated and how we're still being treated is totally different from any way elevating your community by choosing outside of yourself. You have the issue, not us. And I will ask you again, how has interracial dating helped Nigeria?
Interracial relationship is not set up to help Nigeria as a country. Neither is it set up to help any country. It is a way of life that exists to help individuals. Create, procreate,
You said there.
make
That's
themselves happy
interesting.
and
Some
make
people
families.
disagree.
So it's not to help a country. Nigeria helps itself. Nigeria helps its people. Nigeria has its
This
own
did not come
GDP and
together.
Nigeria doesn't help its people.
Nigeria helps its people.
Nigeria is a colony. Nigeria is a company that was created by colonizers. Nigeria doesn't help its people.
Look, look, you know, you can say what you want, if you say Nigeria doesn't
Well, I'm
help you.
saying be specific. They
Oh,
put y'all in. Y'all was already. And actually, I heard that. I'm not sure about this. I'm not. I don't have too much history on the continent. That I'm knowledgeable of. Maybe you can help me.
I'll be happy
But
to.
the brothers and sisters in Nigeria, the Yoruba, the Igbo, did they come from north of Nigeria and they were placed there or migrated there over time? Is that how that went?
To the northern part of Nigeria.
Yeah, like how did the Igbo and Yoruba brothers, for example? I know there's more. I call them civilizations, nations. I prefer that than tribe, but you know what I'm saying. How did
Yes,
those people end up in the borders of Nigeria?
yes, I can tell you, there was definitely a history of slavery, in Nigeria as
Right.
well.
So
There was,
what I'm saying is what's problematic about what you're saying
uh-huh.
is that you're you're co-opting a Nigerian identity. And I hear you, but Nigeria has never been helpful to Africans.
How?
Nigeria as it exists as a colony, of Britain, is never been helpful. But Nigerians, the people of that colony, have always those are our people. But the existence of Nigeria itself was not to help Africans.
I mean, you can. I mean, that's another bold argument. However, Nigeria was created, but as it stands today, it stands as a country. It has a president, and it's helping its people. Maybe it's not helping all of its people. Maybe there's not enough resources. But
No, it
there are
has
people.
so
I don't
many
know. You
resources
you
that
you, you said it has a
America's fighting
president.
for it, France is fighting for it,
I
British
would
is
say
fighting for it.
Tinubu. I would say Tinubu's a puppet
Is a like I said.
more than a president.
You are totally entitled to your opinion about him as a puppet, but he rules a country. He rules a country that has at least 300 million people.
But what I'm saying is, if Nigeria is constantly being ran by Western influence, then how could you make that claim?
I mean, you can't say being run by Western influence. Do we? I mean, there was a time Nigeria, as a country, had a general who was a white man, you know, but that's not gonna happen in 2023. So how then do you corroborate that it's still run? However government is run, that belongs to the hands of the government and all of that. My
Well,
goal
it's in the
is
hands of the
to
white man that runs the government that they put in place in Nigeria.
no
This is what I'm trying to say. As
no
as an African American, you gotta remember, like Sister said, we've been around these people for 450 years, so we see
right.
things from.
Your mic went out, brother. Your mic went out.
I can't see the same. I can't see things the same way you do as a brother from inside the country, but from
Absolutely.
outside the country, I know how this oppressor runs shit. And so that's
I
what
know.
that's where I challenge my African brothers and sisters to wake up, to not be so patriotic to a plantation, but rather look at themselves as people that are under the same oppression that the rest of the diaspora is. Nigeria itself exists only to subjugate you.
I mean, the history and existence of Nigeria has a long history. There was an amalgamation. There was a time when, I mean, like I said, there's 400 different tribes. At some point, 400 different tribes were put together, to
Right.
create a new country called Nigeria. But regardless of that, but I want to specifically say that there shouldn't be a difference between African as a word and black as a word.
I
African
agree with
has,
that.
okay. So
A
I
thousand
think,
percent.
yeah,
I prefer the term African.
I totally agree with you. So but I think one of your guests on the panel don't agree with that. So I would love her to explain.
What I said was, you said that he isn't black. You said you were more black. That's why I said I do not agree.
Oh no, he said he said he can't say that. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but he said he can't say more black. He wasn't saying that he is. Right? That's what you were
Then
saying,
I
right, Omar?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I said I can't be more black. I can be more
black.
African.
That's why I said I didn't agree.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. All right, so we cleared that up. Now let's get back to the topic. There are people watching.
So the next question says, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Absolutely.
Lord have mercy. This is what I said. What I said, I was hoping he had a wife back home. I was hoping that he was one of them brothers that got a wife back home, got a sister at home, and he came out to America, tasted him a little bit of the, you know what I'm saying, tasted that mozzarella cheese. But you know, I was hoping
mozzarella cheese, not the mozzarella cheese there. See, let me tell you, it's not mozzarella cheese. It's not that. Let me tell you, everybody have a different way of life. Everybody have, you know,
If your life is so good, why do you feel the need to come here and tell us about it?
If my life is so good, why am I choosing? I'm not coming. I didn't come here to tell you my life is so good. I only came here to
telling us about your situation, not understanding that we're talking about the population, not just you. See, it's always this idea that the individualistic idea. Hold on. As long as you are, hold on. As long as you are in a position where you're happy or it works for you, then you think the collective is supposed to just be like, yeah, it works. When we're telling
no, that's not my opinion. That's not my opinion. That's your assertion.
You keep going into your relationship, sir. You keep centering yourself in that conversation when it's a general.
I'm giving you one example. You also give me one example of one person you know that has a wife in America and has a wife back home. Well, I'm not that example, and I'm giving the other example that I know. So let me answer your questions and be specific.
Yeah, you got to clarify. What is your definition of pro-black, please?
Yes, pro-black. When you say pro-black, definitely, you know, we can let's remove black from it. Let's start with pro. What is pro? An advocate for something, okay? An advocate for maybe, you know, for the moving forward of a certain group of people, of a certain team. Depending on pro is advancing, you know, emancipation of something. If you understand what I say. Then when you now add pro-black for it, I understand it from the American context as advocating for, you know, for black people in America to be out of oppression. And, you know, there's been a lot of history with 400 years and, you know, which we still see in certain ways today, you know, with the education, with politics, with housing and all of that. So advocating for black people to be out of the plantation, like you said, quoting from you, you know. And
okay. So what you're describing is anti-racism. That's not pro-black. And see, that's what I was saying. And honestly, brother, D said that I was being nice. I am being nice because I understand where you're from, and I understand my brothers and sisters there. And I have a platform, b1initiative.org, that's dedicated to knowledge exchange between African Americans who have been under this oppressor for 400 years, 450 years intimately. They couldn't tie their shoes without our ancestors. You understand? We everything that they do, even the things that they say that they created, we created.
I agree.
And so because of all of that, we know them. What's this brother's name? James Baldwin calls it the duality of the Negro. That's what he calls it. The duality is we as African Americans can see things through black people's eyes, but we can also see them through white people's eyes because we were born here with them, watching the same TV, eating the same foods, with the same, you know, types of cars and clothes. Like we've been here, we've been in their houses, we raised their children, we know them. And so we need to take that knowledge of the oppressor back to Africa and teach the brothers and sisters there. And then the brothers and sisters on the continent, y'all have an intimate knowledge of our ancestry, our history, and the land that we come from. So we need to have a knowledge exchange. And so that's why I'm speaking to you the way I'm speaking to you, instead of just coming up here chopping you up and telling you wrong and all this other stuff. But this is what I'll tell you.
And I
You
really
know what I'm saying?
appreciate that. But
Yeah.
I want to,
But I want to
I agree.
clarify your definition of pro-black, because you said pro means to advocate for something and black means black people, right? So advocating for black people. The reason that's wrong is because it lacks context. If I looked at it and said that pro-life, what does that sound like? Advocating for life. So that just means that I just want everyone to breathe air. Like, pro-life it has nothing to do with abortion. It just means I want everyone to breathe air. No, the pro-life movement, appreciate y'all for the gifts. Thank you very much. Pro-life movement is anti-abortion. They don't have it in the name though. So that's the thing. Pro-black is more counterintuitive. What pro-blackness is outlined by even Kwame Nkrumah. If you know who that is. Thomas Sankara, he's pro-black. If you want to look at who else we got? The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity speech, and Amos Wilson's Blueprint for Black Power. There's many scholars that tell us what pro-blackness is. Prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. Prioritizing, meaning the thing that you think of the most, the number one goal for you is aligned with your actions and values in the best interest, not the best interest of you, not the best interest of even your small family. Ubuntu, the best interest of the community, of building in the community, the best interest, you understand? So that's what pro-blackness is.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Now, based on that definition, tell us the answer.
Yeah, let me just I agree. I agree with your definition. We'll move forward on that. But I also want to clarify certain things. You made mention of certain fact that yes, black people in America has lived with white people, for a long time, 400 years and under that. It didn't just start. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But you should also understand the fact that prior to that 400 years, things happened. People traded with them. People also knew them. Yes, yes, yes.
Prior to that 400 years, our ancestors civilized Africa twice.
Prior to 400 years of slavery starting in America, slavery was in existence already.
But prior to that 400 years, there was no such thing as black. So we're talking about black today. We're talking about black people.
Okay. So
there was no such thing. What?
So are you telling me that people who existed prior to 400 years ago were not black people? They were just
African? Wouldn't call themselves black, though. There was no such thing as a black race. They would call themselves by their tribe. The homie.
Yes, I totally agree with that. But that doesn't mean the phenotypic characters never existed. That doesn't mean what the eye sees is not black.
But you can't judge the past through the lens of today. Race is a modern lens. That's something that was created today. So if we're going to talk about race, then we need to talk about since it was created. Like, we can't apply our modern way of looking at things to the past.
Well, I mean, the fact that it was created, the fact that
I just want to understand something, because somebody said in the chat, like, what are you getting to by going backwards beyond slavery? Because we're still in the present, and your children will quickly be experiencing racism, and understanding that what we're still experiencing right now that's affecting our kids. You're acting
let me answer your question.
Happened prior, it's okay. I'm trying to understand where you're going.
How many balls we have?
The reason why I answered that question was because the gentleman brother said he needed to go back to Africa to go educate Africa about certain things that you're experiencing in America.
No, I'm not going back to Africa. I said there needs to be a knowledge exchange between African Americans and brothers and sisters on the continent, where you guys have something to contribute to us by way of knowledge of our history and our culture and our land. And we
I think
have much to contribute to you of knowledge of our oppressor.
Which
I
is
think
also what I'm
Latinos and
contributing. Which is
Hispanic
also what I'm
people should be able
contributing
to
to.
give their input into the black community as well.
We
Because
Which is also
do
what
Latinos,
need
I'm
to go to the next. We
contributing
need to go
to.
to the next guest, Omar.
Let me do
This
it.
was
Okay.
this was quite a conversation, man. I wish we could go on. Did you want to land your plane? I guess. You done?
What?
Holy Spirit, activate. He ain't cooking us. Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome into Brother Legends Live. You guys are in Brother Legends Live. Go ahead and tap that screen. We need 200K, you guys. Tap, tap, tap. Use those fingers for something good. Send those panther paws when y'all got these annoying creators up here that are making Brother pull his edges out and make me feel like I need to snap on a quick weave. You guys, tap and gift the
All right,
mother
guys, I need to
beacon host.
go. Thank
Peace
you.
be
All
It
right.
was
with us tonight,
great
you
to you
guys.
guys.
Bye. Exit
Peace,
quietly.
family.
Thank you.
All right,
And at
love
the
you.
end of the day, gift the host. He is up here doing essential work and he deserves a reward for it. But again, you guys, tap that screen, 200K, and see you later.
Shout out to my African brothers and sisters. Shout out to my Nigerian brothers and sisters. I'm going to take it easy on us. You know what I'm saying? I try to take everything within context, and that brother was in the mayonnaise. My goodness. You know what I'm saying? But I understand he might not have the same level of awareness as I expect from brothers and sisters in America, because we definitely know if a white person tell us that they prefer black people, that is a fetish. Ain't no such thing as racial preference. Even in the definition I gave before he came up here, minimalizing someone to a race or a stereotype based on race is definitely a fetish. It's in the definition, y'all. Anyway, next guest, who we got? Leisha's gonna let me know in the comments, y'all. Hold on, who's next?
Legend, I should be good now.
Oh, no. What's good, brother?
I'm good, bro. How you been?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was having hope for that last brother, man. But
love to everybody, the brothers and sisters on there. I was enjoying this conversation, and I always come in and I tell you, I say, hey, man, you doing a good job, because it's not easy what you do, and you have the patience, and you do it. You do well. So I feel like I will say this again, that a lot of times, most people from Africa, you know, we are more of a lot of what is being said here goes over a lot of people's heads,
yeah,
because the concepts are not properly understood. Let me tell you this: like, a child in any part of Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, wherever, they just go to school and somebody teach them the alphabets, and they learn to read one or two things, and they don't control what's in the curriculum. We're mostly going to be reading about European history. This person did that person did that. The rest of the content is about Christianity and Islam, things like that. So a lot of people, without a doubt, what you call functional illiterates. They know enough to speak some words, but it doesn't make sense sometimes. I can't say it's everybody. So, and it seems like the sister Davis said, you know that. I know you know that. So you have the ability to kind of step back and allow certain people to, even though when they're digging deeper, but they still dig deeper, and you let them go around. But I give you a thumbs up for that. You're doing a good job, because ultimately people will learn by exposing their ignorance. Sometimes if they have what it takes, they may step back and learn and appreciate what is being said, because nobody can come here and tell people who've been here all their lives and their experiences, or how they should feel, or what they should know. It's impossible.
Right.
So that's why
I still follow them. That's the thing. I still
Yeah,
followed them. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, yeah.
that's the thing. I feel more of an obligation, even in my lives, to
Absolutely.
educate my people than
Yeah.
sit up here and argue with mayonnaise folk. I could do that too, but
Yes,
hopefully,
and
yeah,
it's, we are more victims than we know.
mm-hmm.
And there's certain people say a person that's like half educated is more dangerous because they have opinions,
Yeah,
and the opinion like defining what a pro-black is and going past they're coming to Africa of Europeans.
yeah,
I was lost. Like I didn't get it. Like what was
mm-hmm.
that about? Why do we have to go to the Portuguese coming to the coast of Africa and Marco Polo and all this stuff? There was no need for it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? So sometimes we just we have the opportunity to come in and we butt into things that we don't appropriately understand.
Yeah,
But you guys are doing a good job. You have to understand we're all victims.
yeah,
The division and the destruction of the black people is a big project. It wasn't just the ones that were taken away, but a matter of
mm-hmm.
fact, the strong ones were taken away. The weaklings were left
Facts.
behind. That's what it was. So now with technology, we are all trying to learn and come back together and to learn from each other. Like you said, that cultural exchange and educational exchange is really important. That we humble ourselves, and when we come around here, we listen. It's more important to listen and understand
Yeah.
than to display ignorance. And when you're being exposed, you keep digging, and that's wrong. You shouldn't be digging when you're sinking.
Yeah. Hey, I was trying to steer him to freedom, but
I know
he
you were giving him a line to kind of hold on and come out, but he kept digging. I was like, damn.
yeah.
Hey, but you asked an interesting question. I speak the truth. You asked, about having a wife here and having a wife back in the motherland.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I feel like there's nothing wrong with that.
I feel like that would have saved him a little bit, because I know brothers, that do that don't consider the one that's not in the motherland an official arrangement. So, that one is almost forgivable. It's like, okay, so you still a brother. You just had a little fun, but nah, he
Yeah,
said,
because think about it this way.
how dare you say I have a black wife? Well, go ahead.
Yeah. Think about it. The first time I came on your live, I owned up the fact that I was married to a white woman and we got divorced.
Mm-hmm.
And I got 2 kids, and it's very the issue of things being problematic is actually really, really problematic. When I think about taking the kids to visit, this idea that, as I said, like I'm kidnapping my own children because this idea about monkeys in Africa, all kinds of things that you shouldn't expect in the 21st century. People still have those belief systems, and that's really bad.
Crazy.
So when it is because, again, when I came here, it was all about me, the individual. It wasn't about the collective.
Yeah.
So I was doing what I thought was good for me, not understanding any of these issues down the road.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And so now I felt really there was a real sense that now, knowing what I know, I would not have embarked on this journey. But we also say better late than never. So I make amends and go home and take a black a wife that's of the same everything as belief system, everything just like me. So sometimes, and again, the thing with marriage, I'm sure it's not compulsory that you opt for the legalized marriage, because that's the only place where you have to be licensed, and getting a license for anything is otherwise seen to be illegal if not licensed. And marriages and love shouldn't be licensed in my mind. And it's not intended to be licensed. Buying a car maybe, but if you're a Muslim and you had to take 4 wives because your religious beliefs, that cannot be licensed. And in America, if religious freedom is the norm. So even here, the Mormons can take multiple wives, and you don't have
Yeah,
to
in
be a Mormon.
America.
You can just hold that view. Your religious views allow you to have multiple partners, and that's a lot. It's a case that went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that
We
yes,
gotta
it's,
go to the
it's
next guest, brother. But
absolutely,
I
absolutely.
appreciate you sharing with
I
us, man.
appreciate you. One love to everybody. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. One love.
All right.
All right. Next guest. Who's next, Leisha? Let me know. Let me know. I can't sing.
Don't ever do that again.
Let me know. Oh. I know. I forgot where he sampled that. That's Aaliyah, right? Who sings that? My wife be singing that. It's a Drake
Hola,
song. I know the Drakes.
hola,
I know the Drake song.
buenas.
Okay.
I would like to intro
Alejandro, you're next. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
um,
It is Aaliyah. All right.
24,
Mm-hmm.
puertorriqueño,
That's not a
uh,
race. I don't know what it is, but it ain't race.
Puerto Rican, Puerto Rican.
That's not a race. So, do you have a black parent?
No, my parents are of white skin color.
All right. So, guess what that makes you? Just take a
What?
wild guess. Choose a color. Guess
White.
what? What? Ding, 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 ding. He's right. He got it right. All right.
So the color of my meat puppet is white, and my what was the next question?
Your pronouns: she, he, they. Choose
Oh,
one.
him,
All right.
male.
All right. Cool. Talk to us.
As Latino, Hispanic, Puerto Rican, born and raised, I I think the whole thing about um, racial marriage or like black and white marrying together, I think it's totally fine. Like I grew up with it being completely normal in Puerto Rico and like in my Hispanic community as a Puerto Rican, nobody had any issue like at all with it.
What do
Uh,
Hispanic people look like?
Actually, Puerto Rico is like a boiling pot of many mixed cultures, and it has always been because
It wasn't
migration.
always.
Well, Taínos, it started with Taíno
Oh,
Indians,
okay. So that's
and
not
then
always. All right. Cool.
Taíno
No, I'm glad you
Indians,
know. Yeah.
Taíno Indians got
Mm-hmm.
mixed with Spaniards, and then they got mixed with Africans. They
Are you
got
sure
mixed with
You sure it was in that order? Sure that was
in
the order?
many mixed orders. I've heard many things from
Mm-hmm.
history where
Mm-hmm.
Africans even went on their own ships all the way to the Caribbean,
Have
and
you ever
then
heard of Arthur
Spaniards.
Schomburg?
No, sir.
He's a great Puerto Rican historian, a great Pan-African. Shout out to the ancestor Arthur Schomburg. We wouldn't have a Black History Month without that mighty Puerto Rican brother. But anyway,
I
continue.
think that's interesting because you say Puerto Rican brother. Like, what would if you can call him a Puerto Rican brother? Why wouldn't you call any other
Because
skin
you
color Puerto
resemble a
Rican a Puerto Rican?
conquistador, not a brother.
But years have passed since then,
But if
and
you could
right,
go back in time and
like
go
the
back to
sister
the
mentioned
days of the
before.
Taino people and they saw your face, they would think you was a conquistador.
Actually, Spaniards went against Spain and fought with the Taino people to defend the Taino people.
Have you ever heard of Blanquimente?
Blocumente.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
Interesting. So then, how come
Would
when I
you like
look at
to share the
a
information?
video of Puerto Rico in the 1930s, they look more like the brothers there look more like the Migos than they do today?
Like the Migos? Oh, okay.
Oh, you might not know who the Migos are. I'm sorry.
No, I just
The
moved
the
to
the
the U.S.
the
like 4
five
years ago.
heartbeats. You know who the Temptations are? The Jackson Five.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like that more than today. Today they
What would make me? So that means I'm not Puerto Rican.
no, absolutely not. No, Puerto Rican is a nationality. That's what you're messing up. It's not a race. It's a nationality. There are many
So my
different.
skin color
There's
is the
Asian
issue.
Puerto Ricans. There's black Puerto Ricans. There's white Puerto Ricans. Arthur Schomburg was a black Puerto Rican. He was an African black brother. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
He just lived on the island of Puerto Rico. That was once a plantation.
Mm-hmm.
You would not
I
have
grew
been
up
on the
farming
plantation.
myself, like a jibaro in Puerto Rico. Um, I know all about it, like farming, and I grew up doing all of that. I
Hmm.
consider myself full-on Puerto Rican, and I enjoy bomba y
Puerto Rican
plena,
is not its own
bachata.
race. Do you understand?
I think it should be its own race. I disagree
It's
with that
not. No,
statement because
no.
it
Why
has
would you
gotten
want to
to a
create a
point.
new race instead of dismantling race as a social construct? It's an oppressive social construct. Why would you
I
want
agree.
to add a
I
new
agree.
category
So
to
I
oppression?
don't identify as a white Caucasian male. Like this is to me absurd. I identify as a Puerto Rican with a mixed culture, a rich mixed culture that
Culture
has
has
bomba
nothing
y
to do with
plena,
it. We're talking
salsa,
about race.
bachata, merengue. We
All
have
from Spain,
African cultures.
a culture built around Spain and
I don't.
conquistadors that came. Just because you speak
You're
Spanish
going
doesn't
to
make you
the
less
past.
white.
You're going to the past,
No, going
man.
to the present. Spanish is still
Yeah,
spoken
in
in
the
Spain
present,
and Europe.
Puerto Rico has had 125 years of being colony, and before that, more years of development and like mixing. It's a boiling pot of
Mixing. Do you hear
mixed
yourself?
people.
Do you hear yourself mixing?
Yeah,
How
why
many?
is
How
that
many we
bad?
need? We got two more left.
2 more.
All right.
Why is
Anyway,
that bad?
I don't
I didn't
know.
say anything was bad, man.
When you apply for them jobs or you go into that school or you get any kind of scholarship for being Wahite, I bet you put on there you Wahite.
Yeah. Thank y'all for the Panther pause.
It'd be different if they put like, hey, I'm Puerto Rican. I put black, and that's how I always categorize myself. If someone was just like straight up, whatever you put on your passport or something, that's what you need to say. Don't tell
Yeah.
me, oh well, I'm Puerto Rican. There's no Puerto Rican on the passport things. They don't
There
say
isn't.
Puerto
No.
Rican. They don't put Dominican. What do you put yourself? What do you label yourself as?
Yeah.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's keep it going. Who's next? Sister Alicia in the comments. You're gonna let me know who's next. Hey y'all, keep tapping like, tapping like. We're trying to get to 200K. That's crazy. We getting to 200K tonight.
It's Tay and then brother.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, sister, for that. Tail, Tay, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 19. I go by he or whatever the pronouns work nowadays. I know that. I'm black.
All right.
I think interracial relationships can be problematic because what if a black man could date a white man, that all of a sudden the white girl's ancestors can be slave owners, and that ain't right to.
You said what if a what now?
Well, what if a black man dated a white girl, and then the white girl's ancestors were slave owners?
Oh, so that's like Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barack Obama's mother, her ancestors owned slaves. Well, they don't have ancestors. They have forefathers. Their forefathers owned slaves.
Second question. I think it's a fetish because mostly women that are like not black tend to want black man because of one thing, and that's really multiple things. It can be just because of his color skin. It could be just because of his penis size or whatever the case may be. I just think it's like it ain't cool, like it's not okay. Can you be pro black with a non With a non what? I can't read that.
With a non-black spouse.
Nah, you. I don't think you can, because you can't support black culture and black business and all that, and still date a woman that doesn't understand how black culture works or anything like that. It doesn't make sense at all. So that's common sense, really. Can black and white culture fully coexist? No, because if we go back in time, we have slaves, and we had slaves, and we had slave owners talking shit to us or whatever, and they and then now they want to coexist with us. Yeah, like it's yeah, like it will never work. It will never happen. Like, so yeah.
All right, how old are you, brother?
19.
Hey, man, you get an A, bro. We're giving him an A. Now, you came up here and knew the assignment. Appreciate you for cleansing the live after the last two people we had. You know.
He's 19.
19, he gets it.
Know how impactful that is? Oh, God, you just gave me new life.
For real. Keep up the good work, my brother. Get you a sister, man. I know you're probably not married yet, but when the time comes, look inward. All right.
Oh, yes.
One love. We'll go to the next guest. Brother, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
30, black. Oh, and he.
All right, talk to us.
So can interracial relationships be problematic? Without knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, yeah, definitely can. So I believe, like, if you are not within your culture, you decide to step out, especially in America, a lot of people tend to use this as I feel like in this generation, as a trend. So they think just because you're with somebody, it's okay, whatever it may be. Is it? And I definitely believe the next one is a fetish. So.
Oh snap! My bad. You can't see it now.
So definitely believe it's a fetish that goes on. So, especially with YT, a lot of the stuff you look at, even with history, you see a lot of the stuff that they belittle us in, while a women have a big butt, lips, everything. It became a hashtag trend for them. Like even when Maya Sai started to twerking's been around for a while, but when she did it, it became like a whole new trends, and everyone was like riding with it, and they were like, well, we've been doing it for a long time. And then obviously when they date a black man or whatever the case is, they're thinking like, oh, especially for someone who has dated outside. One of the things that always turned me off was when I asked them, so why do you like me, or whatever the case is, they're like, oh, because you're black, and I've always dated black guys, and I'm like,
ew.
You like me because of the color of my skin, nothing else, not my personality, not who I am as an individual, just my skin color. And they're like, oh, because black men have, and I'm like, oh, here we go. I can't. You lack understanding and knowledge and everything. I can't be with you like that. Can you be pro-black with a non-black? No, you cannot. I feel like if you represent for the black community, you represent as a whole. So if you dating someone that's a YT, it just doesn't look right, because at any time, I feel like especially in America, a lot of people are waiting for you to for your downfall. So like, we can use Jonathan Majors. He was dating a white girl. His career is now apart because of things that he's now considered innocent, but people are running him down in the mud because of the simple color of his, and they just want to not support or uplift him. So I think dating outside, that just makes it problematic. I would love to believe that we can coexist together, especially in this American country that we're in. It's like a bucket of soup. I would love to see us coexist, but it seems like history has shown throughout the time we tried to build our own community. They teared it down not just one time. They teared it down 21 times. I believe it's 27 times. There was more than one Wall Street that's been all over the United States that we have created and we have built, and they have teared it down. The one in when people go to New York, Madison Square Garden,
Seneca Village,
so used to be a town community run by black people, they teared it down and turned it into a park. Tennessee, we used to have a beautiful community just run by black people. They turned it into a water park. Well, not water park, a lake for people to go to resort and everything. So I feel like we try, and I think as black people, we try to be so peaceful to give people chances and chances after time, but every time we do, it just doesn't seem like it's working. So, nope.
Well, you also get an A, brother. Thank you. That was a great breakdown, man. You touched on a lot of things there, and what you were saying about them tearing down our towns and turn them into lakes, things like that. It's all because there's never been a fear of what would happen if they did that, because they can't tear down Chinatown. They don't want no smoke with China. They can't tear down Little Italy. They never wanted smoke with Italy. They don't want smoke with the Irish or anyone else. Even though they are now assimilated into whiteness, when they didn't like them, they would never. And part of that is because we as black people in America don't have the backing that other so-called minorities have. And that's part of my mission with my nonprofit, is just reconnecting us back to Africa. What's that?
Before that guy got taken off from Puerto Rico, it's important to know your identity, especially in Puerto Rico, because if you go to like UMass Worcester, one of the main things in the application that they ask you is what you are. They ask if you're black, then they go from light black or are you black. If you're Hispanic, they say, are you white Hispanic, black Hispanic? They break it down to know who you are and where you identify yourself as.
Right.
Especially in the medical field, because they want to know who you're going to align with or who you're going to try to benefit within their system that they have in place. So it's very important, especially you being Hispanic, because I'm Haitian and Dominican, but I consider myself black because of my skin color, no matter what. So
shout out my Haitian brothers and sisters. Free Haiti. Absolutely.
Yeah, right now, hopefully, that we start to do a little better in Haiti. But
everybody throw Free Haiti, hashtag Free Haiti in the comments, man. Let them know we in here.
But it's important because if you have not noticed, even now in jobs, like it's not nobody's business to know your ethnicity, but they want to know to determine if they can turn you down by just looking at you. Without even having to look at you, they could sit there and say, nope, we don't need to hire you because of the simple fact that you checked off you black. Same in medical. They're doing that at UMass. They've been doing that at UMass Worcester and other locations just because it lets them to quickly put you in a category where you don't need to be. And so you just say black or you just proud of who you are, especially in this generation, we're slowly waking up out of the colonizing whitewashing, where being black is not beautiful. We now know that being black, who you are, is beautiful.
Absolutely.
We're now trying to represent more black Barbie dolls, more black action, more black male figures, women figures that have in the country, but they are slowly trying to chip away out of the wood. But great to have a platform like this that you're doing. So, keep doing your thing, brother.
Yes, sir.
Seeing my people, come up and do their thing.
Always.
We stay together and be united. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you coming up, my brother. One love. Peace. Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie. They say black is beautiful. I'll tell you right now, the first girl I ever had a crush on was a Haitian girl, man. I fell in love with a Haitian girl. I was like 15, I think. No, you go down, brother. I was just talking to everybody else, but nah, man. Yeah, man. That was my first crush. Nobody had to convince me. Like, I knew black was beautiful early on, and I hope all the sisters in here know that you're beautiful, and the skin you in, richly melanated. The reason I say rich is because melanin is one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive, materials on earth, and you're made of it. It's all over you. Shout out to my richly melanated sisters. Melanin has also been a symbol of abundance for most of human history, a symbol of fertility, and a symbol of wealth for most of human history. So just understand that. What's going on right now is not most of human history, y'all. We talking 400 years tops. Our ancestors go back 300,000. All right, I'm gonna go to the next guest.
Hold on, listen. Let me just do a mod,
yeah,
break announcement real quick.
yeah, go ahead.
Listen, y'all. Let's get to 200K likes in the next 10, 15 minutes. I know we could do it. If you just now joining the live, point is for y'all to jump on the panel and answer the questions on the green screen. If everybody is tapping the screen long enough, you're gonna see a red bar start to show up. If you fill up that red bar, it's 100 likes. If you do that at least 3 times, we can get our numbers up and meet the likes goal or what have you. Make sure you are gifting the host, Legend. Send a brother some hand hearts, anything from a money gun to a goddamn a galaxy. Support the platform. Make sure you follow the host and that you gifted the co-host, the Diva and Jennifer. So let's get to 200K, and I'm gonna shut the hell up, back. I'm gonna mute.
Appreciate you, brother. And so, somebody said drop a line. Drop a line to kick the call. Why y'all be getting on speak like that? I think the next guest is Danny. Am I right? Is that the next guy? Danny? Anybody know? I'm waiting for the comments. Yes. All right, Danny, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Yes, it's Danny. Hello. Thank you for letting me up. I'm 27, black, she, her.
All right, thank you. Talk to us.
Yes, so for the questions, can interracial relationships be problematic? Absolutely, especially when you're bringing children in the mix. I think, well, for any relationship, there's a lot of work that has to go into it, but specifically interracial work, there's a lot of work and communication and a lot of things to establish because it is two very different situations, like how you're raised and how you see relationships. If it is black on black, it's going to be different how you would see it in a interracial relationship. So yes, absolutely, it can be problematic, but it also can be successful. Is it a preference or a fetishization? So I think all preferences aren't fetishes. Like, I think if it is your preference to have a white partner and you are black, then you need to look inward. You need to figure out what's going on with you to make you feel that way. Like, what is it about black people that you don't like? Like, sometimes it can be that person more than their just interest in that other person for a specific physical reason. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Absolutely. I think there's a lot of examples how you can be pro-black with a non-black spouse. However, that non-black spouse can't just be not racist. They have to be anti-racist. They have to be super pro-black as well. They have to be an ally. That's the only way I see that can work. And then can black and white culture. What is white culture? Like, what does that even mean? I think once everybody acknowledges that everyone has their own unique upbringing and are unique in their own realm, and everyone accepts people for who they are, that can work. It can coexist that way, but I don't necessarily understand what white culture.
What is white culture is actually the correct answer. Could you just give me a yes or no on the third question? What did you say?
Can you be pro-black with it? Yes, you can.
Why you say that?
I said it depends on the spouse. They have to be anti-racist. They have to be pro-black. They have to be they also have to be an ally.
An ally to be an anti-racist?
They have to be an ally to the black community. They have to be anti-racist, not just not racist, but anti-racist. They also have to be pro-black as well.
How can a non-black person be pro-black?
How can a non-black person be pro-black?
Mm-hmm.
They can be an ally. They can stand up for when they see that something is wrong.
That's anti-racism.
Absolutely. So that's kind of how I.
Oh, so all right. So anti-racism and pro-blackness are two different things.
So you're saying
Anti-racism is focused on a white problem, which is racism.
hmm
Racism is a white problem. It affects black people. Pro-blackness is a black solution that is basically us coming together and building for ourselves. Has nothing to do with racism. So the
you
two
feel
can
like,
work hand in hand, but
right.
prioritizing ourselves and building in our community is not the same thing as dismantling an oppressive system. Us choosing to focus on dismantling oppressive systems like Martin Luther King is part of a distraction that actually white tea people are kind of okay with, because we're kind of focusing on them and how they treat us instead of focusing on us and how we're going to treat each other. So
Right.
you see what I'm saying?
So do you? I do understand. That actually makes a lot of sense. So do you feel like there's no way for a non-black person to be a part of the solution, or at least help uplift or support whatever?
Uplifting and supporting, again, is not the same thing as prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest above all other interests, in the best interest for the black community, building the black community rather. So it's an action word as well. So are you doing what is in the best interest of your community to contribute to building for our future generations, reconnecting with brothers and sisters on the motherland or in the diaspora, or even if it's just in your family? Me having a child with a black woman is pro-black when you understand that that low marriage rates in our community is contributing to some of the disenfranchisement seen by our sisters when they have children in fatherless homes where men are not there to help the sister take care of the child, and now they have to work a job, barely make ends meet, and have to live in dangerous neighborhoods because they can't afford to move out. When all that can be solved by me just being intentional with a sister and saying, hey, we're going to build a family. We're going to teach our child, how to love themselves. We're going to connect with our community and maybe even teach other children along with our child. Me, I'm going to homeschool my child. So what I'm saying is, pro-blackness is easier when your spouse is black, because now I could just prioritize me and my family, and that is pro-black. I'm prioritizing my community through my family. But when your significant other is non-black, there's going to be a time where you have to prioritize either them, your non-black spouse, or building with your community. And which one are you going to choose?
Wow, I actually completely understand. That makes a lot of sense, especially too if you're procreating with a non-black spouse. It doesn't necessarily contribute to the community. It can cause more confusion. So yeah, I feel you. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. All right.
Interracial dating. Well, how?
What'd you say, sister?
She said interracial dating can be successful.
Oh, okay. That's what she said. Because people in the comments was like, successful. I'm like, I didn't hear her say that. Go ahead. What does that mean?
Problematic.
I got popcorn.
Nothing.
This Oreo popcorn is fire, y'all. I don't know if y'all know about that. I shouldn't be eating it, but good. Sister, what do you mean by successful interracial dating?
Oh, that question was for me. I think that was regarding can interracial relationships be problematic. I was saying yes, they can, but not all of them can be. It depends on the spouse.
You said it could also be successful. You said, can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes. And then you said a little bit and you said, but they can also be successful.
Hold on, y'all. Nick, you need to stay muted.
Oh yeah,
You're just
absolutely.
starting to
They
feed.
can be successful.
Oh,
As
sorry.
far
Hold on, y'all.
as
Hold
far as
on.
a healthy
Nick,
relationship.
mute your mic. Listen,
She
people,
got
when
it.
you on the panel, stay muted until it's your turn to speak and you on the box or on the guest box. The conversations is between Danny, The host and the co-host. You need to stay
Yeah,
muted until it's your turn.
I got
Nick,
you. No
mute
worries.
your mic. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Based on statistics, that's a lie, right? So when we say things like it could be successful, I was trying to understand how you feel like it would be successful. When you look at statistics, it shows that the pairing is really not successful. Like the numbers actually show that in divorce.
Statistically, divorce, I feel like that's more so when the male is black and the white woman, or the
It
woman
is.
is white, versus when the woman is black and the husband is
But
white.
even in that sort, that pool is so much smaller because black women are the least likely to date outside of their race.
Right, but there's
And divorce doesn't always mean that your marriage is unsuccessful. There are a lot of unsuccessful marriages that never get a divorce. I'm gonna just leave it there.
That's very true. Living in hell.
Right, because your zaddy is able to pay your bills, and you've chosen to ignore microaggressions for the rest of your life. So, those kind of sisters, they're usually problematic themselves. Raising little Meghan Markles that don't even know they black. I'm just saying. All right, I think she's done. I'll go to the next guest. Appreciate you. Who we got?
Nick, so that the person over me is lies.
Okay, all right. Nick, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hey, I'm 28. I am white and she, her.
Okay, talk to us. Answer the questions. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so I was thinking, can interracial relationships be problematic? I think, of course, because I've seen like so many little white blonde bitches just use black men as a prop, like holding a bulldog, thinking they're like badass bitches, So
Please
in
stop.
that,
Please stop saying the B word.
oh, sorry. Yeah,
We prefer the
and
term
so
females.
females, yeah. And sorry, they annoy me so much. And yeah, in that way, I think it can be really problematic. But for me, I've never dated a black man or woman, but the reason why I would want to, and in the way that I would hope wouldn't be problematic, is just because there's culture and there's love. There is no culture with white people. Like, they don't love the same. And I've stepped into, black men and women's houses, and there's just so much love. And it's like true and real love, and I've never seen it before.
Define love.
The way that, the mums and dads interact with their children, like there's real love between the parents and the daughter.
Damn, Gunna.
Or the sons. Pardon?
Be more healthy for you to find an actual wifey spouse and
she out of here.
Like, that would make far more sense. I'm sorry.
She out of here. Shout out to Gunna for the pause, man. Dang.
They wasn't playing no games.
Yeah, they wasn't playing. Listen, she was going so far left.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. So we're gonna keep it pushing. Whoever the ear person is at the top, we could just see the back of your ear. We don't know what you are. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
I'm 31, technically white, and she, her.
I'm not even going to question why you said technically. We're just going to keep it pushing. Go ahead and go ahead and answer us these questions up here.
Yes, so I think interracial relationships can be more problematic in more ways than just being interracial. Problems just keep rolling. Um, I don't think preference and fetishization go hand in hand, but it can be both.
Name a racial preference that isn't steeped in stereotype. Like, I like black men. Why?
Well, if you're just using black as an example, then it could be culture.
Culture is not race.
Correct.
And not all black people adhere to black culture.
But there is an idea that black people have a culture.
Black people are culture. We created all cultures except for white culture. We never colonized anybody.
Right.
So, aside from that, all cultures worldwide at some point lead back to Africa. So, the thing is, we're talking about race. White woman comes up to me and says, I like black men. How can that be harmless and not racist as hell?
Oh, no, that's not harmless at all.
Okay, so a white woman walks up to an Asian man, says, I like Asian men. What is she saying? How is that not racist?
No, that's racist.
Okay, so it being racist makes it a fetish. I have yet to hear someone in my over a year of doing this exact live. I've literally asked this. The reason I keep coming up here with this live is because I get different answers all the time. But it actually gets repetitive, but it's a different each time, different combination. But to be honest, no one has come up here and been able to give me a reason why they prefer a race that isn't a fetish. It's always a fetish.
So for me, the fetish is the preference.
They prefer to fetishize?
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
So this is, I don't know if I could say this.
Please say it.
I can't.
You have to. You kind of have to. You just said something I've never heard on my live before. Please.
So if you're not talking about race and you're just talking about a natural fetish that doesn't have anything to do with the color of someone's skin, that's a preference over someone who doesn't have the fetish that you like.
Hold on now. All right. So you're saying it's okay if
no.
It's a fetish. Okay. All right. So you're saying it's okay if it's a fetish if the fetish is that this person prefers. I'm confused, man. Just simplify that. What are you talking about?
Her.
What? What?
I don't know what you said.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Are they fetishizing you?
No, ma'am. So in the terms of fetishization, so we're talking about race up here, but if you're not talking about race,
No, we're talking about race. Don't take it somewhere else. We're talking about race. We understand that if I say I like women that read books, that's a preference. I know the difference between a preference and a fetish. We're talking about if someone outside of my race comes to me and says I like black men, how is that not a fetish?
It is a fetish.
Okay. All right. So it is a fetish. You said it could be both. So I'm just trying to figure out, I know some of us, our gut instinct is to try to figure out the nuance and try to make it so that both options are available. But unfortunately, there is nothing but racial fetishes. There's no such thing as a racial preference. As soon as you minimalize someone to a stereotype built on an oppressive system like race, you have fetishized them.
Fair.
The preference to fetishize.
I've never heard that before. All right, so can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse?
I don't think so.
Can a non-black person be pro-black?
Only in the anti-racism.
All right, and can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy family relationship?
I don't think so.
Hey man, I gotta be honest. I'm gonna give you a C. You got a C. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, you get a C. She got a C. That's that's quite a high mark. You should be proud. I might start giving out little certificates, like just screenshotting. And, oh no, you can't send pictures and DMs on here. Anyway, thank you,
brother. Let me just say one thing.
I
have never in my life heard some shit like something like that. A preference to fetishize, and the way she said it was crazy. I get it, but that's crazy. Because some of those people be in denial. They know they love melanin. It is for superficial reasons sometimes, or shallow reasons. But what this country did, let me say this real quick. If y'all know who Henrietta Lacks is, the reason she was who she was, and they used her for scientific purposes, for all medicines and all this, is because she's a melanated woman. They violated her body, and they took advantage of her corpse. And because of that, we have modern medicine or cures for a lot of things. This is what these people do in terms of being animalistic, barbarians. And that's what melanin is, ladies and gentlemen. You exist in the sun as a brown person. Sun gives you energy. It gives you life. But if you're non-melanated, that shit makes you melt. And you need certain things to put on your skin to protect you from the fact that the sun is making you melt. And the way she broke that down and said that blew my mind. But that's all I got to say, man. They always look to us for something. If it's culture, if it's music, if it's food, if it's swag, if it's verbiage, whatever it is, or the way we talk, they always want something from us. They always want something from us. Yet they think of us as less than or even non-human. Because if you remember that, 3/5 of a human. But I always say a black man to those people is 0.5 of a human. That's why they do what they do to us in this country. But lady, you blew my mind tonight. Shout out for you for saying some wickedness the way you broke it down. But that's all I got. That really blew my mind, bro.
Yeah, that was wild. That was I never heard that before. All right. Next, Gunner, what's good, brother?
What's going on, brother? What's going on, everybody? What's going on?
Well.
Hey, y'all. No, I was just coming up here. You know, every time one of them come up here, I have to throw the paws down.
Definitely did.
Well, let me. I'm sorry. Age 39. He him. Is that me? Echoing? Go on.
I got him.
Am I echoing now?
No, you good. You good, family.
Yeah. So black, male, he, him, they, thee, she, him, whatever. No matter. Just be respectful. I feel like black language is nuanced. We can tell context more so than the actual words we use, which is colonial language. So context has importance.
That's why I ask. That's crazy that you bring that up. That's the reason, because the conscious community gets kind of weird with the pronoun thing. Like, oh, he's pro black. What are you talking about pronouns? And I ask because I'm trying to be, just I want to get that out the way so we can actually have the actual discussion and not distract. But also, we're speaking a colonizer's language anyway. And in our languages, our native tongues of our ancestors, there was no pronouns. So why do we give a damn? Just answer the question. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. And then, like I always use the example, like our language has context. Like only black people know we can walk in a room and say, what's good 3 different ways. And one of them is very inviting. The other one, you gonna stand up 10 toes down, ready to nuck, right? And we say the exact same words. We know the difference between an upward head tilt and a downward head tilt or a side head tilt. Like our language has nuance. I just wanted to come up. So the lady that I called was just, it was like once she started going down the utility of black people, like, oh, I like them because they're nice and I've been in their homes and they're loving. So you like the outcome of how we've had to act inside of our homes because of the oppression of your people. Instead of fixing that, you come running to the people that you harmed to find the love that your people keep trying to kick out of us. That's just crazy. And I'll go down to questions. Can interracial relationships be
But Gunner, let me
problematic?
say this real quick, brother. I'm gonna
Oh,
let you go ahead.
no, go
If you
ahead,
pay
Steve.
attention when she was talking, she was giggling. So it was a game to her. How she was saying things. She did it intentionally. It was funny to her as she was saying it, and it sounded like it was somebody in her background laughing too. The way she answered that fetish part, it's crazy to me. These is how these people. I always say this is how these people think, but I'm not gonna bring my take on
Speak.
I
I'm not
didn't
gonna
hear
bring that in
giggling.
there.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
heard the giggling. Trust me, I heard it.
But
I
y'all
heard it.
talking about two different people. You talking about the girl that had the ear. He talking about the girl that looked like a crack-headed possum.
Oh
And
shit.
that
I
was
mean,
what
we
I
are
wanted
both
to
Listen,
almost.
say
all in
that.
all, I throw them all in the same blend. They all the same to me.
The crack-headed
That's why they
possum
can't
made me
last
think like,
on these panels. But I'm not gonna bring that up here. They all sound the
okay,
same. They
well,
think the same way to me.
the crack-headed possum was making a reference to us as a people and how we love. And I thought it was funny too, like brother at the bottom said, because she loved the labor that black people give. She loved how black people extend themselves. And so she was wanting to attach herself. Didn't y'all hear her say, because I want to be in a relationship with a black man or black woman because of these things. I haven't ever done it, but I want to try it because of these things. So now you're making them yet again exude their labor to you for free.
Right.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I walked in their home. And the first thing when she said that, the first thing I thought of is, like, we think about like our grandmothers, right? You walk in there, they got the living room with the Chester set, and they got all the trinkets that have been passed down on generations and stuff, right? So it's this very cluttered space, but it's a
Yeah.
telling of our history and our story because we often haven't had museums and things dedicated to us. So our grandparents would hold on to all these trinkets because that was the only thing that we had to show that we came from somewhere. And so for you to walk in and see that, and you're just like enamored with that, right? In this small black space where our grandmothers had to create this reflection of who we are and where we come from is also very telling, right? These are people who to this day still ship around and make money off of stolen artifacts. So it would make sense that you walk into to a black household and sense all the love and creation and creative energy there.
Wow.
So I wanted to say about I mean, I can answer the other ones. Can they be problematic? Absolutely. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy family relationship? Absolutely not. I really wanted to focus on the preface of fetish because when I was listening to the YT women speak and just thinking about like white people, how they explain away stuff, I put this note down where in their head, if they could somehow justify an end result, they'll excuse the initial how it initiated, right? So I was thinking about like, okay, let's go with the argument that yes, if you're a non-black person wanting to date a black person, then that's off a fetish, right? But in their head, right, I saw you as a black man, that's a fetish. Oh, but I did fall in love with you, and now I have kids with you, and so the end result of that is actually see your humanity, and so now I can deny that my initial attraction to you was based off of fetish because the end result is I see humanity in you, right? It's the same thing they do. Like I've seen this live with this one pastor talking about, yeah, well, if you're a Christian, it had to be part of God's will that yes, slavery was bad, but look, you wouldn't be over here, wouldn't have this Western education, and wouldn't have this if we didn't have that, right? So they try to find they try to use this right and wrong or this forget about this side, heaven lasts forever type shit, where they just excuse their initial bad behavior because they try to find something good at the end. Again, for those who may or may not have seen me on the panel, I am a product of a biracial relationship, so not to say that my only experience is the totality of biracial experience, but I've seen this up and close, right? I wholeheartedly think know that my parents love each other, but I would still say that the initial attraction on both ends was some type of fetish or some type of projection or assimilation, right? But again, the end result of that is a loving family and they love each other and all of that. So that's the thing. When we talk about even black and white cultures existing beside each other, the construct of race would have to disappear, and we would have to coexist beside each other as just humans that belong to a same tribe or a similar culture or background. It would have to exist in that way, but as long as the construct of actually black and white as races exists, absolutely not.
All right. That's quite a word. Appreciate you, brother. He always come over here and just turn into a teacher. Just dropping all these gems, man. Really appreciate you. Oh, he dropped down already? Yeah. All right. Well, I'll go to the next guest. Everybody next, I don't know where he went, but follow Gunner, man. He's on it. Also, his website got some good work on it too. He's written a few articles on some of these topics, very deep. I'm gonna go to the next guest. I think we're at D Lady. What's good, sister?
Hey, my brother, what's good?
I'm well.
I'm glad to hear that. Hello to the panel and to my melanated brothers and sisters in the comments. Um, Real quick, for our people, well, first of all, I'm 53. I'm a black woman, uh, and I go by she, her. Um, just real quick, you could tell that our cultures could not mix with those. I'm probably start at the bottom here because you can see the venom coming out of them in the comments, and the venom comes out of them when they get up here on the panel. They don't know how to sit back, listen, engage, figure out where we're coming from and how we feel. They only see themselves, their entitlement, their uncomfortableness, that we're making them uncomfortable. How dare we try to have a area to speak and talk with each other, and then they have to come in and center themselves.
Right.
So it's problematic all the way around because that's who they are. And there are maybe those that say, "Well, I'm different." Well, I don't feel like that. I just feel like with all of them, this whole system would have to be deconstructed and started all over again for one of them to get it. Because the comments let you know just how insincere they are and how tone deaf they are. Instead of going and starting their own life, they just come over here to and to add venom and hate and tell us we're the one hating. Well, we're not. That's why interracial relationships are problematic because you would have to take on the traits of your partner and what they believe in. Someone is not going to be able to push their culture all the way, and most times their culture will supersede our culture. Not that I feel like they have a culture because their culture hasn't been anything but stealing and destruction. And they may get offended by that, but history have shown otherwise, that they don't want to live in harmony, they don't want to be neighborly, that they prefer to show oppression and that I'm better than because I look this way, and that they do fetishize us. They don't look at us as, oh, that's a good man or that's a good woman. That's who I would like to be with. It's always with, I like the black men or the way they're hung. It's always something. Or the black women with the buttocks. Someone earlier said that black women take from the YT women's culture and vice versa. I've never known a black woman, and I'm a black woman, that has looked at the YT culture and said, I want to copy that. Not never. Never in a million never. It's absurd. And so, you could see how they act in these comments to tell us the whole story of who they are. They have no intentions or to get along. They don't want to get along. Their whole agenda is to take, oppress, and whatever they take, make it theirs as if they created such thing. And that's all they know. So it's so toxic and it's draining. Because I'm sitting here and I'm like, then they get up in the panel and it's a joke to them. Or we're talking about things that have affected each and every one of us, our black people's, our lives, our loved ones' lives, ones that have lost their lives. And to them, it's a game. They want to come over in the black spaces get in the comments, make snide remarks, then get on the box if they're really feeling cocky, and then take over for 15 minutes on some stupid tangent that means absolutely nothing. They just come over to annoy us. We don't go in their lives and annoy them. So I can go on forever, and I don't want to do that. Can you be pro-black and be with a non-black spouse? Absolutely not. And I had a discussion with a brother. I was in his live, and he was saying he was pro-black, and I agree with his statement. Black people throughout the diaspora should love each other unconditionally. We should have nothing but love for each other because all we get is hate. And we should put our community first. And that means not stepping outside of said community. Doesn't mean that you are hating another race of people, but we should put our community first. And he was trying to explain away him having a child with a YT woman. And, he was upset that he was in another live and our black brothers and sisters in that live was giving him the business. And I was trying to explain to him, my brother, you say you're for the black community, but you immediately went out and had a baby with a YT woman. Now, how are you going to make sure that mixed child knows what is ahead of them, what they are expected? Because just because that one white woman was feeling you and now she has a mixed child, is her family going to be feeling that mixed child? People just don't take into account what they're doing. They act like because we live in this country, and yeah, we may be able to work together and live in an apartment next to each other, we are still looked at as the lower class and treated as such. And then we bring children into the mix and expect these children to adjust. Like, we have to remember who our oppressors are: trickery, deceit, want their way. They like what we have, so they go after it. It's not a compliment. It's not, oh, that's so nice. They're our allies. No, they're not. And so we really need to get a grasp on that. And I feel bad when I hear from our African brothers and sisters across the pond and they be talking reckless because they didn't came over here feeling like, oh, it worked out for me. And it's like that guy who's from Nigeria. I'm like, dude, are you hearing yourself? Like, what is the deal? It's like they just get indoctrinated and they get into this lull of comfortableness as if these people have changed their stripes, and they have not. And we really need to start waking up right away. Not tomorrow, not to, oh, I'll wake up next week. We need to wake up right now because our community and our lives depend on it. But thank you for letting me up, Brother Legend.
Yeah. Absolutely. Appreciate you, sister. Thanks for breaking that down for us. That
Yeah, she definitely brought it home.
Yeah,
she definitely brought it home. Listen, y'all, real quick, before the next person come out, let me just do a mod, announcement or what have you. Let's try to get to 230K. We already at 215. Shout out to that. Matter of fact, let's see if we can get to 250 by the time the live ends. If everybody's tapping the screen, you're going to see a red bar. Fill that up 3 times right now. I'll do a reminder in 15 more minutes. Legend, I don't know when you're knocking down the live, but let's try to get to 250K likes. Again, make sure you gift the host. If you're new here, follow the host, Brother Legend. I see he's sitting at 28.6K followers. I'm going to start throwing this in here. The goal is to get him to 30K. The goal is to get this black man to 30K followers. God damn it. So if you're new here, follow the host. Again, we're trying to get to 250K likes. If you appreciate the platform, gift the host and the co-host, the Diva, who's on the panel. And yeah, that's all I got. Just want to do a quick jump in right there.
Jay
Y'all can go ahead.
I wanted Jay to speak. Dang.
Jay?
She dropped, but I want her to speak because she was in the chat just going so hard.
Yeah, when they do that, they know the drop. They know the drop. I don't know. Jade, come on up. In the meantime, we'll go to Coca-Teen. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
All right. So I'm 22 years old, Afro-Indigenous, and my pronouns are he, him.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead, answer the questions for us.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna go down the list. Can interracial relationships be problematic? To an extent, I agree that they can be because, you know, it's one of those situations where the other person doesn't understand like your struggle and stuff. Like, let's say that there's a black man with like a white woman or a Latino woman or Latina woman or something. They're not gonna understand what struggles you have to deal with as a black person. So whenever a situation comes up, like where there's racism happening, they won't really know how to like address it properly. But, you know, I say to an extent because I mean, I guess as long as they're like happy together or meant to be together, then it's not the biggest issue, I guess. Is it a preference or a fetishization? I would say it's a fetishization. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it because if you're getting with somebody strictly because of their features, then I just think that that's weird. I'm not gonna lie, especially if it's like a white woman who says, "Oh, I want a black man. I want a big, tall, strong black man or whatever." Like, no, dude, just face it that you want this black man because he has a you know what I'm trying to get at because he has this about him, this feature, this particular sexual feature about him. And then can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Well, no, because if you claim to be pro-black, then why wouldn't you date somebody that's black? I guess. And then can black and white culture fully coexist in a healthy relationship / family? No. No, I doubt it. No, it can't. First of all, because there's no really set white culture in America. If there is white culture, like I said, it's rednecks, it's incest, and black people just can't assimilate with that. It's not possible. So yeah, that's my opinion.
All right. I'm not mad. How do y'all feel? Anybody want to smile?
Something, but it's gonna be so problematic. But I'm okay. I want to understand this, and I'm not trying to be funny. When y'all say y'all Afro-Indigenous, like, what does that do?
Well, I mean, it's just what it is. You know, my mom is black, and then my dad is indigenous.
Oh.
Could have just said black.
Oh, I thought you meant Afro-Indigenous as in you're a black person with indigenous culture. So you mean Afro-Indigenous as in you're mixed?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean,
So what do you put down on your passport?
well, I don't have a passport, first of all, but I just put 2 or more races.
Yeah, but that's not always an option. I don't know what the passport options are, but that's not always an option. If you have to choose one, what do you choose?
Oh yeah. If I had to choose just one,
Mm-hmm.
I guess since my black features stand out the most, then I would just put black.
Okay. My black features stand out the most too. My great grandmother might have been Native American, but you know, I have the black look, so I hear you. Anybody else want to say something?
I want to say one thing. Crickets.
I don't know. I don't understand why people don't just come up here and just be like, I'm black. It's not a shame. Same thing for white. Like, it's not a shameful thing. Just come up here. I'm white, and let's move it on. Let's go continue with the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I would like that too, but as long as I've been doing this live, black people always have to center their identity around something more exotic than just being black.
And so they have to tell you about what their parents are for some reason. And white people have to center their identity around anything that doesn't make them white, because we're talking about race. And they know as soon as they walk into a discussion about race that if they're white, oh my God, they know they're assumed to be wrong, because rightfully so, like, 400 years of oppression, right? So, they already know to disarm us. What they do is center their identity around their non-whiteness. I've had them come up here and say that, they're descendants of Pocahontas. And I've heard some really crazy stuff, to be honest. One guy came up and said he was mixed because he was, what was that? From the Netherlands and Germany or something. He was mixed. Yeah, people, I mean, we're having a discussion about race. So I have to ask you what your race is. If somebody comes up here and says, I think it's a good idea for black people to go back to Africa. If it's a black person, I'm with you. If it's a white person, hold on. Something ain't right about that. So I need to ask what race you are so that this doesn't become a problematic discussion. But for some reason, everyone gets real creative when you ask them that. So, but I'll move on to the next person. Who is next? I think it's the eccentric. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
I'm 31. An African, born and raised. And I'm gonna talk about this from the perspective of why some African people get into interracial relationships. The Western countries have really interfered with the leadership of African countries to the point where my pronouns are she her.
Oh wow. Okay. I wasn't gonna force you to say that because some African the countries they don't say pronouns. So I wasn't gonna judge you.
Oh no. We do. Anyway, so I'm gonna talk about this from the angle of leadership and resources, right? And why there's a really big amount of Africans who are traveling to Europe and to America. It's because the West have interfered with the leadership of Black people, and they're still exploiting African countries, right? So that affects the people of the country. We don't get the resources, we don't get jobs, we don't get money, we don't get business. So we try and travel to European countries and American countries to try and create opportunities for ourselves, right? So when we get to these countries, we are not looked at as human beings. People don't actually think we have functioning brains. People don't think we have anything to say. They still rely on the picture that the media has portrayed with about Africa, right? That African countries are just really poor. People are still living in huts. We don't have access to internet and stuff like that. You get? So like when we get to these countries, people don't look at us like human beings. They think we are just, I don't know, a nuisance to these countries. And the reason why you'll find most African people in interracial relationships there is because I'll give a case in point. When you try to get a mortgage, when you try to get a house, you won't be given a house. You will try and access the system several times and you will be denied access. Okay? So, most people prefer to get into interracial relationships because it will give them access to the system. Most of the paperwork will be done by the spouses so that you can get into the system and try to build a life for yourself, try and build a legacy for yourself. I agree that yes, we should build back at home. I'm still of that idea. But for us to get the resources, we have to do so many things that, there's so many things we're forced to do. You understand? But I wouldn't expect someone who doesn't have that living experience to understand what Africans go through. Okay? Yeah.
No. To no white men just to have no house, baby. I will be homeless before I listen. I don't care what nobody say. Pairing yourself with your enemy, you will live in hell for a house. And I've seen it happen. You will literally sit there and be tortured to be in an environment to say that you have a house. Baby, give me the box. Give me the cardboard box. I refuse.
And you have to give yourself more credit. You can't think that I have to pair myself with someone to get what I need.
Listen.
And you're saying that you have to leave Africa, right, to get a better life, because Africa, in my opinion, is like how they used to say, well, what was it called? Iceland. They make it where Africa, it doesn't have enough resources. Africa has so much resources. That's why they make it seem like it's so poor. Because why else would they be so interested? If it was so shitty and stuff, why are they trying to make the people leave? Why are they trying to sit there and keep all the land? There's a reason for it. You guys have
answer? No, let me just answer you guys. I would not expect you to understand, because you have not lived that life.
Hold on. That is what you're saying is very, very condescending, sister. You got to try to do better. Because we wouldn't expect you to understand how the oppressor works and how interracial relationships, specifically interracial marriage, is used to oppress Black people worldwide. It's a colonization tool. If you want to say you're using a tool for your own subjugation as a method of survival, then it is still a problem that you have to do that. Our ancestors were forced to do that too. It is very, very condescending for you to keep saying we don't understand what we're talking about.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask a question, please. Does any of you know what's happening in Congo right now?
Yes, we do. I have videos. I have 4 videos on it on my page if you want to go see. You think, and it's very condescending because you're assuming that because we have American accents that we know nothing about the continent of Africa, and we are Africans just like you. We may not have knowledge of the lands and the layout and certain other things, but we do know our oppressor, and we do know where we come from, and we do know our people claim us. So just because we're American doesn't mean we're stupid. Please don't come up here being condescending.
I'm not being condescending. I'm just asking these questions because I want to know. I'm not asking from a point of I know. I want to know and I want to learn, okay?
Oh, but do you know the Congo? Oh, but I'm African. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Like, stop doing that. That's condescending. If you want to say something, you can say that, but you don't have to insult our intelligence.
Sis, what part of Africa, what African country are you from, sis?
I will not answer that.
Because you sound like
hold on, wait, Black, wait, hold on 1 second. Are you in America right now?
No.
Okay, so you would be the bridge that would close the gap between Black Americans and Black people across the diaspora. If we're being honest about actually helping and fix issues, this is the conversation to have. It isn't about I'm going to accept being treated like a dog to have a little bit of something that might feel like heaven, when in reality when I say I literally know friends that I've had to help, and like when I worked for 2 different attorneys, had to point them in the direction of a lawyer because they needed to get out of these freaking prisons they were living in under these people. It is a fallacy to think because you attach yourself to a YT person, your life is finna be better. I'm sorry, it's a fallacy. And that's sad that anyone on the continent would think if I go over there and I attach myself to a YT person, particularly, I'm gonna be honest, the women that I know, that I have a friend who is from, I won't even say where she's from. She's from Africa. She experienced a lot of SA over there. She got here and experienced an SA from someone she trusted. She ended up choosing a YT man because she just had a fear of black men after what she experienced. When I tell you she is a prisoner in her own home, she is a slave in that home. She does not know anything else. And what's so bad about it is she detached herself from the family she had there because they were the ones that SA'd her. When I say this woman is living in hell and has children with this person and does not know how to stand on her own 2 feet because she's been basically a slave in that house. She doesn't have no job. She doesn't have no resources. So when I say they will cripple you and you think just, you live in a nice house. Yes, she live in a nice house. She got a nice car that she can't drive unless she's told she can. But we gotta fix it. We gotta work together. If you think you pairing yourself with a YT person is gonna elevate you in society, you are setting yourself up for a new level of a prison. That's all I'm gonna say.
Can I just ask a question? Allow
No,
me to ask a question.
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, because I'm not sure why what country in Africa is a big secret. Your accent to me sounds like you're some form of Southern Africa, whether it's Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe. I'm not really sure, but the point is, you're not really representing Africans really well right now. The way you've come up, like what you think no one don't know what's going on. We know about Congo and actually other countries within Africa. So if you say you're coming to learn, come in some manners and flipping respect. Yes, there are some mad TikTok lives that you may see on the TikTok streets. This is not one of them. And if you sat in here long enough to actually listen before you jumped up in a box, you'd know that. So have some respect. Yeah, really, because you are the epitome of when I go into American lives and they say Africans are this and Africans are that, and I'm there like a fool saying, no, they're actually lovely people. Of course, you're going to get idiots like you that will come up, but you don't represent the majority of Africans in terms of how you're talking and, oh, do you know about Congo? Yes, we do. Do you know about Congo? Are you from Congo? Like, what's the big
I'm not
flipping
from
secret?
Congo.
Well, have some manners. We know about Congo. We know about Sudan. We know about Cameroon. We know what's going on in Niger. We know everything. Do you get me? Some of us actually care. And if you can't recognize that, then this is probably not the space for you to learn. And if you want to learn, come out the box and take a seat and use the 2 ears what God gave you and close the mouth. You get me?
I just feel like I triggered people with the truth because
Yes,
that is
because you're
actually
rude. It's
what's
not the
happening.
truth. It's not the truth. We get it. We
It's
understand.
happening.
You
It's
came and
happening
said,
though. We
no,
can't
listen,
deny that.
my sister, you came and said the reason why Africans date outside their race is because they
I
want to step
said
up in the
some
system.
Melanated.
Africans.
Yes,
I
some.
said
And
Melanated,
you
some
pause for me real quick.
understand that.
Melanated, pause. Let me say something to her. The eccentric. What are you getting out of the conversation you have right now? What have you learned based off of the statements you made? You've been corrected on things you've said that's offensive and disruptive. What have you learned in this conversation so far? I want to see something. Eccentric, that's for you. What have you learned?
That we're not ready to tell the truth.
Oh my God. Can you
It's not
elaborate on that?
true. It's
Nah, come
about
on,
what you
man.
said.
You're
You
not
don't get
melanated.
it.
Hold on. Let me do this. What else have you? What else?
That you need to have the lived experience first, honestly. And I'm not being offensive. I'm just being honest with all of you right now.
Do
You
you
don't know
think
the
that only
problems that
Africans do this?
Africans are
Melanated.
facing.
Hold on. Let her finish what she's saying. Melanated. Hold on. Eccentric. Continue.
I'm saying you have to have the lived experience to see the problems that some Africans are facing. I did not say all Africans. I'm just saying some Africans are facing and the things they're forced to do to be able to get something out of their lives. Do you understand?
So yes, I do understand. I actually do. I've
Melanin.
lived and I've
Melanated.
worked in
Hold
Africa. No,
on.
hold on,
Answer
speak.
it. Let her answer.
Hold
Speak.
on.
Speak.
Hold on. I
Melanated.
got you.
Melanated
I
is
know.
my
I know.
sister, man.
I know. I
You
know.
can't, you
But
can't have me
listen,
because you don't
let
know
me
what I'm
just
going
say
to
this
say.
real quick. Eccentric, you got to be mindful of what you're saying in these kind of spaces. That's something for you. You have to be mindful of what you say and how you say things. Because the reason you get in this heat is because of what you said and how you said what you said. Melanated, go ahead.
The point I'm going to make, my dear, is not that we don't understand. Some of us do understand. We're not even judging because we get it. The point is, it's the fact that you said that we don't understand. You think it's just Africans that come and sell out themselves for YT people because they think that they're going to get somewhere. And I come from the Caribbean, and it's the same thing. I see it in the UK. So you're not special. This is white supremacy. We understand that this is bigger than Africa. Do you get it? This is a global problem. So it's not just Africans. And the fact that you come up here with your bumper clock chip on your shoulder, yes, some of us get it. We know the poverty. I've seen it for myself. I get it. I would never judge you. If that's what you're doing, then you're building up your thing over there. How much Jamaican man there with white woman, and they're building up their land in Jamaica. We get it, love. We feel your pain, but don't come up here and tell us we don't. Like, really, that's what's pissing me off. I get your pain, sis. That's why I wanted to know where you were from. I understand that. Like, you think we don't see the boats of fucking Africans, my brothers and sisters, drowning in the fucking sea, trying to come to Europe to be slaves, effectively to clean up fucking white people's asses. Do you think I don't get it? I get it. So don't come up here and on your high horse and assume everyone don't get it. Some of us do. And until we prove that we don't, give us the fucking benefit of the doubt, because we look like you. We're not your enemy. So take the chip off your shoulder. And if, as I said, if you want to learn, I suggest you jump out the box and sit down and keep your ass quiet.
Damn. You said that.
This is the thing. If it's an issue, right? Because we correlated a house, and I think it's important. I think brother does this so well. So I'm gonna try this. If we are saying that YT people are the saviors, right? They have houses and all this stuff. What do Black Americans have over here? All Black Americans not doing bad. So I mean, it's beyond just saying, you know, resources at this point. Because if they Black and they're over here and you're trying to get over here, what makes you think they don't have the same access that these YT people have? It's that savior complex that a lot of our brothers and sisters, and I mean across the diaspora, I'm not talking about just Africa. Y'all got to get that out of y'all, because they not gonna save you. They're gonna save you to their benefit, and that's what we need to realize. You're good to be utilized for the benefit of something they want or need. That's it.
Absolutely, that's facts. That savior complex thing is real. We need to be mindful of that all over the diaspora. It's not just the Africans. I'm sorry y'all can't see me. I don't know what's going on, but it's not just the brothers and sisters on the continent. But I feel like we got a lot of work to do. Some of us keep looking to our oppressor as the solution to our problems. And I understand that it's to me, it's kind of like you're dying of thirst in the desert, and all you have is a bottle of Bacardi, and the Bacardi is not going to quench your thirst. It's going to make your thirst worse. But you're telling me you're going to gulp it down, and I'm like, there's no point in drinking that. You know, like you turn it to your oppressor to solve your problem. There's no point to that. I know it might feel good in the moment, feel like you're drinking something, but at the end of the day, vodka is not going to quench your thirst. Let me go to the next guest. We did the eccentric, right? That's who the last person was. So, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Malia. I'm 20. I'm Black, and I'm Black Jamaican and Liberian. And my pronouns are she, her.
All right. Thank you.
So,
And you gotta talk to us.
yeah. So, do I think that interracial relationships can be problematic? I feel like it depends based on like each person's situation. Like a lot of the times I've seen it's like, I guess you could say like a racist person and like someone who feels insecure in their blackness, and they end up matching and then creating like a byproduct of a biracial child who then hates themselves. So in that sense, I do think it's problematic. But if you're just going for love, because like I don't know, say you moved from America to like
What up, Carrie?
Venezuela and y'all fall in love, then I feel like that's different. It just depends on each person's situation. And then with the preference and the fetishization, again, like there's fetishization where like a white person could be like, oh, I like black people because of their skin color, like their chocolate or something like that, something weird, like referring to us as like food. I never liked like the term, like non-black people using the term chocolate. It always felt weird to me. And then preference, I don't think race can be a preference. Race being a preference is weird to me. I never liked that. And can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I don't think you can, because I feel like if you're fighting for, like, it would be weird if you saw Martin Luther King fighting for black rights, but then like his wife was named Becky and she had blonde hair and blue eyes and pale skin. It would just kind of like it wouldn't look right. And then can black and white culture fully coexist in a healthy family relationship? I feel like if both parties are accepting of each, well, I can't say culture because white people don't really have. I mean, unless the white person is like French or something. But like, yeah, other than that, if both people are like accepting of, I guess, culture, if the person has an actual culture, um, then yeah, I think it can coexist.
D, you want to grade this one?
I'm done. Okay.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
You said something about, okay, what did you say about the French?
Yeah, the French.
Well,
That's what got you the
well,
negative.
well, I mean, isn't like French culture like with the croissants and stuff?
-4.
Oh,
Babe,
what?
listen, because
Wow, all
a
I
black
heard.
person can be, hold on, a black person can be French, an Asian person can be French. Like, are we talking about race or are we talking about culture?
I, I was talking about culture because it says black and white cultures. It didn't.
So you said if it's French, right?
Yeah.
And then they were black, you're saying that they could coexist?
Well, I was kind of saying if the white person was French.
Uh-huh.
And say the other person was like Black American,
Mm-hmm.
African, whatever.
There's still
I feel
there's
like
still YT, right?
yeah.
So where in society on any walk of earth is a black person not discriminated against based on them showing up black?
Well, we're always discriminated against, I guess.
So how are we coexisting?
Take the chair.
How are we fully coexisting if we always have to be conscious of our blackness and or reminded that we're black?
Well, I guess
That's the only part you slipped up on. That's it.
I mean I'm not sure because I've kind of gone I've gone pretty much my whole life without
Hmm.
having to be reminded that I'm black. Besides, like when I'm looking in the mirror, like no one's
So
really
when you
discriminated against me. I've never experienced that.
so your hair is that that's you in the picture is really pretty, right?
Yeah, thank you.
So if you go somewhere and your hair is natural and someone tells you that's unacceptable, you need to go put your hair like it is in this picture. Do you feel like you're fully being able to be who you want to be?
No.
Okay, then you're not. If we're in I'm going to use US, right? We're in the US
Okay.
and only, I believe, 21, 22 states have literally been approved for the Crown Act, right? Then
Yeah.
how are we fully being able to be who we are? Because that's the key word, fully coexist. How are we being fully able to coexist if we're having to basically live up to European standards?
Well, then we're not.
That's it. She get a C minus.
C minus. All right. I was gonna. Yeah.
Fine. -1.
I was around there. It always gets weird for me when we ask, can interracial relationships be problematic, and they zoom into the relationship and not the people around. But that's kind of part of the individualistic nature of romance today. People just think of themselves now. When I got together with my wife, I thought about her family. I thought about my family. I thought about how they'll be able to come together. I thought about our children. Like I thought about a lot more than just me and her. But when you zoom into just the two individuals in the relationship, it's easy to say, well, it's problem. It depends, But all right, we'll go to the next guest. Appreciate you.
Hold on, legend. So I'm about to drop. Let me just do my last announcement. As a mod, y'all try to get the likes of 250K. People in the comments, make sure y'all tapping the screen every 10 minutes. Make sure you follow the host. legend, and you Gift, the co-host to Diva. It's been a wild night to say the least.
Yeah, it has
Y'all
been
make
well.
sure y'all keep coming back. I'm gonna get the hell up out of here. Y'all tap the screen, get those likes up. 250K, 250 goddamn K. And y'all be easy, man. I'm out. Peace.
All right, appreciate you, Speak. Thanks for coming up. I don't know why my background's acting goofy. It won't let me show my face and the background at the same time. Don't know what's going on, but we are going to be talking to all of y'all, and then I'm gonna shut it down. Our next guest is Carrie. Carrie, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Hey, so I'm white. I'm a her, female. I'm 37 years old, and I have to say I'm a little nervous. But I just wanted to give my own perspective on the issue. So when I was in high school, my very first boyfriend was a black guy. And I didn't hear people laughing. It had nothing to do. I was a virgin when I started dating him. It had nothing to do with any attributes or anything like that. I was just attracted to him and I liked him. And so we started dating and we dated for about 5 years. And honestly, I was madly in love and I probably would have married him. And when he came around my family, my white family, it was fine. It was, it was like bringing home any other white guy, honestly. Um,
That's a damn
but
lie.
around his
No
family,
way that's true.
I'm sorry, what?
There's no way that's true.
Well, okay, so if my parents or anybody in my family had an issue, they never ever said a word to me. And
Just him being black doesn't always mean there has to be an issue. But it does mean there was a difference.
well, I'm not saying, but I was in high school when I first started dating him. Nobody ever thought that it would be a long term thing. I started dating him in the 10th grade, but we dated for about 5 years. I was madly in love. I probably would have married him. But there was, some cheating involved. Um,
Why you cheat on him?
huh?
If you love him, why you cheat on him?
No. He cheated on me a couple times,
Was he an
and I
athlete?
forgive him. And I was madly in love with him, honestly. But things didn't work out in the
Were
long
you
run. But
dangerously in
what I
love?
will say, huh?
Nothing.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear what you said.
I was at. Never mind. So you were madly in love. He cheated on you. Um. I'm just trying to figure out when you're gonna answer the questions.
Okay, all right. So, in my perspective, only in my life, your first question is, can interracial relationships be problematic? And I say yes because uh
Thank God. Oh my goodness, man. Shout out to y'all for these Panther paws. Oh my God. If I gotta sit through one more tokenization story, my goodness, is the most annoying thing. Like, hey guys, all right, I'm black and I'm nervous to be up here, but my first pair of socks was white. Like it's so annoying. Like 2 + 2 = 4. You don't gotta tell us what you have for breakfast, y'all. Come on, man.
Can you imagine if you changed the questions like, hey, would you still be with someone if they were like SA'd? Like, do you know the amount of support everyone would side with one? There would be no question. No one would say, "Oh yeah." Like I don't understand what the issue is right now. Ugh.
Right. Crazy. Well, we're gonna keep it pushing.
I was dangerously in love.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? She keeps madly. I was
So
madly in love.
madly in love. I brought him to my family, and they didn't say anything.
That's crazy. Listen, y'all. Please don't come up here tokenizing people. Please don't come up here tokenizing people. We do not care about your past. I am not your therapist. Again, I am not your therapist. I've had people come up here. I'm doing this because it's the only way you can see my face for some reason. I am not your therapist. I've had people come up here and give me their whole life story. I do not need your biography. We just want to talk about the questions. Who is next? I was doing things. My wife is like cooking. I was eating food and stuff like that. I had to taste what she was cooking because it smelled good in here. Okay, so we're gonna go to. Is that DNA? I'm not sure what that is. Something in A. It's a little symbol.
I'm sorry about the font. That's Anna. It's a Gothic
Okay,
font.
Anna, give us your age, race, and pronouns. I'm gonna have my arm like this because it's the only way you can see my face. So.
Whatever you need to do. Thank you so much for having this platform. It's popped up on my For You a few times, and I enjoy listening when I can.
That's great. Thank you.
My pulse is definitely high. Of course, this is a room I may or may not even be welcome in, but I really love the feedback and the roasting
Everybody's
that goes
welcome
on.
here. Yeah.
The honesty is awesome. So my name is Anna, female, just about 32 now, and I'll answer the questions and get right to it. I do have a little bit of a story if it's welcome to offer. Otherwise, let me know.
Is it about black people?
What? Tonight was a wonderful night.
How much you love someone?
What? No.
Is it a love story?
Of course, some things have happened to me, good and bad. Tonight was actually a wonderful experience. He helped me with a couple groceries to my car and was really nice in the dark and everything. And I'm from Midwest, Wisconsin, kind of suburban white. And then now I live in this city of like 3 million people. So there's tons of races everywhere and a lot of stuff going on here. But to answer the question, I can't really read the top one.
That one is, can interracial relationships be problematic?
Yes, I think all relationships can be problematic. There's obviously more complexity.
All right, I'm gonna stop you there. Hold on. Yeah. It's like we're asking, is grass green? And you're like, anything can be green if you put green paint on it.
Oh, sure. I'll try to omit.
You know what I'm saying? We're talking about
I'll try to
grass.
Omit the vagueness.
So, yeah.
With that specific relationship, yeah, because you don't know how other people are going to affect you. Sometimes people can be persuaded into a different opinion than what they truly believe, and they can cause issue just out of anger, spite. What I really want to say before I continue on, if that's okay, the 400 years was not that long ago, and doing some research and looking into biology, what your ancestors had been through, it lives within you. It lives within your DNA. Even your mother, your grandmother, the eggs that were within them, it's like passed through, and this needs to be taken with more respect and understanding than it is. It's not simple hate. This lives within your blood, and there is a reason why there is a divide. There's a reason why people do segregate. But if it's met with like respect, understanding, love, and willingness to evolve as a human, you know, and if I'm conscientious about staying out of people's way in the best way I can, like I remember a lot of people talking about white privilege cards. If you just be conscientious and do your best, I think we can evolve as human race. But you need to understand, or I need to understand, and so does everybody, that there are things that are there that I can't speak to. I just need to do my best to be respectful and to do the best I can as a person with love.
Plan to answer the questions, please.
Yes, thank you.
Wait, hold on, brother. Please mute yourself. Oh, snap.
I'm not the best at this. I'll do the best I can.
No, you're not doing bad, but you said 400 years ago. Like it was 400 years ago.
What was that?
No, it's not long ago, and it's still happening now, right now.
Yes, exactly. It lives within your blood all the way back. From then, it will live within
all the way
your
back
DNA.
To my mother. My father picked cotton. Do you understand? It's not long ago, as in it's still happening right now.
Yeah,
there are inmates in Texas prisons picking cotton right now.
I do believe you. Yeah, everything exists when this world is so big. It's not like something is going to change for every single person. It is still happening, and the awareness that I don't have and a lot of people don't have is why, like, rooms like this, it's fun to listen to, but I also need to know my place as a white person. Do you know what I mean?
It's cool. All right, so go ahead. Next question.
Is it a preference or a fetishization? Some people have preferences and some people fetishize things. And it's gross depending on what you're focused on. If people are really only about the exterior and not the interior, it can just be like what people were saying, the SA stuff that can happen. And it can happen way harshly more because of race, not just because they want to do that to a person, but they can do it to take out vengeful things. Can you be pro-Black with a non-Black spouse? I'm not spoused or married or anything like that. I think you can be pro-Black, but again, you need to know your place if you're uneducated and if you don't know certain things and if you don't have positive input, you shouldn't think you have positive input. Just do the best you can like I'm doing right now. Can Black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship family? Yes, I believe it's possible if issues are addressed and if people are willing to understand that they're not always right and their emotions maybe not be applied correctly. If I'm angry because something happened to me because that person was of color, then it's not up to me to hate an entire race. It's up to me to handle my own feelings and my own issues and my own experience.
I feel that was a good way to say something particularly to Black people, because everything she said had a turnaround to it, especially when you said it, just because you don't know if something is happening and to be conscious of it, you gave a little giggle. And even in that last statement, it was almost a reversal, as if the Black people like, oh, don't be triggered or blame a whole group of white people for what the oppression they were experiencing in 2023. But the reality that stuff is still happening in 2023, that we're having to prep our kids to protect themselves and keep them alive, is one of the things. Can y'all please stop pairing with Black men? Like, just stop. Because the worst part about it is you want to be in proximity to Black people and Black men, particularly in this conversation and even probably in your day-to-day, but you don't understand how harmful you are or how dangerous you are to the proximity of you.
Yeah.
Because even
So
your
when
lack of understanding or your lack of knowledge, because I can tell you don't know too much, and
We
I'm
can
not
tell.
trying to come at you,
I
but
know.
it's like y'all want you don't sit here and say you can be pro-Black as long as you know your place. Your place would be over there with a white man.
Okay.
I'm not planning on having a partner. I do have nieces and nephews and family in Wisconsin that I want to make sure they're not disrespectful. And I was laughing because I got Botox in my mouth and I bit my tongue. I was laughing at myself. I apologize if that came out wrong. All I can do is the best I
Wait,
can.
hold on. You got Botox in your lips?
No, I just
Okay.
got the masseter
All
fix
right, it's cool. You
because,
don't have to tell us what it is.
yeah,
Just making sure. All
yeah.
right. So, in your answers, you said it could be it could be a preference, it could be a fetish. There's no. We're not talking like you dilute the conversation. You did the same thing with the first question when we're asking, can interracial relationships be problematic? That means we're talking about the ways interracial relationships can be problematic. Some people will come up here and say no. Usually, those people are the descendants of Charlemagne, the descendants of the Mayflower. You know what I'm saying? So, that's just highlighting privilege, right? And then the second one is it a preference or a fetish? And you said it could be either or. The thing is, we're talking. You started talking about preferences and fetishes and all the different ways it can be preferences, but we're talking about race. We're talking about interracial relationships. So within an interracial relationships, if someone says that they prefer a certain race outside of their own group, that is a fetish. There's no way for that to be a preference. And then for the third one, I don't know how the hell people keep getting this one wrong. How the hell can you be pro-Black with a non-Black spouse? I know that Thin Lipians tend to believe they can do anything they want if they just put their heart to it with good intentions. That's what white Jesus taught them. So they when we say you have to know your place in a Black space, that's what we mean. Pro-Blackness, stay in your place. Pro-Blackness is not your place. Anti-racism, absolutely, that is your place. Dismantle a oppressive system built by your ancestors that you benefit from. But pro-Blackness, no. No
Thank
non-Black
you.
spouses in pro-Blackness. They need to know. That's the barrier. So whenever you know, in spaces, we talk about pro-Blackness, Pro-Blackness, not for you. Anti-racism, green light. That's where you should be.
Thank you
All right.
so much. This is exactly why I'm here, just to have better verbiage and so I know how to navigate. Things happen to people, and this is all I can do is my best. So really, I'm just laughing at myself. Thank you so much.
No, yeah. And then the last one, Can white and black cultures fully coexist? The reason people mess this question up is because they think of black and white as natural, neutral categories. Like they just exist naturally. Like both black and white people are just equal. Because Martin Luther King died, right? He died for our sins. So ever since then, it's all over, guys. Everyone's equal now. No, black and white are two categories in a caste system built to oppress black people. As long as those two categories still exist, those two cultures cannot coexist peacefully. That being the case, white culture is built on stealing from black culture. There's no way that white culture can fully coexist or fully express itself and take up the same space as black culture without feeling superior and dominant. That's what it was created to be. And so, that being the case, the only way they could coexist is if black and white were no more. We did away with the oppressive system. As long as it is oppressive, there's no way that they can coexist. We'll talk about that another time. Thanks for coming up, though.
Yeah, is it okay if I add on one quick thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
For all the years, and again, the verbiage, please forgive me if I stumble and use the wrong words. The all the way back to when you were talking about all of the years, like that's earned, and there, I believe, is a different spirit. And when it comes to trauma and everything that different races have been through, it's honestly earned. And what you have recovered from and the strength and spirit that lives within you should not just be given freely. And I think that's a lot of confusing. I think that can be confusing for a lot of white folk to not understand what it took for everyone to get where they're at and where they need to go and what they have. It's just not taken with, I don't even have the words for it. It's completely disrespected. No, I don't think a lot of people understand that.
We understand.
Not
we
white
understand.
people always understand that though. You know what I mean? Like they just look at it like, oh, okay, that
She's going down.
You know what I mean? Like they just disregard
the
years.
So look, here's the thing. We know you're from. We know you're from a cute small town, and what I'm gonna say is, you got a lot more unpacking to do. I would direct you to start with Jane Elliott.
Jane Elliott.
Do you know what that is?
I will look it up. No, I appreciate.
Look up Jane Elliott. She did a test on white students with different eye colors and taught them about racism. I think that helps a lot of.
Oh yes. I do believe that's ringing
you know about Jane Elliott.
I believe so. I'm
YouTuber,
really not that smart right now.
Yeah, YouTuber, because it's just a lot. You know, you don't ever want to. I know you want to show empathy towards our oppression, but you got to remember the vessel it comes from matters. The context matters. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's like my dad R-worded a woman, and then I came into the room and patted her on the back like, "You're so strong." You know, that woman might not want to hear that shit. So
yeah, there's a verbiage that needs to be clarified, which is why I really appreciate you being on here and to clarify that and to know how to say it. Because, there was something that happened to me too, but I'm not, like I said, going to hate an entire race because of it. And it was because I was white. And what he did to me, was in the same line of what you're talking about. So thank you for correcting the way I can speak about it to my family.
I know you didn't really just do that.
Everybody else mute up.
All right, Anna. Yo, all right, Anna. Bye.
She said, let me just end up.
No, she didn't just do that.
You guys are lucky that I didn't hate the whole race, okay?
Because
You're
she doesn't see the programming in herself. She doesn't see the programming. She doesn't see it.
Damn.
She doesn't see the programming.
That's crazy.
That's the issue.
Ma'am, can you mute your mic? And who's at that top? Can you mute your mic? Like if you're not brother, just mute your mic.
Please. I don't know if this person even knows how. I'm muted. All right. Go ahead, sister.
Bro, I think he was next. Brother.
All right. Hey, to all the brothers out there, stay the hell away from them. They are not ready yet. They not ready. Some of y'all, oh my goodness, I've been doing this live for so long. I would never look at them the same. This is crazy. Brother Almighty, I think it is. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Real quick, because something it kind of triggered me. of what the lady said before.
Before you speak, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Brother, I said this already.
Oh wait, oh snap.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, I
wanted to
already
quickly.
follow you, so you've been up here before.
Yeah, I
You've
just
been up
wanted
here
to quickly
before.
to
All
say
right, you
something just to clear
are
the.
you a black man?
Yeah, I'm a black man.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to, before that, the girl who was from Africa was saying that there's no resources. Africa has the highest resources in the world. So
Absolutely.
to sit there and try to say that there is no resources in Africa and what's going on in Africa, especially in Haiti, it's crazy to be dismissive on that.
It's either Haiti or Haiti.
Yes.
Haiti.
So we come from a very, very, we need to not forget that a lot of colonizers are trying to make us feel like our home, our country is not worth anything. It's not important, that we don't have no resources, but yet they are mining, stealing so many stuff from our homes. And my fault, sorry. And Haiti, they are, Hillary Clinton can't even go back there. If she goes back there, and if her families go back there, they will be taken. They'll be slaughtered on, gone on site. But we can't turn a blind eye to forget how much power we have as people, and we can't. And I love the fact that you guys were trying to correct her, but it got me so mad just like hearing her. And I decided
Yeah.
to come up because Google is so free. You could see why they're going to Africa. You can see why they go to Haiti. You can see why they're trying to discredit so many things that Haiti has done. Haiti used to be one of the most crown jewel places to go to in the world.
Yeah.
Before they turned it into rubble, before they made people hate who they were and everything, before, like, Dominican and Haiti used to be one thing. There's, I forget the proper name. Jennifer probably will know it more.
I didn't even know.
Name that it used to be called before it got
One
divided.
Island?
But
Yeah. Wow.
I just wanted to say that, man. Just don't
Hispaniola.
never forget
Yeah.
and stuff. And that's all I gotta say. Be
Appreciate
blessed,
you.
be loved, and everything. You guys are
Yes,
all
sir.
beautiful in many ways. We come from 32 shades of greatness. Don't forget that.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for for sharing that with us. And shout out to Haiti, man. All the Haitian brothers and sisters. We see what's going on out there. Everybody put hashtag free Haiti in the comments. Hashtag free Haiti. Let them know we in here and that we showing solidarity. I'm making some videos this upcoming week on Haiti. We're going to talk about it in the live. Whenever y'all see me, man, if you see me maybe comment on somebody else's video, you see what's going on with me, man. Hashtag free Haiti. Hashtag free Congo, hashtag free Sudan. You see my face, man. Feel free. I want to start using this platform a little bit more intentionally. I already have, though, used my other platform, b1initiative.org. We keep news circulating throughout the whole diaspora. We got over 400 Pan-Africans in there. So if you want to get firsthand news from brothers and sisters in the Congo, all over the continent of Africa, in the diaspora, then click the link in my bio, b1initiative.org. It takes you to a Discord group where we all in there. Thank you very much. Next. Yeah, what's up, sister? What'd you say?
The person at the top.
Okay, next. Samaya, give us your age, race, and pronouns. Thank you for the gifts. Samaya,
Hi.
Sumaya, what's going on? Age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 31. I'm English and I'm female.
Okay.
She.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so please, I requested to join before I read the questions properly.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
take it easy on you.
But then I'd sat in too long, to bloody. So it might be a bit irrelevant, but I'll just give my opinion anyway. It's more to do with the black and white cultures like existing together. I think normal people normal people, yeah, we could do that. Maybe, yeah, you get your typical racist person, but like racist from the heart. But I do believe that would be a potential. But I think that
What is your
is
race?
something that
Sorry
can't
to cut in,
be
love, but
a
I'm
potential
English
because I
too.
think
What
there's
colour are you? What's your race? Let's not play dumb. What race are you?
oh
Because I'm also in England. I
I'm
was born in
Indian.
England. So what race are you, babe?
Oh,
Someone's got a
yeah,
bad feedback. I'm not sure if that's
yeah,
you,
I'm white.
melanated, but yeah, she's right. You skipped the race question. What race are you? You got bad feedback, Samaya.
Oh,
Are you on an
sorry,
iPhone? Are you on an iPhone? I don't know. What's
On that question.
Yes, I am.
okay? Yeah. Okay. Maybe you fixed it. Nope. Swipe down on your top screen. Bring the screen down. The top screen. Bring it back up.
Your Bluetooth on and then turn it off.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a race is either.
Well, listen, that's why I had to jump back up because I know what race is, but she's trying to play dumb.
It's really bad, Samaya. You gonna come up? Okay. Wait. Yeah. Unmute. Hello.
She might have back.
Shall I go off and come back on again?
It's weird, yeah, because you sound clear, but there's like a sound behind you.
Muted.
Yeah, I can hear that as well.
Okay,
Drop
go
and
down and
come
come
back.
back up.
Okay, then 1 second.
All right. In the meantime, guys,
Let me
join
just
me in a
forward it.
sing
I'm just
along.
gonna follow you.
About your English. English which part? Listen, in the meantime, in between time, can we have hashtag free Congo, hashtag free Haiti, hashtag free Sudan, hashtag free Cameroon, hashtag free Africa to Bumbleclot? It's about time these people come out of the motherland. So we can just put some
Absolutely.
hashtags. Tap up the live. We got to 250, brother legend. So let's what? Are we gonna get 260 before you drop off?
No, we want
Yeah,
3.
hopefully. No, I
Okay, all
can't do
right.
3. I can't. I gotta go to sleep. I got work in the morning, but
They better tap.
absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody, hashtag free Congo, free Haiti. Type it, tap it. You know what I'm saying? Hashtag free Cameroon, Sudan. All the brothers and sisters in here from those places. We love y'all. If you got family over there, we love y'all. Family worldwide. Samaya, what's your
Hi.
age, race, and pronouns again? Your race? We're waiting for that.
I'm really sorry. I'm English, as in white, like white English. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Your name threw me off.
I've
Okay.
changed my phone now, so sorry.
Great.
Sorry about
Okay.
that. So what I was saying, these questions that you asked, I think they would be I think that would be something that would be practical, but the sad thing why I think it isn't going to be practical, and I can't see it being practical anytime soon, is because it's like there's a big agenda to keep people separated, and
Who?
Especially between I don't know, especially when it comes to blacks. There's like a big thing where people, like, not people, like, I don't know who, I would say the government.
You say black people, but do not call us objects.
Because let me tell you something, English lady. If me and you was to buck up on a bus and you said you blacks, you would get thumped down straight. So understand yourself, not because you're on TikTok. The
What do you
blacks.
mean?
Are you from up north, love?
I don't understand.
Listen, don't come up here and play dumb. Don't do that.
The blacks.
Because if you can't have a proper conversation, just drop. It don't make no sense. But if you come up here to have a sensible conversation, the blacks, is that what you call them up north? Because you couldn't get away with that shit in London. The blacks.
But you've
Which
put
blacks?
here can black and white. I'm just saying the black people. That's what.
No,
No, but that's not what you said, though. You didn't say the black people. You said the blacks. So anyway, go ahead, but just be very mindful how you're talking up here, especially when I'm up here. And are you from up north? I asked you. Are you from up north? You sound like
Yeah,
you're not in Birmingham, Leicester. Is that where you're from?
yeah.
Okay.
If I've worded it, it's not.
Don't
I'm
worry. Go
not.
ahead. You don't need to apologise. Let's just
So,
carry on. So the question is, can interracial relationships be problematic?
so now it kind of threw me off now. I was just.
Lord have mercy. Can
Lord have
interracial
mercy.
relationships be problematic? So you know you're from where you're from in Nottingham, Birmingham. There's quite a lot of interracial relationships. We know that it's very mixed up there. So do you think that is problematic, as in it causes a problem, or
Well,
not?
yeah, yeah, but I only think it's because I think it's more because there is an agenda to keep us separated. Black people from white people, from cultures. That's why. That's why I think it is.
Then why did they bring my ancestors all the way across the world to come here to work if they want to keep us separated? Why
Because
don't
you
they
guys
just why don't they leave the continent of
beneficial.
Africa alone and give South Africans their land back and stop fueling
I
militias,
mean, I
funding
can't
militias?
personally
Like
answer.
why don't they just get the hell up off the continent of Africa if they just want to separate us so much? Why don't they just leave everybody else the hell alone?
I personally can't obviously answer. Well, I would most probably think it's because there's something useful there or something that is, worth something. And that it maybe could just literally be, as simple as that. I've read that yeah, black people, are quite good inventors, maybe. And
Maybe.
well, I'm just, I'm just saying the so things like this, if you that's why that is
Do you have a black biracial child?
myself.
Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay. So in this conversation, do you date black men?
No, I don't.
Thank
So
God. Thank God.
what attracted you to come up? Like what pushed you to say, I need to come here and say something?
Because I would love to live in a world where all of this stuff could happen, but
Okay.
I
Before you
just
kick her, hold on, brother. Before you kick her, so you would love to live in a utopia where everyone just got along, right? So I can tell
not
that
so
you.
much got
Hold
along.
on.
Like
Well,
I,
just can coexist. How about that? Is that a better word?
yeah,
So
like
listen to what I'm about to say to you. You obviously are not well read, right? And that's not, whatever. In this subject, if you really want to understand, go seek some education in regards to how people in America, and black people particularly in America, have always been open to getting along. And every time that we've been open, our communities have been burned down and covered up
oh,
and
I'm
destroyed.
agreeing with
So
you.
no. Understand what you're saying, because you came up here and you said it as if there's one side that's pushing away, when in reality we're trying to get out of the way so that we can survive. What our
Oh no,
children are
I'm
still
fully
experiencing,
agreeing
hold on,
with
listen to
you.
what I'm saying to you, because you jumped up here as if you were ready to answer the questions and you're not even ready to identify yourself as white. So in this conversation, the dehumanization, the blacks, the very statement that you subconsciously let out of your mouth, that is something that you probably commonly use, lets me know that you're not well versed in the conversation or engaging with black people. So you should take a breath and go downstairs and just listen, because you do not know what you're talking about and you do not have a full comprehension or understanding of what's going on. Take a minute, go read a little bit, educate yourself the best you can.
Hey, you know what? Read this.
Oh shit.
Thank y'all for the pen and the pause. I got
And
tired.
unfortunately, she's representative of the majority of the mediocre British public that have voting rights, and that's why we're kind of in where we are. That's why we need so many so-called immigrants to come and work, because that's kind of the caliber. But despite that, put her in a good suit, she'll still get a good job above me, who's probably 5 times more qualified, and that's the reality. Because, yeah, I'm not even going to go in because it's late, but I wasn't going to stand for that. I'm going to drop back down again.
Yeah.
Free Haiti, free Congo, free Sudan. Good night.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, sister.
No,
One
brother,
love.
she came up with the smoke.
Yeah, no, oh yeah, Melanated don't play. Melanated gonna set you straight. You know what I'm saying? That's what she do. That's my sister. We're gonna go to the next guest. I think the last guest for the night. Everybody tap like if you've been getting anything from the live.
It's
Today
amazing.
has today was interesting. I might have to start coming on earlier. The only reason I come on the time I do, usually like between like 6 or 7, is because I keep making videos. Like I have none in my drafts. Like I just make them and throw them up. So I guess I need a day where I just make like 10 videos for no reason. But it's hard for me to talk to myself. I'll be honest. I'm not that much of a narcissist. So I'll go to the next guest. Keep tapping like. Seth, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Then said, brother.
Oh, we did, Seth?
No, then said.
Oh, is somebody else here? Oh, Amanda. Okay. All right. Amanda, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I am 44 years old, Black American woman.
Thank God. Okay. Because I'm tired, man. I'm tired of these dry scone eating, tea and crimpet.
Brother.
You know what I'm saying?
Brother.
Beans on unmelanated toast
brother.
ass. Sick of it.
Beans.
Brother.
Stop it. Spread the beans.
Brother. For you to even say it the way you said it, I can tell you probably Gen X or something. You probably want to.
I'm tired. No, I'm not. I'm millennial. I'm millennial.
You're
you
millennial?
know,
Oh, my goodness.
I'm an older millennial though. So you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard a brother say that about a sister in a minute. So
I'm telling you, man. Listen, shout out to the sisters, man. Because
absolutely. Oh my goodness. Because I remember having good times back in the 90s. So that's what I remember, the good times. So
I know black love was different back then.
Everything was different back then.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to come to the cookout. We had to regulate everything.
Right.
Everybody. Oh my goodness. It was hot and heavy back in the day. It was everybody wanted to be in vogue. Everybody wanted to be, you know. That's where Pink came from and JT and them and all that. They all came from that. Everybody wanted to be there. So we weren't trying to fit in and blend in with other people. They wanted to fit in and blend in with us. It was a different time, brother.
We had control of our image a little bit more too back then.
Yes,
hip hop was our thing. It wasn't co-opted yet. You know.
Thank you. It was ours. Everything belonged to us in that arena. So yeah, just about. And so
Go ahead.
Let me see. Can interracial relationship be problematic? Well, I can speak from experience here. I'm from Southern California, and we Black women get hit up by everybody and everything in California from day one. Yes, it can be, but it depends on who. I think it was easier for me with the East Asian, than it was with the white. I think it depends on who. If they identify as melanated people, it's good. If they don't, then we have a problem because of the power structures we were talking about earlier, brother. That is serious business. We're dealing with individualistic white people versus Eastern European white people. And when we're dealing with the individualistic white man, and it's all about power before love. It's about power, and he's gonna look at you crazy if you don't identify with it. I'm speaking from experience here. I've been in interracial relationships of all kinds. Okay, because I do the original dances, the Latin dances that our people did. You know, because people don't know that Latin dances came from Africa.
That's right. Yeah.
Mambo is an African goddess. People, Mambo birthed the cha cha cha, the rumba. Please understand. I won this trophy with a Black man from Cuba. Please,
wow. That's
I won
crazy.
it. Okay, I did, and so people need to know our history and our roots. But it was very hard when it came to dancing with the white man. If he was Eastern European, it's easier because they're collectivist. But the Western whites they identify as white. The Eastern whites, you tell them they're white, they might get offended, which is really interesting. I found that very interesting. They got offended, but if you called them white, if they were Eastern European. But if they were west of the Berlin Wall, they took pride in being, the power structure, the power hungry people. And so I think the number one problem we're having as Black people is we don't value power as much as we do influence. We think very differently from white people. We are collectivist. We are not individualist. Okay. And so that's the reason why, from experience, it's been hard to date Western European prototypes because they think differently. I don't hate anybody. I love everybody, but I think that's our weakness as Black people is we love everybody, but we need to love ourselves and each other as much as we love everybody else. And that's, to me, has been the painful situation. It's heartbreaking because I see Black people having the power to do everything white people do and more. Like we have the power, but we're just not exercising it. And we are,
Xenophilia.
oh my goodness, it's like we're afraid to buy from each other. We're afraid to, just care about each other. Please don't give me no fantasy of Black love and you can't do the basic thing of just putting your money in Black hands. Just do
Yeah.
the basic things. Just put your money in Black hands and we'll work on Black love. Black love will happen. I'm not worried about it. Put your money where your mouth is when it comes to Black love, and Black love will thrive. But the problem is we talk Black love, but we put our money someplace else. And so I think this all has a lot to do with money, less, who likes who and who likes Black women and stuff. I'm not into that stuff because what I've learned in Southern California is if people want to integrate the bedroom, but they won't integrate the boardroom. And until they put that money where their mouth is, I don't believe it's love. I don't believe that it's true love until, even with Black folks, until that money shows me where your love is. Where your heart is, your treasure will be also. And so, yes, it is problematic because they will integrate that bedroom, but are they going to integrate that boardroom? And the preference for fetishization, still, I don't care about fetish. I don't care about fetishization. I care about where that money going. That money came from Black folks. It came from Black slaves. It better go back to Black slaves, because if it's not going back to Black slaves and their descendants, I don't care if you like my chocolate. I don't care what you like, because your money's not telling me that. You're putting your money everywhere else and everything else. And I don't care even if you're Black. You still putting your money everywhere else. Where's the Black kids, the Black churches, children's, and charities? How come they last on the list when it comes to your money, but you want to tell me that you want to sleep with me? You want this from me. You want that from me. No, you don't, because you don't care about the kids. And I'm tired of seeing Black broke kids. Everybody else's kid is fine. Everybody else's kid seeing money. How come Black kids aren't seeing money? Why should I have Black kids with people who don't want to put their money in the right place? So that's where I am, brother. And then can Black, white cultures get along? For me, that's ain't a bad build. We care too much what white people think. I love white people. I love them. But we care too much what they think. That's our problem, brother. We care too much. And I think they need to spend just a little bit more time with white people. Get to know white problems. You'll be thankful you're Black. I'm from Southern California. I've dated them. European and American. You're going to be so grateful how Black you are when you get to know their problems. Okay. I love Black white people because I've had to help them with their problems. They love coming to Black women with their problems, don't they? They just Black women can do it all. We're the magic Negroes. We can solve all things, but we don't get a lot of appreciation for it, not even in our own communities, and that's the problem.
Everybody
We
in the
love
chat is
solving
trash.
problems. Huh?
Everybody in the chat is trash.
Everybody in the what? I'm sorry.
What you saying, D?
Chat is
Huh?
trash.
Everybody in the what is trash?
Chat.
Well,
Oh,
just
okay.
talk, D.
This is the
What you
problem.
say?
I'm just speaking truth, and unfortunately, you can't
Oh,
speak the truth in the 21st century.
okay.
You can't tell the truth in the 21st century. Not even the Black folks sometimes, because they
I
just
don't know
can't
what
handle it.
she's
I'm
saying.
sorry.
I don't know what she's
Huh?
talking
All
about.
right, so here's my thing. The capitalism thing, I get what you're saying. You want to empower the Black community. Only thing is, we can't do that with dollars with an old white man face on it. We
I hear
can't do
you.
that
I hear
because
you.
every dollar that you give to a Black business has to be paid in taxes. Where do those tax dollars go?
Mm-hmm.
To funding militias on the continent of Africa that
Mm,
also subjugate Black people. So
got it. Got it.
you
Mm-hmm.
know, it
It's a new form, but I think it was very
yeah.
interesting. Said now you just put a dollar on your body. You put a dollar on your space. But I find it interesting in these conversations. It's always going to be Black first for me. And when we parent ourselves with other people, we are literally taking away from our communities. So it's weird when someone is saying like whether the pro-Black or whatever. We can love any people. Black people ain't hateful people. Let's just start there.
No, we're not.
But
Mm-hmm.
to pair myself with a white man or any other group of people that will sit there and
Mm-hmm.
watch me be strange fruit in society, when and what space have any other race, I'm
Right.
excluding white people, any other race of people fought for Black people? Y'all sitting here talking about putting a dollar on something. You putting a dollar on your body. They've already bought and sold us how many times over? So it's beyond just saying money at this point, because
Mm-hmm.
no matter how much money we show up with, we still get looked over. We still get pushed to the back of the bus. It's very much an issue of us being conscious and moving forward as a people so that we demand the respect so that we get to the money. You're not gonna get everybody can hand one person some money and don't mean nothing of how it's gonna affect community of black people. But us sitting there thinking if we sleeping outside our race or we grabbing these people, you're not helping your community. You're giving them access to your community. And I'm gonna say this to any black woman or black man: love who you want to love, but stop bringing these people to our cookouts, because we can't build nothing when you keep bringing the basically the door opener that's gonna let everybody else outside know what we got going on inside. We can't move forward when everybody want to pull somebody else in, and they do have issues. Their issues exceed anyone's. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna think I'm gonna elevate myself off the back of no white or other, for that matter. It's black first.
It goes back to thinking too. It goes back to us caring too much what they think. I don't have a problem with inner race in and of itself. Here's the love-hate relationship I have with it. And I think you nailed it when you made it clear. We think too highly of what other people think of us instead of it being reversed. In the 90s, that's not how we lived. I just remember personally, people trying so hard to be a part of what we have. It was a very different time. I'm a Gen Xer. It was a very different time. We did not care what people thought of us. We didn't care whether they were interracially married or same race married. That wasn't the point. The point is black people made the rules in black communities, black music, black whatever was black. We made the rules. We made it happen. But the problem is 21st century is not like that. And that's the problem I'm having right now. Like everything I'm seeing here is a 21st century thing. Because if we were in the 20th century, yeah, we'd have the same questions, but it would be answered differently, and we would go about it differently as black men and women. Okay, it was just a different language that we were speaking back then as black people than we're speaking right now. So it's really hard for me to answer these questions in a way that this generation will understand, because it's not whether or not we're for or against it. I don't think that's the point. I think we're missing the point when we are not, like the brother said, when we have white faces on a dollar bill. I think that is more so the point. Where are we putting our money, our effort, our time, our energy? And so, yes, I understand what you're saying about pairing with other people. And when we pair with other people, where is the money going again? Again, I'm thinking money because I'm a business. I own a business. I'm an insurance broker. So I'm thinking where the money's going.
I'm an entrepreneur too, and I've owned my own business since 2016. I've not worked for nobody but myself since 2016. So in this conversation, when we're talking about money, money does not matter when you don't even have a community. Because every time a community that looked like us was built up, it was torn down. So it doesn't matter where no money is going if you foundationally don't invest in pulling two families together that are black.
I hear you, but you have to protect those families,
But
which
where
takes.
is your
So I
money
hear
going
you,
to go if you don't have a
but
community to put
how
it
do
back
we?
into?
We need guns. We need protection. We need our Huey P. Newton that died when I was 10. This is what I'm talking about. I hear you, sister. I hear you, and I agree with you. It's just I remember Huey P. Newton being assassinated at 10 years old. His name was 1989. Okay, I remember that, and I'm just saying right now. And I remember 1989, the Berlin Wall coming down too. And I remember 1989, South Africa, and the apartheid was supposedly over.
94, yeah.
94. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so I remember a lot of things happening during that time. And so I hear you, but at the same time, I remember when we were in control of our narrative, and the narrative is not the same now. This whole interracial narrative is no longer black centered. I think that's where I'm going with this. It used to be. It used to be black centered. It's not anymore.
It
That's the
did what it
problem
was
I'm having right
supposed
now.
to do. That's the problem y'all not seeing. It literally grew into what it is now. It did what it was supposed to do:
Yeah.
break us apart, create
Yeah.
the divide of family. I
Yep.
can water y'all down by putting my
Yeah.
daughter in that space and taking you out. I can make y'all enemies so that y'all no longer be able to build together.
I
That
hear
is
you.
so when people are out here talking about pairing
Saw
up,
it.
go pair up somewhere else. But when it's black
Yeah.
people talking about building black people, I feel like the issue is beyond money. Because no matter
Oh,
how much money anyone
but if we
has,
can't exclude money
but
because
listen what I'm saying. No matter how much money any black person has, because we have people that have money, where is the foundation that has been poured back into that builds our communities back up?
I hear you. And that's what I'm saying too. But in order for that to happen, we need protection. We need brothers with guns again. I just remember the days when brothers had guns and
Say
wanted to.
pew pews. Try not to say GUNs too much. TikTok is
DUNs?
crazy.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We can't say that anymore. There's so much we can't say anymore.
Pum pum.
I'm so
Pum
sorry.
pum. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just, it's really, I hear you, sister. I hear the cry of your heart. However, I'm going back to what I remember, the foundations of what I remember, and bringing it all the way back till today. And we can't do anything without social. Like, the reason why other groups are able to do this is because they value money and power. We value people, and that's great. We value
That's not
people,
why.
but we need to value also our money and our power more collectively. And it's hard to get Black people to. Ooh, it's hard. I hear you, but that's the hardest part of the 21st century. The
Black
reason why a lot
community.
of, huh?
How long does money stand in Black community?
She ain't
Six,
wrong, but
like six,
all right.
like
So
6 hours, like six. I think it's 6 hours
So,
right
brother,
now.
listen to what I'm saying. The
black people
foundation,
value money, white people value power.
right?
So
That's the thing. That's it.
I hear you when you say that. But the thing is, yeah, like
We need to protect what we got,
the
whatever it is.
reason the reason why black people don't have the things other communities have is because black people don't have the power outside the United States that other
Mm-hmm.
communities have. They have a backing.
Yeah.
We don't have a major world power backing us. Our
Yes.
major world power is stronger than all of them, but
Hmm.
still being oppressed by the same
Yeah.
oppressor. So
Right.
Can I say that
yeah, nothing we can do.
Amanda,
Yeah.
she's right on a lot of issues, because you and I are the same age. I was 10 in 1969.
Now
And
I
I
have to
remember,
ask, sir. Sir, are you Black or?
Yeah,
you're
he's
black.
black. Yeah, that's
Line with
yeah. Unc is one of the blackest men
Yeah.
alive.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I just have to say, because I would have to know the perspective. Black America. If you have a Black American, fundamental Black American descendant of slave perspective,
No.
I just
Yeah.
need to see.
Oh, yeah. So
Okay.
I grew up in the same, era that you did.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's a part of America, there's a part of Black America, a large part
Yeah.
of Black America that doesn't understand
Yes.
that we need to, in order to build the community and have the
Yeah.
community and keep the money in our
Mm-hmm.
pockets, we
Mm-hmm.
literally have to defend that.
Yes.
This time,
Yes.
we have to do that, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Weapons, pew-pews.
Malcolm X style. For me,
Yeah,
I'm
that's what
all
it
about
comes
Malcolm.
down to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you
Hold
know,
on.
I
Let me
love
say
and
him.
this real quick. So you think?
let me finish. Let me
Hold
finish.
on, no.
I'll land the
I
plane.
just want to put this one
No,
piece in.
let me land the
I just
plane.
want to.
Let me
I'm
land
gonna
the
let you
plane.
land, but I want to put this one piece in. The
Okay.
understanding is not there. How do you create a let's say a military or anything like that without the foundation of families coming together?
Okay, this
That's
is
what I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying.
It goes hand in hand.
It's
We're
bigger
not
than all
just
of
going.
that, though. If you want
It
to,
is
It,
the
bigger than that.
it goes
military
hand
got
in
to be
hand.
from
This,
Africa.
this is what I'll say. This is what I'll tell you. This is what I propose. You guys might think I'm crazy,
Go
but
ahead.
this is what I propose. I'm
Go
like,
ahead.
let's pick a point, a city. Let's get it all together. Let's all go there. Let's all meet. Let's break bread and figure it out. Because we can sit on TikTok all day long.
Yeah.
We need to look each other in the eye. I
Thank
am
you.
ready for this,
Thank you.
man. You
Thank you.
understand me? I am ready
Thank,
to get down.
thank you.
Done. I am
Thank
done.
you.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
but
am ready to
here's the
rock and
thing.
roll.
Here's the problem. The
Get
problem
off these
Okay.
is
apps.
we've done
Get off
this.
these apps.
We've done this before, and as
Yeah.
long as our big brother cannot defend us, like other big brothers of China,
Mm-hmm.
India's, and
Mm-hmm.
the Koreans in L.A., they have big brothers. We don't have a
Yes.
big brother, so that's the problem. Every time we
Mm-hmm.
do it, they're just going to tear us down. We got
But
to free our big brother.
I think we just can't be afraid this time, man. Look, man, we're smart. We are smart people. We're intelligent. We run
Yes.
the culture of this country. We run
Mm-hmm.
the culture of the world.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say this. You guys can think whatever you want. There's no Aretha Franklin from Africa. There's no Marvin Gaye from Africa. They all
There
come
is.
from America.
There is.
There is.
Look up
But,
There
Makeba.
is, but come on, we know,
you know what I'm saying.
brother saying.
You
I
know
know
what
what you're
I'm
saying,
saying.
brother. Say it.
And I love you, legend. You know I love you. So don't.
I know, but I'm telling you, there's African artists that did it.
There is. But I'm just saying, I'm ready for us to do us, dude. I'm just so. All right. Now,
That's because we're coming from us. We're coming from that. We used to be black centered. That's what I'm saying. I love everybody, but we used to be black centered without apology and explanation.
I
So
know,
where
but the problem is the path that y'all are going down is like Sister said, FBA ADOS. That is a reparations centered Americanized version of blackness, and Pan Africanism is the only version of blackness that actually has a solution.
We can't. Yes, we must do that. We must do that because we need to create the big brother. Yes, outside of the nation. I'm outside the nation right now, so I can't help but agree with that. That's not where we're getting at. We're saying we need to connect the dots, as what this other brother's saying, but we need to do it in a different way. Our strategy just
I'm
needs to
telling
be
you the
different.
different way. That's the different way. We already have a military, strong as hell, in Africa. The problem is, Whitey got his hand up in the mix, and so we can't stop that. We can't have our military start here in America if America can just say, you know what, I don't like them. Drop a big one on them and just end it all. You know, like they won't do that if doing that will cost them money because the Congo is the #1 supplier of the world's coltan, the thing that makes lithium in the phones that you're holding right now to talk to me. So if the price of that will go up 10 times because you're mistreating African Americans, America's not going to burn down our village.
Well, we need to get this done, man. I'm just.
That's what it is. Yeah.
It's happening on the continent right now. So it might take. We're reversing 500 years of subjugation.
I need to see this happen.
I know. That's where we're at.
Watch the EFF 10th anniversary on YouTube, so you can see that it is happening. It's happening. Watch the EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters of South Africa. It's a political party similar to the Black Panthers, and they're doing something amazing. But let me go to my last guest, y'all. I gotta go soon. I thank you for coming up, Amanda, and we'll talk again soon.
Thank you.
And thank you, Unc, for coming up. Josie, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Of course, I'm 21. I'm Caucasian, and she, her is fine. You can call me whatever you'd like to call me, though.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to interrupt anybody. I'm gonna drop down after I say this, just because I feel like it's not really my place to stand.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry.
Don't do that. Don't just say something and walk away. If you want to talk, we can talk.
I'm gonna let y'all respond. It's just that after I say what I'm about to say, because I came into this live wanting to have a conversation, but then after hearing some of the conversation, I feel as though it's not really my place to speak on some of these things.
No, it's your place. You can talk on anything you want to talk on.
Right, and I get that. I don't know in what sense you meant this when you said, because I just joined the live, so I wasn't really familiar with the conversation yet or anything, so I was just kind of getting in the mix. But when you made the comment, Whitey got his hand in his mix, and I'm not, I don't want to say the word, I don't know if I can say the word racist or anything, but I feel like if I was to say that in a sense in a debate like this, if I was to say Blackie got his hand in his mix, I would be.
All right, this chick is crazy. We get the hell up, man. We're not doing that. I'm going to sleep. We're talking about people that's got children digging mines in Africa, and she's sitting up here focused on what's that? Reverse racism. Please, we are not doing that again. That's why I was so glad when this sister came up. I'm not doing that with you unmelanated pieces of toast. I'm out of here. Good night. One love. I appreciate my mods. Shout out to D. Shout out to Speak. Jennifer, thanks for hanging with us, sis. And lovely Rose Petals, Melanated Unity. Leisha, appreciate you, sister. I'm out of here. One love. Peace. Molly as well.
I just need the babe tonight.
Oh yeah, y'all. I'm gonna post this on YouTube. I'm gonna post Look on my page. There's a YouTube button there. Subscribe to the YouTube. I'm posting all my videos on YouTube.